The Living versus Zombies. Peak of the Pandemic. Chapter 1. New Life. Samara. Early morning. Alexei walked along the dusty road, his head down low. His dirty, already pretty worn sneakers slowly slid along the asphalt. It seemed that he was barely standing on his feet, about to fall backwards. However, Alexei did not give up. Persistently walked step by step, sometimes stopping, looking around, and again continuing this monotonous path. Alexei was 14 years old. He had been infected about 2 weeks ago, joined a small group of zombies, and had not left his companions since. Before he was infected with the Novaya Zvezda virus, he was a skinny and weak boy, without much interest in sports. His parents decided to enroll him in a few extra classes after school so that he would not hang around the streets doing nothing. Alexei devoted almost all of his free time after classes and homework to playing the violin, learning chess moves, and studying German. However, the Nova virus seriously changed the teenager's fate. After infection, he became even more emaciated and looked more like a pale gray shadow than a living person. Alexei slouched heavily, which made him seem shorter and even weaker. The infected teenager usually lagged behind his zombie group and, at best, received only the remains of the prey of stronger cannibals. After the infection, the boy did not die, but it was highly questionable to call his existence a full life. The virus penetrated his DNA, took control of the teenager's consciousness, and completely subordinated his body to its own needs. Hunger constantly tormented Alexei and other zombies. The new star needed hemoglobin, proteins, and amino acids, and the easiest way to get them was to eat other healthy living beings. The infected were constantly looking for prey.
As long as there was no serious shortage, the infected peacefully coexisted. But as soon as the fight for food began, violent clashes broke out between the zombies. There was a primitive hierarchy within the group of cannibals. The strongest individuals were considered unofficial leaders and received the largest share of what was eaten. They usually walked at the front of the pack, were the first to attack the victim, and in the event of an encounter with armed people, were the first to take the bullets. This is why the leaders often changed. Unlike animals, who in addition to food also fought for females and territory, zombies had only one goal: to find food. They had no strategy, no tactics, no plan in the usual human sense. The infected obeyed rather ancient instincts. The weak reached for the strong, subconsciously feeling that this way the chances of catching prey increased. Therefore, cannibals could gather in huge packs, devouring all living things in their path.
Some leaders preferred to stay in one place or move very short distances. In this case, a group of zombies would stay in a populated area or on a certain street in the city until their attention was drawn to some noise or a living creature suitable for food. Other leaders, on the contrary, were constantly moving somewhere, not paying attention to the specific direction, just to keep moving. Such clusters of infected migrated and covered impressive distances. Often when they clashed, they would unite into one large crowd or conversely split into several detachments, each of which went its own way. Like humans, there were loners among the zombies. Not wanting to compete with the leaders and guided by their own instincts, they separated from the group and hunted alone. The infected were good at distinguishing the living from their own kind. Zombies sensed the body's biochemical signals more acutely than ordinary people. The Nova caused dramatic changes in the human body, both positive and negative. Their thinking became primitive, their body weakened, and their coordination deteriorated. The infected could walk for a long time, some even ran quickly, but they lacked the dexterity to perform complex actions, such as climbing a tree. In addition, the rabies virus that became part of the Nova caused a side effect, a fear of water. Most cannibals did not dare to simply enter a river or lake, and swimming across a body of water was absolutely impossible for them. As dusk fell, the cannibals' vision deteriorated, resembling a state similar to night blindness. Their body temperature dropped, and the infected fell into a state of torpor, similar to sleep. The zombies did not seek shelter at night. They lay down wherever they found themselves. Some could doze off while standing or leaning against some support. Alexei noticed movement in the alley to the right and froze in place. He saw someone hiding behind a parked SUV. Breaking away from his group, the boy approached the car. "We saw someone, let's leave!" A frightened voice was heard, and immediately a young guy and a girl ran out from behind the car. They quickly rushed along the sidewalk, trying to hide as quickly as possible around the corner of the house. Alexei's body temperature rose sharply. He felt a surge of energy, straightened his back, took a few quick steps, and rushed after the fugitives. The other cannibals turned and also noticed the prey. Suddenly the man stopped, pulled a gun from his belt, and shouted to his companion, "Run back to the store. I'll hold them off." A shot rang out. The bullet flew a few centimeters from Alexei's ear and pierced the head of the infected, who was walking slightly behind. At that moment, the boy felt a powerful blow to the shoulder from behind and fell to the asphalt. The leader knocked Alexei down, clearing the way to get to human flesh first. The teenager stood up and immediately saw how the second bullet hit the leader in the stomach, and the third finally stopped him with a shot to the chest. The rest of the cannibals were already stepping over the body of the former leader, not paying any attention to his dead body. Alexei fired a few more shots, then turned around and ran so fast that, after less than a minute, the infected lost sight of him. Unable to catch their prey, the cannibals stopped, making angry wheezing sounds. Alexei felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Without fresh meat, the virus inside him began to torment its host more and more. Meanwhile, the new leader of the group stared tensely at the sky. 3 blocks to the north, a gray flock of crows circled over the houses, cawing loudly. The infected hesitated for a few minutes, as if considering, but eventually headed toward the feathered scavengers. Alexei and the other zombies instinctively followed the leader. The boy lowered his head again, hunched over, and slowly trudged behind. Behind him, the wounded infected slowly moved forward, dragging his shot leg. Cannibals felt almost no pain or fear. Even a single zombie would rush fearlessly at an enemy that was stronger or outnumbered. The infected only felt a slight sense of alarm when they were wounded. If the damage was not fatal, the cannibals continued to advance. Their wounds would become covered with a purulent crust, but the zombies were not in danger of dying from blood poisoning. The nova blocked other infections from penetrating deep into the body. The Martian virus protected its host. Alexei became such a creature, a weak and lonely teenager who mindlessly wandered the familiar streets of Samara together with others like him. With each passing day, hunger increasingly exhausted and tormented the poor boy, only delaying the inevitable end. Chapter 2. No Roof Over Your Head. A fine gray rain was drizzling quietly. A middle-aged man was making his way through the forest, looking around frequently. He had a large backpack on his back, and in his right hand he held a leash with a dog. The younger girl held onto his left hand to keep up. The child was barely able to stand on her feet, but continued to walk calmly, without whims or complaints. All 3 were wet and tired. Even the dog was gasping for air. However, no one was discouraged. The travelers understood that stopping now was unacceptable. About half an hour ago, they unexpectedly encountered a large crowd of infected in the forest and only narrowly avoided a collision. Alexei realized that the zombies would pursue them until they turned off the path or found another victim. For this reason, it was necessary to get as far away as possible into the wilderness. "How are you feeling?" The professor glanced briefly at the girl. The girl looked up and sighed heavily.
Although she didn't answer, it was clear from her face that she was tired and not feeling well. "Okay, let's take a break. Let's sit for a bit. They should have fallen behind by now," said Albert Borisovich, stopping and putting his backpack on the ground. He stretched his tired shoulders, cracked his neck, took off his glasses, and wiped the fogged lenses. Tanya lay down on the damp grass, her feet wet and very cold. She took off her sneakers and tried to warm her runny toes by rubbing them. Dodge, the dog, settled on the ground, scratching and biting her back paw, getting rid of fleas. Several minutes passed. Kaimovich stood up, took the backpack, but suddenly there was a crunch of a branch and footsteps approached them. The man immediately sat down, grabbed the leash, and abruptly stopped the dog, which was already preparing to attack the enemy. Tanya quickly pulled on her sneakers and tied the laces. Silhouettes of several creatures appeared between the trees. The infected moved quickly, making short stops. The cannibals looked around carefully and sniffed, like predators tracking their prey. All this time, the zombies pursued the fugitives, but eventually lost their trail and came out south of the place where Albert Borisovich, Tanya, and Dodge stopped. "Quietly. Let's crawl there. Don't get up." The professor pointed to a large hole behind the trees. The man, the child, and the dog hid in a ravine that had been washed out by spring streams over several years. The scientist carefully watched the cannibals, counting 15 individuals, and understood that an attempt to escape would be tantamount to death. The exhausted travelers could barely move their legs, and the cannibals came very close. Albert Borisovich and Tanya pressed themselves to the ground, trying to merge with the surrounding environment. Even Dodge stopped barking and quietly snored. The approaching darkness played into the hands of those hiding. The infected did not notice the fugitives and scattered through the forest in different directions. Suddenly, one of the cannibals tripped over a tree root and fell. With a dull grunt, the zombie rose, looked around, and suddenly turned towards the ravine. Until recently, he was a strong man of about 40 years old with a kind face. But the virus distorted his appearance. The infected man's red, inflamed eyes darted around in search of prey. His mouth was slightly open. Yellow saliva was dripping from his cheek, and his hands were shaking with a fine tremor. Alexei gripped the machete handle tightly, considering ways to silently neutralize the approaching enemy. The other cannibals had almost disappeared into the trees, but they could still hear the ringing noise of the fight. The zombie stopped about 30 paces from the ravine, and suddenly, a bird flew over his head and settled on a nearby spruce branch. "Whoo!" came the short call of an owl.
A bird with gray plumage, a crooked beak and large saucer-like eyes calmly watched from above. The man-eater and the hiding victims. "Ooh, wow," she repeated again. The infected raised his arms and growled, trying to grab the owl, but it was safely a few meters above the ground. The bird looked down, hooted again as if mocking the zombie, and spread its wings, flying northwest. The zombie, out of habit, followed it, and soon the forest was silent. Tanya exhaled, calmed down a little. Her childish heart was beating strongly, and it even seemed to her that the infected could hear this noise, but everything worked out. At 7 years old, the girl had already survived trials that an adult cannot always cope with. Instead of cartoons and games, Tanya mastered the basics of survival. She was always on guard, watched carefully, thought a lot, steadfastly endured the cold and humidity, slept lightly, and woke up from the slightest rustle. The girl desperately wanted to stay alive and understood that the professor was her only hope. The infected disappeared behind the trees, but the people remained in their shelter. Albert Borisovich looked at Tanya, who sneezed silently, covering her nose with her hand. The scientist touched the child's forehead. "I don't think you have a fever. How do you feel? Does anything hurt?" The girl shook her head in denial. "I'm fine. Nothing hurts. Only my nose is ticklish." Kaimovich rose to his feet and, hiding behind a tree, began to examine the surroundings. "Have they left?" Tanya asked quietly. "It looks like it, but let's stay here for another 5 minutes, just in case." 3 days had passed since the professor's cottage and laboratory had burned down. Since then, Albert Borisovich, Tanya, and Dodge had been wandering through the woods, afraid to return to the city, spending the night in the open air. The fickle Siberian weather, as if testing their endurance, changed the summer heat to a drizzle with a gusty wind. The scientist was worried about the girl, realizing that under such conditions Tanya could easily get a sore throat or pneumonia. But her immunity was successfully coping with the difficulties so far. Eventually, they got out of the ravine. The girl put her hand in her backpack and pulled out a bottle of water. "Where are we going to go now? Are we going to live in the forest forever?" This was the first time since losing her home that Tanya asked such a question. Previously, she had simply silently followed her mentor and nodded, listening to his reasoning. "Don't you like our journey?" the professor asked with a smile, scratching his week-old stubble. "We're not comfortable here. We need a home. Why can't we go back to the city?" Tanya asked. "There will soon be no food there. Only cannibals will remain," answered Kaimovich. "We need to go into the wilderness, where there are few people and wild nature reigns. We will definitely find a house." "Where are we going to get food from?" the girl asked. "We will hunt, pick berries and mushrooms, fish, and maybe try to grow something ourselves. This is how people lived before the appearance of cities." "Do you think we can handle it?" Tanya asked anxiously. "If we really want to survive, then we definitely will. We have no other choice." "I want to live," Tanya said, looking at her thin hands covered in scratches. "But I can hardly do anything. I only finished first grade." "It's not scary," Alexei smiled. "Now, a new school of life awaits you, and it is more important than any marks in the diary. You are very strong, brave, and smart." The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. She extended the water to her mentor, but he refused. "Hold Dutch, I'll take a look around. If anything happens, quickly hide in the ravine." Alexei approached a tall pine tree, reached for the low branches, and began to slowly climb up. Feeling the wet bark, the professor was afraid of falling and tried to climb carefully. As he climbed, the trunk swayed more and more. The majestic pine towered over the rest of the forest. The man climbed to the very top and began to carefully examine the area through the gathering twilight. The village with Alexei's country laboratory was left far behind. They had covered a considerable distance in these days. Ahead, the forest gradually gave way to fields, and a little to the west, a turn in the road appeared, where Kaimovich was heading. But since the sun was already setting, it was time to look for a place to spend the night. The scientist noticed a high hill, covered with forest nearby, and decided that they would have time to reach it before it got completely dark. Every movement of the man made the tree sway back and forth more and more. Fearing that the top might break, the professor quickly began to descend to the ground. Finally, finding himself on solid ground, he grimaced in pain and ran his hand along his lower back. "Ugh, I'm too old for such adventures. Let's go. Soon we'll have a hot dinner by the fire." Albert Borisovich took the backpack on his shoulders and took the leash from Tanya. They walked in silence for about 20 minutes. Every 200 meters the professor stopped and listened, but the darkness of the forest responded only with oppressive silence, which suited the travelers just fine. Finally, the long-awaited hill appeared among the trees. Kaimovich took out a flashlight and carefully shone it almost under his feet. Having climbed to the top, They saw several large boulders, which made them happy. "We'll light a fire here. The fire will be less noticeable, and these stones will protect us from the wind," said Kaimovich, feeling that they had finally found a suitable place to rest. Having decided on the campsite, the people quickly set about preparing. Albert Borisovich broke dry branches, and Tanya collected all the brushwood found nearby. The professor took a box of hunting matches from his backpack, sealed in a waterproof bag. The firewood resisted ignition for a long time, but eventually the participants managed to light a small fire. The scientist opened 2 cans of stew with a knife and placed them next to the flames to melt the fat and warm the meat. Then he stuck 2 strong branches into the ground near the fire and pulled a rope over them. He searched in his backpack. Kaimovich took out several children's warm clothes and handed them to the child. "Take these, swap clothes, and I'll explore the surroundings." Albert Borisovich took the lantern, walked away from the camp, and a minute later disappeared into the darkness. Having turned off the light, the man looked around. Their fire disappeared among the dense forest, which cheered the scientist up a little. After waiting for some time, he returned to the night camp. Tanya sat in dry and clean clothes, holding her frozen feet and hands to the fire, and her wet things hung neatly on the rope. During these few days in the forest, people felt how hard it is to get by without shelter and the usual comfort of the city. But they steadfastly endured all the hardships and did not lose their spirit. This forest was almost deserted. Wild animals were rarely encountered, but the infected had already managed to reach these places. Along the way there were springs and small ponds, so the travelers did not feel thirsty. But the food supplies taken from the laboratory were running out. "The stew was still warm, so we could have dinner in peace," the girl said, interrupting Alexei's thoughts. They ate straight from the cans, pulling the meat out with short sticks and fingers.
Dodge swallowed his small portion in a few seconds. Wagging his short tail in front of his master, he tried in vain to get more. "It's not enough for him," Tanya noted with pity, hearing the dog whine. Alexei threw the empty can into the fire and closed his eyes with pleasure from the warmth. "It's okay. He'll endure it. A light diet will even be good for him, because at home he's gotten too fat. Remember how he came home? Skinny, so you could see his ribs, and then he just got fat. Yes, it would have been nice there, if it weren't for those people." Albert Borisovich pressed his lips together and said nothing. After sitting in silence for a few minutes, he stood up and began to prepare some spruce branches. When a thick bed of spruce branches appeared by the fire, the scientist added some chips and began to take off his shoes. "That's enough for today. You're a good girl. You held up great. Tomorrow will be no less difficult, so we need to get a good night's sleep. There's enough firewood until the morning. We'll set off at dawn." "Good night," the girl whispered, and, turning on her side, quickly fell asleep. Alexei put a flashlight and a machete next to him, then tied Dodge's leash to his leg, as he did every night now. This way, he was sure that the dog would not run away by accident, and Dodge also served as a reliable alarm clock. Alexei Borisovich lay on his back and stared at the night sky. The wind had blown away the clouds, and the boundless darkness of the universe, strewn with countless stars, opened up above their heads. The smoke from the fire rose in a smooth stream, and Kaimovich decided that tomorrow there would be no rain. He was going to distract himself from these thoughts, but his exhausted mind quickly sank into sleep. Chapter 3. On the riverbank. 6 comrades settled on the riverbank, hidden from outsiders by thickets of tall grass and bushes. After they managed to escape the burning professor's house and fight off a crowd of infected, the friends hid in the surrounding forests for several days. Today, they found this quiet place and decided to set up camp here to calmly heal their wounds. Alexei winced painfully as Masha tore a dried piece of cloth with blood from his skin. Most of the bites left by the cannibal's teeth had almost healed,
but the deepest ones had become inflamed and purulent. Every day, the girl bandaged her husband, treated the injuries, and applied plantain, which grew here in large quantities. "You are just like a sister of mercy, acting in field conditions." Alexei smiled at his young wife. "Thank God it didn't come to surgery," Masha snapped. "How's your leg? Has the swelling gone down?" Vorobyova carefully touched her wound. "Not yet, but much less. It almost doesn't hurt today. I thought it would be worse. This piece of iron stuck in very deep. Now I'll bandage you and change my own bandage."
Wait, I want to take a dip first. It will be useful to wash the bites with running water. And the soles of my feet feel like they're burning. It's just hell.
Alexei looked at his reddened feet, covered in a thick layer of dust.
I want to take a bath too. I think I've never taken a shower for so long before, Katya exclaimed joyfully, helping Andrei bandage the rest of his little finger on his left hand. "We all need to freshen up. Let's go for a swim, and then we'll make a fire and start preparing dinner." Kuznetsov supported his friend. A few minutes later, the guys, stripped down to their underwear, entered the river. Alexei lay down in the shallows, and the pleasant coolness of the water immediately took away the pain. Vorobyov tried to relax and stretched with pleasure. Max dove headfirst, and after swimming a couple of meters, cheerfully shouted, "I just saw a fish. It flashed by the bottom. I'll try to fish."
Great, let's do it. We've almost eaten all the canned food. We need to think of something with the food,
Andrei answered, lazily floating on his back. At this time, the girls, having changed into stylish swimsuits which they had thoughtfully taken with them from the mega mall, entered the water with cheerful laughter. Masha, in an elegant blue monokini, carefully felt the rocky bottom, limping on her injured leg. "Hold on to me, I'll help you," said Katya, in a bright red bikini, offering her elbow to her friend. "Thank you. The stones are slippery, and I'm afraid to lean heavily on my left leg." "Yes, this is not sea sand at all," Lena commented with a slight mockery, standing in the water up to her waist in a snow-white bandeau swimsuit, and slightly shivering from the cool current. Andrei constantly looked from one girl to another, smiling and expressing good-natured humor. "Girls, you are real beauties. Just like river nymphs in these outfits." "Thank you. This is from the new collection, by the way. Localized_name. Proudly declared. I remember how you couldn't choose them. In a bottle for 200 minutes, Alexei teased and stuck his tongue out at his friend. Vorobyov, having sunk to the bottom, thoughtfully said, "You remind me of someone. A living tricolor. One in white, another in blue, and the third is all red." "Wow, we didn't even notice," Masha laughed. "We didn't plan it, it just happened," Katya easily justified herself. "And it turned out great," Owl winked, giving a thumbs up. While the others splashed in the water, Lena stood chest deep, afraid to go deeper. She rinsed her hair and said dreamily, I wish I had my favorite chocolate shower gel in here right now." Meanwhile, Max came out onto the shore and muttered with a sly smile, "We'll think of something now." Unnoticed by his sister, he picked off some river algae and shouted, "Lenka, there was no gel, but I found you a washcloth. Catch." When the girl turned around, Owl threw a green tuft at her. Lena managed to duck and dive head first, and the algae landed right in Katya's face. The fox screamed in fear and snorted angrily, trying to clear her head of algae. "Alexei, are you stupid?" Alexei, slightly guilty but with a smile, answered, "Sorry, Katya, I just missed. Don't be offended. I'll catch you a perch later." Masha, Ivan, and Andrei laughed merrily at her reaction. "Wow, my river Kikimora," Kuznetsov teased the girl. "Kikimora? Well, thank you." "Oh well, I'll remember this tonight." The redhead was offended, chuckling. The friends continued their fun in the water while Alexei began making a fishing rod. He carefully cut a thin willow branch and tied a meter of long fishing line with a flat sinker and a hook to it. "It wasn't for nothing that I got all this from the fisherman hunter," the guy muttered, tying the knot tightly. Having finished with the gear, Alexei began to move stones in the shallow water in search of caddis flies, bicuirass, and other bait. There were a lot of these creatures, and in a few minutes he had a whole pile of bait. Meanwhile, the friends went ashore to dry off and warm up under the warm rays of the afternoon sun. Alexei entered the river up to his waist. The rocky bottom was clearly visible in the clear water. The teenager began to vigorously move his leg to stir up the sediment from the bottom. This immediately attracted the fish that swam downstream. Lowering his hand with the fishing rod, almost to the elbow, the guy rhythmically pulled it back and forth. The hook with bait slid along the rocks, luring the fish. A few minutes later, Max got the first chub. He triumphantly raised the catch above his head and threw the fish onto the shore, where Lena immediately took it. "I should have a bag in my backpack. We can put the catch there for now," suggested Masha. Alexei patted his stomach and swallowed. "I have an appetite. It's time to set up camp. Vanya, let's go get some firewood." 30 minutes later, the pot of water was already bubbling over the fire. The last portion of rice left over from the supermarket supplies was boiling at the bottom. During this time, Alexei caught 5 perches, 7 chabaks, and about 10 gudgeons with his bait. Lena had already cleaned them and put them in the pot. "Excellent, Max. You're a good boy. We've got a tasty soup waiting for us today." "True, there's a bit of a potato shortage," the cosmonaut said happily, rubbing his hands. Masha, licking her lips, stirred the fish soup with a branch. The main thing is that it's real fish, not canned. The company had a hearty dinner and settled down comfortably under the thick shade of tall poplars. The friends chatted carefree, enjoying the beautiful weather and not rushing to go anywhere. There were no people or zombies around. They managed to find a quiet, secluded place where they could calmly digest their experiences. The rhythmic murmur of the nearby river lulled, creating the feeling that there was no danger around. And the company simply went out into nature to have a picnic. Chapter 4. New Running Shoes. The daytime heat gradually subsided, and a pleasant cool breeze blew from the river. Alexei scratched his bare heel and said thoughtfully, "We need to think of something about shoes. Barefoot can wear your feet out." He remembered the night in Albert Borisovich's cottage, when he ran out onto the porch barefoot, covering his comrades. Soon an explosion thundered. He was blown to the side, and after that there was no time for shoes. With heavy losses, they managed to fight off a pack of infected and leave the village. "Yes, we managed to put on our shoes, but you were unlucky."
The main thing is that your feet are intact. We'll find you some bast shoes, Andrei supported Alexei, adding, "I'll go take a piss." "Andrei?" Katya responded sternly. "What? I didn't say I'll piss. It's all human, no need to pick on me." "Go ahead already," Katya waved her hand, and the friends laughed merrily again. When the scientist disappeared into the bushes, Max stood up and took his belt with throwing knives. "I'm going to that big poplar. I'll practice a little. And I'll stay here. I'm fine in the company of 3 girls," Alexei answered lazily, relaxing surrounded by his girlfriends. Alexei, playing with the knife in his hand, decided to move away from the camp a little. Suddenly he heard a rustling in the bushes and became alert. A hedgehog jumped out of the grass and quickly, busily rustling, walked along the path. "Ugh, you beast! You scared me!" Kuznetsov chuckled and began to relieve himself. When he finished, he turned around and noticed a fleeting dark movement before his eyes. The scientist felt a sharp blow to the head and fell to the ground. "First one is ready," muttered a man of medium height with gray stubble on his large dark face. He leaned over Alexei, not letting go of the baton. At that moment, a tall young guy appeared from the nearby bushes. "Should we kill him, Borov?" "Don't rush, P. We'll have time.
This one might still come in handy. We need to deal with the second one. I saw they have guns. Kuznetsov groaned, opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at his attackers. Borov was a strong man of about 40 years old with a nose that was crooked in several places and looked slightly to the side. Dirty, long uncut hair covered a large head with powerful jaws. His comrade, nicknamed Goroch, seemed thin, tall, and slightly stooped. His elongated, pimply face was distinguished by large, deep-set eyes, and noticeable ears stuck out from his closely shaved head. Before the outbreak, the two lived near each other, in the same religious rehabilitation center, for various socially disadvantaged groups. Borov was there as a chronic alcoholic, and Goroch was placed with foster parents after he began using drugs. When the infection began, they fled the center and have been robbing and looting the area ever since. Recently, the accomplices accidentally stumbled upon a camp by the river and were waiting for the right moment to attack. "Lie down! Don't move, you bastard!" Goroch said bitterly and kicked Alexei in the liver, jumped on top, and tied his hands behind his back with a rope. "Get up immediately! If you make a peep, I'll cut your throat like a ram!" Borov cursed menacingly, barely touching the prisoner's side with his knife.
You can't joke around with Kuznetsov. You better untie me and go your own way if you want to stay alive.
Alexei hissed through his teeth as a threat. "Oh, you're so cool," Goroch grinned and hit Alexei in the stomach with the toe of his rubber boot. Kuznetsov's eyes darkened, his breath caught, and he coughed painfully. "Well, are you going to play the hero any longer, Ramba? Get up, or you'll stay here forever," the fat man said angrily. While Kuznetsov was being tied up by the bandits, Katya shuddered from the cold on the riverbank and looked at the girls.
"It's gotten chilly. Maybe we should change clothes."
The friends agreed, and the three of them headed towards their backpacks. "Masha, please look at my things," Ivan called from behind and turned over onto his other side. The girls barely had time to get clean clothes when Borov appeared on the riverbank. He led Alexei ahead of him, holding a knife to his throat. Everyone is standing still. One wrong move and he's dead. Vorobyov carefully reached for the gun, but at that moment Goroch jumped out from behind the tree and hit the cosmonaut with a stick with all his might. "The second one is ready," the drug addict happily announced. There was another guy with them. "Take care of him," the fat man ordered. "We'll figure it out, now." Goroch grabbed Ivan's sawed-off shotgun and quickly headed to where the dull blows of the knife on the tree bark could be heard. A few minutes later, a shot rang out and the bandit, breathing heavily, returned to the camp. The kid ran away, only his heels flashed in the bushes. I sent iron after him, but it seems I missed, the skinny one reported guiltily. "A sniper, damn it. Okay, we'll deal with him later. Tie this one up before he comes to his senses." Borov nodded at Vorobyov and covered Alexei's crown with the handle of his knife. Katya screamed as she saw her boyfriend collapse unconscious onto the rocks. "Well, now let's start the fun, kids." The fat man laughed merrily and walked up to the girls.
"My redhead?"
the drug addict croaked, licking his chapped lips. "I don't care who, they're all the same, so it doesn't matter. I'll take the blonde and leave the underage one for later," agreed Borov, pushing Lena aside and grabbing Masha by the hair. She tried to break free but got a hard slap and collapsed on the grass. At that very moment, Alexei grabbed a rock and threw it at the advancing P. He dodged and replied with a grin. "You're cheeky. I like that kind. Your swimsuit is great, but now you have to take it off. Are you going to undress yourself or should I rip it?" Katya froze in place and with trembling hands began to undress. Okay, I'll do it myself." "That's good." The drug addict put the sawed-off shotgun on the rocks nearby. "Don't get rowdy or I'll quickly fill you with lead, got it?" "Got it." Localized name bared her firm breasts and obediently lay down on her back. Lena was shaking all over, as if naked in the cold. She watched helplessly as the rapists undressed her friend and could do nothing. Andrei and Ivan were lying unconscious. Her brother had run away. And the girl sat as if paralyzed, hugging her knees with her hands. The fat man leaned his weight on Masha, breathing heavily, and began to pull down her pants with one hand. He grabbed the girl's neck with his lips and made a grunting sound of pleasure. Suddenly, a faint whistle and a barely noticeable slap were heard. At the same second, Borov screamed and whined in pain. Gorok raised his head to understand what had happened to his comrade and loosened his grip. Without losing her composure, Katya grabbed a pebble and hit the rapist in the temple. Pushing the bandit away, who had lost his balance, she picked up a larger boulder and hit him hard on the head. A crunch was heard. Gorok's face was covered in blood. At that very moment, Alexei jumped up abruptly, clutching his right side. A short throwing knife was sticking out just below his ribs. The large man pulled the blade out with effort, his eyes filled with rage, and he began to quickly look around, searching for his attacker. Max jumped out from behind the bushes and threw the second knife. The blade flew past the attacker's ear and hit the rocks with a loud ringing sound, slightly missing Lena. Alexei growled and lunged at the teenager. Sova pulled a third knife from his belt and threw it at the chest. The blade sank deep into the stomach, but the fat man managed to take a few steps and hit Max hard on the head with his fist. Sova managed to bend slightly, and the blow landed on the top of his head. "I'll tear you apart with my bare hands, you bastard," the large man growled, spraying saliva and blood. Alexei grabbed the teenager by the neck, lifted him off the ground, and squeezed his throat with force. Max's face turned blue. He helplessly kicked and thrashed. Masha noticed a sawed-off shotgun lying on the shore and ran to the weapon, but Lena got there first. Grabbing the gun, the girl hurried to help her brother. She put the barrel almost to the bandit's back and fired. When the shot was fired, the butt hit Lena in the shoulder, and she dropped the weapon. Alexei let go of his limp body, quickly turned a full 180 degrees, and fell to the ground. At the same time, Katya did not stop hitting the second attacker. Gorok tried to get up, but Lisitsina broke his nose with a well-aimed throw of a stone, knocked out a couple of teeth, and immediately stunned him. Not giving him time to come to his senses, she gathered all her strength and lifted a large boulder, dropping it right on the addict's head. There was a crunch of bones. Gorok's face turned into a bloody mess. His body trembled in death throes and froze. Lena tried to bring her brother back to life, slapping him on the cheeks. Sova came to his senses a little and grabbed his neck. "A little more, and it would have been over. You intervened in time. Thank you." Max leaned over Borovoy and pulled his own knife out of his stomach. However, the fat man suddenly coughed, opened one eye, and grabbed the teenager by the hand. Sova screamed in fear and immediately stuck the blade right under the bandit's Adam's apple. Borovoy's eyes rolled back. A gurgling sound and a whistle were heard in his throat. The young man darted back and looked at his sister and Masha. "Is he dead now?" Lena whispered with trembling lips. "I hope so. Give me the rifle," her brother answered, and extended his shaking hand. Having made sure that the danger was eliminated, the friends began to bring Ivan and Andrei to consciousness. They doused the boys with cold water, and they came to with difficulty. "Oh God, my head feels like it's splitting. Where are they?" Kuznetsov tried to jump up, suddenly remembering the events that happened before he lost consciousness. Calm down, sit down," Katya reassured him. "They're gone. Everything's fine. We've managed. Everything okay?" Alexei groaned. "What a fool I am. I held the gun in my hands and they knocked me out." "Yeah, okay." The girls told how the events unfolded. At this time, Max pointed the sawed-off shotgun towards the forest. fearing that the bandits might not be alone. We need to do something with the bodies. We can't leave them like this. Maybe we should bury them? Masha asked uncertainly. Of course, it's a pity to waste time burying these scoundrels. Lisitsina was indignant. Lena looked at the river and suggested another way out. Let's throw them into the water. The current is strong. They will be carried far away. I agree. Let the fish feed on them, Andrei confirmed. And Alexei just nodded silently. The boys stood up and, swaying a little, approached Borov's motionless body. Vorobyov took him by the hands. Kuznetsov grabbed him by the legs, but immediately threw them to the ground. Wait, you needed sneakers, right? They look like the right size for him. Maybe you should try them on? What? From a corpse? Alexei winced in disgust. No, from a mannequin. We're not in a store, damn it. Well, it's your business if you don't want to. We'll drag you into the river to drown you. Wait, I'm being stupid. Let me see. Alexei took the sneakers off the dead man, put them on, and grunted affirmatively. It's like they were made for me. Just what I need. Kuznetsov raised his thumb. Well, at least some compensation for the concussion. Hey, Vanya, does he need some underwear, by any chance? It would be a shame to waste it. The sneakers are for me. The underwear is for you, Vorobyov replied sarcastically. The friends lowered the dead man into the water. After the dead man set out on his final journey, the comrades watched him for a few minutes. Alexei said thoughtfully, Max and I could have been in that boat today if it weren't for the girls. Andrei thought for a moment and said, We can't relax. We made a mistake, and now we've received our just punishment. Fortunately, everything ended without any more trouble. The bodies were carried away by the current further and further from the camp, and curious schools of hungry fish followed them. Chapter 5. Shelter. Lev Nikolaevich woke up earlier than usual and sat on his bed, gently rubbing his graying temples. He looked around the small room where he now lived with his son Pyotr. The room had 2 simple beds, a minimum of furniture, light, monochromatic walls, and a small bathroom. Such were the conditions in the underground shelter that now served as the presidential refuge. After the tragedy in the Kremlin laboratory where his wife and daughter died, Lev Nikolaevich decided not to stay in Moscow and left the city. He settled in the Southern Center, as this bunker was called in government circles. Here his son was waiting for him, who was evacuated to the shelter immediately after the introduction of quarantine. At the beginning of the epidemic, Pyotr trained in a sports camp near Sochi. He showed great success in tennis and spent the entire summer at training camps and tournaments. The president ordered that he be taken to the Southern Center, which saved the child from infection. Alexei often thought about the events of the last few days that had taken place in the Kremlin laboratory. The ancient fortress of the Russian state had not been destroyed, but it had not been able to stop the enemy's advance. Part of the leadership, together with the head of state, had surrendered and left Moscow. The rest of the former elite of the country remained in the capital, hiding in a bunker. However, most of them had turned into zombies. No one could stop the rapid attack of the new star. Every day the number of infected people increased many times. Those who could not be recruited by foreign intelligence services for many years went over to the enemy side in just one day. The virus did not use complex tactics. It attacked in all directions, breaking through sanitary barriers and violating quarantine measures. A small group of survivors hid with the president in an underground bunker, disguised on the surface as a research center. In the distance, the waves of the Black Sea splashed, washing the golden beaches. Seagulls soared in the cloudless sky, and a warm southern wind gently swayed the leaves of the trees. But all this was inaccessible to the people locked in the shelter, from which exit was strictly prohibited. The autonomous life support system supported the existence of about 100 people. The bunker was designed for a much larger number, but by the time of evacuation, there were very few healthy individuals left. Among those present were the families of politicians, scientists, military personnel, entrepreneurs, athletes, and a small group of service personnel. The oppressive feeling of hopelessness and the cramped space affected the mental state of people. Most had lost loved ones. No one could say when the epidemic would end, or whether it would happen at all. Many already felt that this was where they were doomed to find their grave. Cool light softly illuminated the walls of the shelter. At times, muffled footsteps and voices could be heard in its halls. After breakfast, Alexei and his closest aides organized another routine meeting. In a small room called the conference hall, the last representatives of the elite of a country that had effectively ceased to exist were seated on simple hard chairs at a long table. "So, what news does anyone have? Any suggestions?" the president asked. The shelter's chief engineer, coughing into his fist, replied, "I suggest we start growing vegetables, root crops, greens, and berries. We have empty greenhouses with a microclimate system. There are a lot of seeds and seedlings in stock in the warehouse. Although I'm not an agronomist, I think we can organize a small vegetable garden here. People will get fresh vitamins straight from the beds, which is better than pills. Many people are already tired of food from the printed kitchen, and fresh products will liven up our diet." "An excellent idea, I support it. We need to find out who among those present was involved in gardening," the president nodded. "Does everyone agree with Zakhar Yevgenyevich's opinion?" The assembled group hummed approvingly, nodding their heads. Everyone, that is, except Alexei Chernov, who shrugged indifferently and yawned widely. It's clear that in the past, people didn't want to eat food from 3D food printers, but now they have to, he noted wearily. It would be better to focus on creating a vaccine, given the available opportunities. At least there is time, interjected Lev Nikolaevich, an assistant, clearly tired of Chernov's sarcasm. "There are doctors among us, but there is not a single real virologist. The last of them are gone from the Kremlin laboratory," sadly noted Elena Vasilyevna Malashkina, the former deputy minister of health, who is now responsible for the medical part of the shelter. "That's right. We have physicists, engineers, military personnel, ministers, 5 honored artists, several mathematicians and other specialists. But unfortunately, we have no luck with virologists," unexpectedly poetically said Deputy Prime Minister for Sports and Tourism, Arsen Arkadyevich Gasparyan. "It seems that a new poet has joined this useless company," Chernov quietly remarked, sarcastically again, clapping his hands. "What do you mean?" the president asked, frowning and looking at his first mate. "I mean that half of those living here are wasting the resources of those who are young and will be able to live until better times to repopulate the planet." Alexei looked up at the ceiling indifferently. "Are you out of your mind? What are you even talking about?" thundered Vladimir Romanovich Gornilov, an elderly general who was highly valued by the president. "I just expressed my point of view, that's all. Do we have democracy? Or is it not so anymore? When exactly did we turn into a totalitarian tiny state in the dungeon? Personally, I advocate common sense." The advisor leaned back in his chair and with a mocking smile impudently met the gaze of the military man. "Chernov, it is not up to you to decide who to execute and who to spare," Lev Nikolaevich said with restraint, trying to diffuse the situation. "We have enough resources. Let's continue. Are there any more questions?" "I think it would be wise to divide the base into male and female zones to avoid cough." The chief engineer hesitated, searching for a suitable term. "Do you mean natural needs, Zakhar Evgenievich? You don't like the way young soldiers look at your daughters?" Alexander intervened with a smile. "Enough. You're already provoking," the president said in a cold voice. "Families are not involved in this sense. Separate rooms are provided for them. And the rest should be separated by gender to maintain discipline, the chief engineer concluded. This is a difficult question. I doubt that everyone will like such an idea. Let's think about it and discuss it at the next meeting, Lev Nikolaevich concluded. At this point, the meeting ended and those present began to disperse to their compartments. The former top brass did not know what to do. However, there was plenty of work. People were needed to cook, clean, wash, treat, and maintain order. The center's personnel had been reduced as much as possible before the evacuation in order to make room for the upper classes. But in the end, the bunker was half empty. The days in the shelter dragged on slowly and uniformly. Depression increasingly overwhelmed the people locked underground. Quarrels and conflicts over domestic issues occurred more and more often. After some time, 2 soldiers who had seriously violated discipline had to be isolated in a separate compartment. An even more serious blow to the team was the sudden stroke of the chief engineer. Zakhar Evgenyevich was saved, but the man partially lost his mobility. He was in the infirmary, surrounded by the care of his 2 daughters. Despite the difficulties, most of the shelter's inhabitants felt safe and agreed with it. The small community lived quietly underground, hoping that the epidemic would soon end, and they would be able to return to the surface. The days went by, sometimes bringing problems and sometimes joyful moments. But sometimes it seemed to Alexei that it was easier to manage a country with a multi-million population than to take care of this small group of people. Chapter 6. Hunters, or Prey. A full day had passed since the robbers' attack. The comrades decided to change their camp location and move several kilometers downstream. They were on guard for the possible appearance of new, uninvited guests, but no one else disturbed their peace. After the blow to the back of the head, Alexei often felt dizzy. Ivan was a little luckier. He only had a big bump, but overall he felt fine. It was a beautiful summer day. The boys were resting in the shade, recuperating, and the girls were doing a big wash. Later, they hung the wet clothes on the clotheslines and changed into fresh clothes. Katya put on short black sports shorts and a red top. Then she took a checkered shirt with short sleeves and denim shorts from Alexei's backpack and threw to the guy. "Here you go, ragamuffin. Wear them carefully. You don't have any new clothes anymore." "Thank you, Mommy. When the old ones dry, don't forget to darn them, iron them, and starch the collar." "Yeah, I'll do that," Lisichkina laughed. Meanwhile, Masha and Ivan were changing nearby. The girl put on denim shorts and a light t-shirt with thin straps. Vorobyov sat down on military shorts just below the knee and a sand-colored t-shirt with a large image of Jupiter on the chest. When they returned to the camp, Max and Lena were already there. Sova wore wide swamp-colored pants with spacious pockets on the sides and an orange t-shirt with the name of his favorite rock band on the back. Lena chose a pink tunic and gray cropped leggings. "Cool costume. Is that Mars?" Owl asked, pointing at the image of the planet. "Come on, that's the moon." "What, are you bad at astronomy?" the astronaut replied with a grin. "It won't appear until next year. We haven't studied it yet," the teenager shrugged. Alexei picked up his camp axe. "Then I forgive you. It's actually Jupiter. Enough idleness. Let's go get some firewood. We need to cook dinner." "Let's go," agreed Owl. The guy tightened his belt with throwing knives and picked up a pocket saw. "I'll stay and guard the girls," Kuznetsov added, stretching. "Yeah, who's going to guard whom?" Katya said mockingly and tugged at his ear. Andrei looked away guiltily, leaned against a tree and pulled the sawed-off shotgun towards himself. "Okay, don't be offended, you're always my hero." Katya quickly kissed him on the cheek, whispering a few sweet words. Meanwhile, Alexei and Max disappeared from sight. The boys went deeper into the forest in search of dry branches and soon came to a clearing with 2 furrows covered with grass. A track. Strange. The place is remote. Who could drive here? Owl sat down and tapped the ground with a stick. Alexei looked at the wheel tracks. Maybe fishermen were driving by. I haven't seen any interesting fishing here, only small stuff. The teenager stood between the furrows. And the tracks are wide, more like tractor tracks. Tractor, Vorobyov said thoughtfully. At that moment, the cosmonaut's stomach began to rumble loudly, and he felt the onset of hunger. The owl turned his head, carefully examining the dry vegetation. Well, yes, it looks like a tractor. This road probably leads to a village or a farm. A farm, or some kind of farm. Owl, you're a good boy. Did you realize what you said? If this really is a farm, then maybe not all the animals were eaten. After all, this is meat, Max. There's an option. Let's go for a walk. We need to inform our guys. Ivan looked towards the camp. Let's take a quick look around first. Maybe there's something nearby. The boys hurried along a country road to the west. As they climbed a hill, they noticed a thin column of black smoke in the distance. Half an hour later, they approached a large hangar covered with blue siding. There were several houses nearby, two of which were almost completely burned down, and smoke was coming from them. The entrance to the hangar was slightly open. The friends approached carefully and immediately smelled the disgusting smell of excrement and meat rotting in the sun. On the ground in the stalls lay several carcasses of dead cows. Max barely held back his nausea and stepped aside. Even after a long fast, I couldn't eat that. Maybe not everyone in this barn has disappeared. Maybe some cow died recently. Let's check. Alexei lifted his t-shirt and put it on his nose like a mask. Damn, well, okay, let's try, Owl reluctantly agreed. The boys opened the hangar doors and went inside. Alexei walked confidently at the head, holding a sawed-off shotgun in front of him. The friends made almost no sounds and carefully searched each stall. It was obvious that most of the animals had died of hunger, the skin tightly clinging to the dried-out ribs protruding from their sides. Vorobyov noticed a cow with a torn belly, its entrails scattered all over the room, and numerous wounds gaping on its skin. Thousands of maggots crawled in a mixture of hay, rotting meat, and manure. It seemed like a living covering that swayed under the lifeless carcass. Inside the hangar, there was a grumbling buzz of hundreds of flies. Look, it's strange somehow. They mauled one, and the others seemed to have died on their own. They weren't even touched, Alexei muttered, pointing the sawed-off shotgun at the wounded cow. Maybe they didn't infect her, but the local dogs mauled her, Owl suggested. Okay, there's nothing to catch here. Everything's gone bad. Let's get out of here. Alexei quickly ran out into the street and took a deep breath of fresh air. A couple of minutes later, having come to their senses, the friends decided to explore other buildings. Approaching one of the houses, suddenly there was a crunch of branches behind them. The guys turned around and stopped. 200 meters away, making its way through the young birches, a cow was climbing a hill. Ew, meat! Owl rejoiced, and the friends rushed after the animal without a word. The cow was exhausted and scared. She slid her hooves on the grass, trying to climb up the hill, limping on her right front leg. Alexei and Max were rapidly approaching the prey, trying not to miss the fleeing food. At the top of the slope, Vorobyov ran forward and blocked the path, while Sova blocked the retreat. Coming closer, the guys noticed that in front of them was not a cow, but a young bull. He had already managed to go a little wild and was looking warily at the strangers. Vorobyov held an axe in one hand and a sawed-off shotgun in the other, not deciding which to choose. Sova stood silently behind the bull with a knife in his hands, looking at his older comrade with bewilderment. So the three of them stood motionless for a whole minute. No one dared to start an action. The animal felt tired and understood that it would not be possible to escape now. And since the people did not make any sudden movements, the bull rested, restoring its strength. Having caught up with the target, the boys did not know how to approach it. A young bull is not a hare or a pig, which can be killed quickly. In a desperate fight, the animal could seriously injure them. Alexei slightly swung his axe, thinking out loud. What to do? I have cartridges with shot,
but you won't kill him with them. You'll only cripple him, and then it will be impossible to approach him. Maybe I should shoot him in the ear point blank, Owl suggested. Are you a maniac? He'll even stick a sawed-off shotgun in our ear. Alexei grinned. Let's try. I'll distract you, Max said, and stood to the side of the bull. I guess I'll try, Vorobyov agreed. We can stun him anyway, and then, if necessary, we'll finish him off.
Here's how to do all this now. The astronaut carefully placed the axe on the ground, tore off a bunch of grass and slowly approached the bull. Want to feed it? Max couldn't help but laugh. Alexei frowned, feeling beads of sweat appear on his forehead. Do you have other options? Maybe you want me to give you the gun? No, my hand will shake. The teenager immediately justified himself. The animal met the man's gaze. Fear flashed in the calf's huge, gentle eyes. Suddenly, the bull snorted, made a short warning, moo, and abruptly rushed forward. Alexei managed to step to the side, trying to dodge, but the powerful body knocked him off his feet even with a light touch. Max rushed after the calf. The cosmonaut quickly got up, but suddenly noticed a group of zombies who were rapidly approaching the foot of the hill. Recently, these infected attacked a bull in the forest, but it managed to escape. The infected lost the prey near the farm, but stubbornly pursued further.
Vorobyov counted about 10 opponents, quickly lay down in the grass, but it was too late. The trees on the top of the hill were sparse and low. The zombies saw the movement and began to climb the slope. Alexei hesitated. He had to make a decision, to let the bull go and remain without food, or to become food for the cannibals himself. At this time, Max caught up with the calf and was able to stop it. The ungulate stood still and shook its head in confusion, flaring its nostrils wide. At that very moment, Alexei noticed 7 more zombies running out of the thicket behind the hangar. They moved slower than the infected from the first group and fell behind during the chase. As a result, their number almost reached 20, and in the hands of the cosmonaut were only an axe and a sawed-off shotgun with 5 cartridges, since the rest of the ammunition was left at the camp by the river.
Alexei estimated that the distance between the two groups was about 200 meters, and still decided to take a risky step. At that moment, the bull turned around and headed back straight at Vorobyov. The cosmonaut did not hesitate, dropped the rifle, grabbed the axe with both hands, and immediately struck the calf right between the eyes with the butt. The calf swayed, let out a wheeze, and barely stayed on its feet. Alexei delivered another strong blow to the same spot. The animal's knees buckled, and the carcass fell heavily on its side with a dull roar. The cosmonaut thrust the axe with all his might for the 3rd time. There was a crack. The calf was stunned, but continued to breathe. Alexei crouched down, took out the knife, and plunged it into the throat of the prey. Moo was the last plaintive moo of the bull. His body was shaking, his lips were trembling, and the death agony of death gripped his entire being. The calf took a deep breath of warm air through his wide, soft nostrils. His gaze was directed at the cloudless blue sky, froze, and went out forever. At that moment, Max noticed zombies climbing the slope and shouted, "Vanya! There are cannibals!" "I know! Don't drizzle! We'll make it!" Alexei felt the bull's hind leg, pierced the skin near the joint with a knife, and began to carefully cut the meat. When the blade touched the bone, the cosmonaut handed the axe to the teenager. "Here! Hit here! Aim for the joint between the bones. If you chop it, the rest can be cut off with a knife." Max stood there, a little dumbfounded. He was already used to killing the infected, but the thought of having to chop off the leg of a still warm calf made him shudder nervously. "What are you standing there for? Chop it up, I say. We won't be able to carry off the whole bull. We need to take apart and run." I can't," the teenager muttered. "Move." I'll hold them off as long as I can.
Cut them down! Alexei's voice didn't imply any doubt. The owl took the axe and struck the calf's leg. With a second swing, Max forcefully hacked into the bone, which stubbornly refused to give way. Enraged, he put all his strength into the next blow, and a crack was heard. Alexei decided to save his ammo and looked around. He noticed a fallen trunk of a small birch tree lying on the grass, dragged it to the hillside, lifted it with difficulty, and threw it at the approaching enemies. The log fell with a crash and knocked down 2 zombies. 3 more infected, climbing up behind them, almost reached the top. Holding the height, Ivan kicked one down, stunned the second with a blow from the butt of his rifle, and retreating a couple of steps, fired a shot into the face of the third. Max! What do you have there?
Now! The teenager brought the axe down with another dull blow, and finally, the bone gave way. Alexei took up the knife. His face was already covered with a fine mesh of blood and pieces of veal meat. His hands had stopped shaking. He hacked at the flesh with fury, separating the leg from the bull's carcass. 5 new cannibals approached the summit. Vorobyov fired a clip at them, but one of them survived. The pellets had disfigured his face. His right eye was leaking out. His cheekbones were hanging from his jaw. However, he got up and rushed at the man with a furious howl. The cosmonaut managed to step aside and put his foot out. The zombie stumbled and fell on his stomach. Vorobyov immediately jumped on his head with both feet and then hit him in the temple with the toe of his sneaker. "Okay, let's run," the young butcher shouted excitedly. Ivan ran with long strides to the calf, grabbed the severed leg, and ran down the other side of the hill. Max covered their escape with an axe and a knife.
When the infected reached the scene of the bloody slaughter with the bull, they forgot about the fugitives and pounced on the warm carcass.
The unfortunate animal served the people twice. It gave them meat and distracted the pursuers. The zombies swarmed around the prey and greedily tore the juicy flesh. With satisfied grunts, they licked the blood from the grass and bit into the fresh meat. Meanwhile, the boys went down, saw that the pursuers had disappeared, and hurried to the camp. Ivan carried his leg on his shoulder and was already dreaming of a hearty dinner. Phew, we got away with it. Right now, a dead bull is much more interesting to them than us. And we'll still have to run after it. Yes, but it's a shame to leave so much meat for these animals. Max, watch out! We probably wouldn't be able to eat a whole calf anyway. It would spoil in the heat. But this leg will last us a few days.
Soon the comrades came to a familiar path that led them to the farm and headed for the camp. The walk back was harder, but the mood was better. The load they had promised a great dinner today. When the guys entered the forest near the camp, they heard angry swearing.
Dude, are you crazy? We've been looking for you all over the forest. The girls are already crying, burying you. And you're walking and screaming at the top of your lungs as if nothing happened? Kuznetsov appeared from behind the trees with a bandaged head and a sawed-off shotgun in his hand. Quiet, boy, don't swear. Something happened here. We took the initiative without warning. See what we found on the road? Ivan answered, proudly showing off his loot. Wow, great. Where did you find it? Andrei asked with appetite. The one we took it from has now lost his voice. Let's go to the camp and tell everyone the details.
Half an hour later, the company would gather around a large fire,
Threading chunks of beef onto thick sticks and roasting them over red coals. After several hungry days, simple roast meat, even without marinade, seasonings, or vegetables, seemed like a real culinary masterpiece. People kept the fire going until late at night and baked meat for later. When the moon appeared above the treetops, only the bone remained of the bull's leg. Soon everyone except Andrei fell asleep, and Kuznetsov, not wanting to fall asleep while on duty, slowly walked along the shore. From time to time, the splash of fish could be heard from the water, and the calls of night birds could be heard in the forest. Nothing else disturbed the silence of the small camp by the river. Chapter 7. Survival Lessons. The sole of Albert Borisovich's sneaker was falling off and dragging on the ground with every step he took. He was worried about the poor quality of his shoes. The professor did not want to wander through the forest without shoes, and alas, there was no way to go and buy new boots. Kaimovich was constantly thinking about the future, about where to go with Tanya, and where to find a new home. He came to the decisive conclusion that it was impossible to stay in Novosibirsk. Hordes of zombies, marauders, bandits, outbreaks of dangerous infections due to the many decomposing corpses on the streets, all this made survival impossible. In winter, the lack of heating and other comfortable conditions in the houses would force them to look for a new shelter. Albert Borisovich realized that gradually, the cannibals would begin to wander off in search of food to the outskirts of the city, villages, and nearby territories. So it was necessary to take advantage of the remaining time and go as far as possible to sparsely populated areas. The professor knew one place in Caucasia well, which always attracted his attention.
A small research base for observing wild nature was located in the mountains not far from the reserve. His old friend worked there, and Alexei often went there to spend his vacation. Traveling abroad and noisy seaside resorts were of no interest to Albert Borisovich. Only among the mountains and forests, far from the bustle and civilization, did he find true peace of mind and body. The professor remembered that the base was operational all year round and was equipped to survive on its own. This meant that there was enough food, medicine, and protective equipment to survive at least the entire winter. But the scientist found it difficult to imagine how to get there with a small child. So he decided that if they could find a suitable house in the wilderness, they would stay there until spring, and then the situation would show itself. Alexei was convinced that the infected would not be able to withstand the harsh Siberian cold, and the next 7 or 8 months would be decisive for their survival. In his thoughts, the professor often lost himself in his thoughts, quickened his pace, and even began to gesticulate, quietly talking to himself. Tanya, walking alongside, lagged behind, and, seeing that her mentor had again withdrawn into his thoughts, shouted after him, "Wait! Wait!" The scientist did not immediately come to his senses. For some time he continued to move out of habit. Then he seemed to shake himself off. He looked back, laughed, touching his unkempt beard, which had already grown a little, adjusted his glasses, extended his hand, and they walked together again. "Are you tired?" the mentor would sometimes ask as they walked along the path. The girl just shrugged and nodded. She gradually got used to the long walks and tried to endure her fatigue silently, so as not to seem like a burden. They reached the road, but in order to avoid walking through open terrain, they walked about 20 meters from the highway through a small forest, where they could quickly take cover if necessary. "Let's rest," the professor finally said, pointing to the fallen tree. "The weather is great today. It's much nicer to walk in it than in the rain." Tanya answered with a smile. "Agreed. What about our supplies?" Albert Borisovich began to rummage through his backpack and pulled out a small piece of smoked sausage with some dried bread. The remaining provisions taken from the burnt laboratory were running low. "I could use some ice cream right now," the girl said thoughtfully. "Here's some sausage-flavored ice cream for you." The professor smiled and handed her half, sharing his portion with Dodge. Tanya ate everything to the last crumb and asked for water. The professor pulled out a flask, but there were only a few sips left in it. "Patience. We'll definitely find a stream ahead," Albert Borisovich promised, watching the girl squeeze out the last drops. A few minutes later, Tanya started hiccuping, and it got worse each time. Alexei grinned and noted that the dry rations clearly didn't suit her, otherwise all the zombies in the area would hear them. The girl answered, slightly guilty, that she was very thirsty. Alexei, looking at the dog, noted that she was obviously thirsty too, watching the dog breathing heavily with his tongue hanging out. They decided to move on, trying to find water faster. 20 minutes later, they noticed a large gas station ahead. Alexei nodded and pointed out that there was probably a store for drivers here. At the same time, he adjusted the sole of his shoe, which had started to come off. Tanya asked if it was dangerous there, if there were any infected. Alexei answered that if there were, then only a few, and joked that it was time for her to stop being afraid and learn to fight them. The girl looked at him with fear, and Alexei understood that she was too weak to cope with the infected, but he wanted to teach Tanya to protect herself as soon as possible. He often repeated his words to her. In the new world, the one who learns to fight back faster has a better chance of surviving. It didn't matter to Alexei that he himself was to blame for the current situation. He simply accepted this reality. Just recently, the scientist could not even imagine such an outcome. But now, his entire previous life seemed like a distant dream. Alexei, Tanya, and Dodge came out into the open space and crossed the street. It was a few minutes' walk to the gas station. The professor slowed down, looking ahead carefully. Albert Borisovich stopped, hesitating. He could not decide what was best to do, leave the girl outside or go inside with her. Tanya walked slightly behind the mentor, just a step away from him. "Let's see what's there. Don't leave me," the scientist warned the girl. Alexei decided that Dodge would only be a nuisance inside the building and let him off the leash. "You can look for prey here for a bit." The entrance door of the gas station was knocked down. The thick glass shattered into small pieces onto the asphalt. The professor peered into the doorway, carefully examining everything and listening to the slightest sounds. Tanya was silent, looking around in fear and covering her mouth with her hands so as not to hiccup too loudly. Albert Borisovich entered the store and waved to the girl. Inside were several shelves with food, drinks, and auto goods. On the floor lay chocolate bars, packages of cookies, noodles, rolls, chips, snacks, and bottles of soda. "Eat, but don't overeat," said the mentor, seeing how the child's eyes sparkled at the abundance he saw. After making sure that no one else was there, Alexei filled a flask with clean water and put several more bottles in the backpack. He also put chocolate bars, cookies, and other snacks for the journey there. While Tanya, sitting on the operator's counter and swinging her legs, was diligently eating chips, washing them down with cool lemonade, a scientist approached the door with a sign.
"Service area. No entry for unauthorized persons."
The man pulled the handle several times, but it remained tightly closed. Footprints were visible on the surface of the door. Someone had obviously kicked it, trying to get inside, but the attempts were unsuccessful.
"I guess I should try to open it. Maybe the guard's weapon is still there."
Kaimovich muttered, inserting the blade of his machete into the gap next to the lock. Alexei pressed his shoulder, carefully twisted the blade and moved it deeper, feeling for the latch. He pried it open, and the door opened easily. Behind the threshold was a dark storage room where no light from the street penetrated. The scientist immediately felt a sharp, unpleasant smell, squeezed the handle of the machete, and carefully entered. Along the right wall of the narrow but long room, there were shelves with things, and on the floor lay a large flashlight. The outlines of boxes were discernible near the far wall, but in the semi-darkness they were difficult to discern. Kaimovich carefully picked up and turned on the flashlight. Through the heaps of boxes and packages protruded women's legs in black shoes and nylon tights, but the person's face was not visible. "Hey!" the professor said quietly, not moving from his spot. His body remained motionless, and Alexei reluctantly took a step forward. In the corner, between the boxes, lay a woman of about 40 years old, and,
Judging by her even and quiet breathing, she was asleep. Alexei directed the beam of a flashlight at her face, but the stranger did not react in any way. The scientist noticed that her body was covered with barely noticeable trembling. Albert Borisovich realized that the woman was infected, but her body was struggling with the virus and had not yet given up. The professor decided that there was nothing more he could do here. He didn't want to dirty his hands by finishing off the patient, so he turned away from the body and began to carefully examine the contents of the boxes on the shelves. In one, he found a whole pack of batteries for flashlights, and in another, gel for cleaning hands and food. When Alexei was about to leave the room, suddenly there was a rustling sound from behind. The woman's legs began to move weakly behind the boxes. The scientist came closer. The infected woman could see almost nothing, but she noticed the movement in front of her, instinctively stretched out her arms, and made an attempt to get closer. Then Albert Borisovich kicked her hard in the chest and pushed her into the very corner of the room. The woman responded with an indistinct scream, more out of anger than pain. Alexei called Tanya. "Come here." The girl cautiously entered the utility room and said, "I'm here." The professor handed her a machete and said, "Come closer and take it." The child timidly took the blade, holding it with both hands with difficulty. "Hit her," the mentor sternly pointed at the infected. Tanya's throat tightened with excitement. Her arms and legs began to tremble, and her eyes filled with tears. It seemed that the girl was about to cry, as children her age often do. However, Tanya was no longer the little girl who allowed herself such weaknesses. She was silent, as if numb, afraid to even move from horror. She wanted to run away, to leave the dark and scary room where the stranger stood in the shadows. But it was even more terrible to strike a living creature and try to destroy it. Tanya froze in indecision, overcome by internal fear and a struggle with herself. This is no longer a human. If we don't neutralize her, she will attack us. She is weak now. Hit her with the machete with all your strength. The professor instructed, continuing his training. The girl took a step forward, raised the blade above her head, closed her eyes. But a moment later she stepped back, dropping the weapon and hiding behind Alexei Borisovich. "I can't. I won't," Tanya whispered guiltily, like a schoolgirl who had shied away from her homework. Haimovich frowned and took a deep breath. He squatted down in front of the girl so that their gazes would match in height. The scientist, softly, almost in a whisper, said words that sent shivers down Tanya's spine. "Tanya, it's time to learn to bite and kill, or you'll die yourself. In this world, you need sharp teeth. Hit." However, the little girl shook her head, looking down at the floor. The mentor grabbed her shoulders tightly.
You have to, if you want to survive.
The professor picked up the machete and put the handle in Tanya's palm. Alexei Borisovich sat with his back to the zombie and did not notice how the infected woman gathered her last strength and crawled towards him. The woman had almost risen to her feet. Hunger pushed her forward and gave her energy. The virus made her brain think that there was prey nearby that could relieve the excruciating pain in her stomach. Without turning around, the professor stood up and grabbed Tanya by the hand, standing between himself and the zombie. "Hit, Tanya." The words stuck in Alexei's throat when he saw the infected woman just a step away from him. The woman was gasping for breath and rushed at her victim. Tanya, overcome with fear, closed her eyes, reflexively raised the machete in front of her, and curled up into a ball. "Mom!" she screamed. The mentor managed to push the girl aside at the last moment and punched the attacker in the face. However, the infected only jerked her head and dug her nails into the professor's face. Alexei was scared, stepped back, and hit his back on the shelf. Tanya was confused and dropped the machete again, helplessly clenching her fists. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and her body trembled, as if from an electric discharge. Alexei realized that if he lingered any longer, he would lose his eyes. A disgusting smell emanated from the zombie's half-open mouth. Yellow teeth gnashed in anticipation of fresh flesh. He grabbed the infected by the hair with his left hand and hit her with the flashlight. A quick kick to the solar plexus, and the woman flew back to the boxes. Alexei raised the machete and did not let the zombie get up. A second later, the blade cut the infected's face from eyelid to chin in two. "It's time to learn to defend yourself. I won't always be around," Alexei repeated sullenly, and headed for the sales area. Tanya hurried after him. The professor threw canned goods, cookies, bottles of water, and sweets that wouldn't melt in the heat into his backpack. The girl found 2 lighters that had fallen between the shelves. Kaimovich looked around the store again. "Great, now we have supplies for a few days, let's move on." The shoppers were already leaving the store at the gas station and were about to cross the street when they noticed a bicycle standing by the fence on the other side. It looked to be in good working order, and more importantly, had a child seat. "With such transport, we would have moved forward quickly," said Albert Borisovich, trying to unfasten the anti-theft cable, "but there is nothing to cut the cable with. Perhaps this bike belongs to that woman. Maybe she has a child whom she takes to kindergarten or school, and she herself comes here to work." Tanya had already recovered from the shock and could again reason sensibly. The professor scratched his nose thoughtfully. "Maybe. Then, she still has the keys to the castle. I'll check now." "Call Dodge," he said. The scientist hurried back into the store. Returning to the back room, the man turned on the flashlight and pointed it at the lifeless body. The disfigured face remained motionless, but Alexei still felt some fear of this lady. He crouched down and began to examine her clothes with particular caution. The victim was wearing a signature blue jacket, a light blouse, a skirt, and tights. There were no keys in the jacket pockets. Then the professor carefully examined the room and noticed a lady's bag on a hook. He took it off, went out into the sales area, and emptied the contents onto the counter of the cellar. Among the papers, coins, cosmetics, and other feminine accessories lay a bunch of keys. Alexei Borisovich was delighted and quickly went outside. He walked around the store, but Tanya was no longer there. The scientist ran around the gas station, but the girl and Dodge were still missing. Confused, he anxiously glanced around the area in search of the child. At that moment, real fear seized him. The professor imagined that he could be alone again. The feeling of loneliness that he experienced before the epidemic began squeezed his heart with pain. This little child became a special meaning for him, a source of care and a piece of light in his dim soul. Only her salvation remained, the only good deed among the many terrible actions of the scientist. After the head injury, the dark force increasingly took over Alexei Borisovich's consciousness, and only thanks to Tanya did something human continue to live in him. The professor quickly walked around the gas station building again and shouted loudly, "Anya." Alexei wasn't afraid that the infected might come to him. He was ready to fight, as long as there was someone nearby for whom it was worth fighting. The only thing Kaimovich was afraid of now was being alone again. "Tanya!" the scientist cried out in despair. But there was deathly silence in response. For a moment, the professor thought that perhaps the girl had taken offense at what had happened in the utility room and had hidden somewhere secluded. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, being sure that Tanya would not have done such a thing. Suddenly, a slight noise reached his ears from above, and he looked up. Most of the gas station was occupied by a canopy that protected the places for recharging cars from rain and snow. It was conditional to call it a gas station. There was only one gasoline, one diesel, and one gas column for those who had not yet switched to an electric motor. The rest of the space was occupied by small yellow columns, a little more than a meter high. They had a cylindrical shape, which is why people called them batteries. Some stations even specially made them look like AA batteries.
The driver stopping at such a gas station connected a cable with a plug from the column to the car's charging unit. Albert Borisovich realized that the girl was hiding on the roof, but suddenly an alarming feeling appeared in his head. "Tanya, are you there? Come down, we need to leave." No one answered. The noise from above died down. The professor noticed a ladder attached to the wall of the store and removed the safety catch from the traumatic pistol. There were few cartridges left, and Alexei kept them carefully. However, his inner instinct told him that they could be very useful now. The scientist quietly climbed up the stairs. As soon as his head appeared above the edge of the roof, Albert Borisovich saw a man of about 30, holding Tanya tightly. The stranger was wearing a uniform with the emblem of a gas station. His small head, with a mottled face and eyes slightly tilted toward his nose, was hidden by a worn baseball cap. A large hematoma was visible under the man's right eyelid. He was pressing the child to his mouth with his palm, not allowing the baby to even squeak. Kaimovich immediately assessed the situation and tried to understand the stranger's intentions. Why did he take Tanya? Was he just scared, or did he decide to keep her hostage? What does he want from us? Alexei quickly moved to the roof and hid his hand with the gun behind his back. The kidnapper squeezed the girl even tighter and glared at the professor. "Hey, stop. I'm going to rip your head off." The refueler threatened in a trembling voice and took a step back. "Hello. We were just passing by. Got some water and cookies downstairs. We'll give it all back to you, sorry. I didn't know it was your territory, no offense. Friend, let the girl go, and we'll leave right away." The scientist answered calmly, cautiously taking a half step closer. The stranger licked his lips and looked around anxiously, as if searching for help. Alexei glanced at Tanya and saw no trace of fear in her eyes. Her serious gaze betrayed deep concentration and thought. The professor took a step closer by 1 meter. But the kidnapper suddenly screamed desperately, "Stop! One more step and I'll kill her. And then I'll destroy you all of you." Alexei froze, trying to maintain a friendly smile. Tanya's head was just above the kidnapper's waist, and he had to shoot straight at the head so as not to hit the girl. But there was no time to aim, and the professor was not a very good shooter. The stranger was unarmed, but Alexei understood that he was capable of breaking the little girl's neck with his bare hands. The next second, something unexpected happened to both men, although Tanya was prepared for it. When the kidnapper slightly loosened his grip, the girl deftly bit his finger, with such force that he pinched in pain and jerked his hand sharply, almost dislocating her jaw. Tanya fell on her side and rolled along the roof, and Alexei immediately fired. The rubber bullet hit below the intended target and hit the chest, but it was enough for the captor to collapse to the floor. A long groan escaped from his chest, and he instinctively pressed his hands to the place of the blow. The girl managed to hide behind Alexei, who took out a machete and approached the attacker. "Why did you kidnap a child?" he asked. He looked sullenly from under his brows, cleared his throat, and muttered something unintelligible. His inadequate look and restlessly darting eyes revealed that the stranger was not in his right state. Having moved away some distance and noticing the guests, he got scared, climbed onto the roof, and when Tanya was left alone, not understanding why, he kidnapped the girl. "Alexei, turn away," the professor asked the little girl, taking out a machete. The blade easily cut the throat. The fueler choked, disappeared into the pose, and froze with motionless eyes. Blood spilled across the roof in a wide puddle. Albert Borisovich calmly examined the corpse and lingered his gaze on its shoes. They were high woolen boots with thick soles, reminiscent of army boots.
Kaimovich took them off the corpse and tried them on himself. Although the boots were a little small, the professor decided that this was better than continuing to walk in the fallen-apart sneakers. Having gone down, Albert Borisovich and Tanya approached the bicycle. The scientist took out a bunch of keys and opened the lock. "Well, now we're in a good position. It's much faster than walking. Get on quickly," the mentor ordered. Then Kaimovich whistled loudly, and a minute later Dodge ran out from behind the trees. "And again, you weren't there when help was needed. They almost kidnapped our Tanya," the owner began to reproach the dog.
The dog looked at them in surprise, barely raised his ears, and licked his lips slightly.
"Okay, what can you expect from me? Let's go. Don't fall behind, beast." The professor pushed off hard with his feet and pedaled. The steering wheel wobbled slightly, but he kept his balance. As they drove out of the gas station, Alexei looked to the left out of habit to check for cars. But the highway was empty in both directions, and no one was driving. As soon as the gas station disappeared from sight, Tanya quietly said, "I learned to bite." Alexei did not hear and asked again, "What?" The girl answered louder, "I learned to bite. I bit him. I will try harder." The professor understood what she wanted to say and smiled. "I see. Well done. You did the right thing. I didn't even expect it. A very brave deed." The praise caused a slight blush to appear on the girl's cheeks. Alexei fell silent for a moment and added, "Honestly, I was worried about you." Tanya remained silent, and the scientist was lost in his thoughts. They drove along an empty road, occasionally driving around abandoned cars. Once, 3 zombies ran out of the forest and rushed after them, but the people calmly broke away from their pursuers. The Dodge motorcycle behaved sensibly, not getting into fights, calmly riding next to them, glancing at its owner and the girl. Alexei, pedaling, was deeply thinking about the future, and Tanya remembered her parents. The professor did not notice how her eyes began to water, either from the wind or from echoes of her distant childhood. Chapter 8. The Deserted Camp. Alexei sat on a rock, slightly cringing from the morning freshness that wafted in from the river. Sova, despite his nickname, was a real lark in terms of biorhythm, so early shifts were much easier for him than night shifts. The teenager felt his back getting stiff and decided to stretch a little. After doing a few simple exercises and washing himself with cold water, he began to light a fire. When the flames engulfed the thin branches and spread to the thicker logs, Alexei collected water from the river and hung the pot over the fire. He wanted some herbal tea because yesterday the girls had collected fresh oregano, St. John's wort, chamomile, and wild raspberry leaves. After stirring the logs, the teenager began to watch the sunrise which had just appeared over the horizon. The others were still dozing under the canopy of a large tent for 6 people, taken from a mega mall. Masha woke up and snuggled up to her husband, hugging him by the shoulder. Andrei was quietly snoring next to her, his head on Katya's chest. In the third section, Lena was breathing peacefully, curled up like a little kitten. It was not easy for the friends to adapt to the new conditions. It was especially hard for the girls to get used to such harsh circumstances, when after city life, they found themselves in a completely Spartan environment. They had to go to the toilet behind the trees, do without toilet paper, sleep in uncomfortable places, do without hot water, eat whatever they could, and be afraid of every rustle. All these daily worries put a lot of pressure on their psyche. Alexei endured all the difficulties a little easier than the others, although it might seem so only at first glance. He was never a child fixated on home and his mother's care. Previously, Localized Name and his friends often went camping or fishing. Once, he and a friend decided to ride to Tomsk on bicycles, but after the second day of travel, due to a serious breakdown, they had to call their parents so that they would come and pick them up from the road. Now the teenager also tried to perceive everything that was happening as an exciting adventure. However, at times he could hardly keep from becoming despondent, especially when he thought about his mom and dad. And now one of those moments had come. Out of boredom, Alexei thought for a long time, dreamed and pondered various things. He suddenly remembered the day when he celebrated his 10th birthday, and his parents gave him a sports ball and real football boots. He almost always devoted his free time to sports. His parents turned a blind eye to his skipping classes and sincerely supported his desire to become a professional football player. The more he immersed himself in memories, the more a lump came to his throat, because he understood that those days would not return. His sister remained his last link with his past life, and Alexei swore to protect her to the last, no matter what. With the first rays of dawn, Ivan's head appeared from the tent. He carefully, so as not to wake Masha, went outside, and yawning approached the fire. Localized Name smiled, offering his friend a mug of herbal tea, and asked how he slept in the morning. "Thank you. I had nightmares last night, but overall I'm in a good mood. The sky is clear. It's clear that the day will be really hot. The heat doesn't bother me as much as my grandfather used to say." The astronaut took a sip of the fragrant drink and noted, "While the guys were talking, the whole camp gradually woke up. Soon their company gathered around the fire for the morning meal. The friends warmed up pieces of veal and began to discuss plans for the coming day. Ivan stirred the coals and threw in a couple of logs. Well, where are we going today? Living in a tent by the river all the time is not an option." Lizitsina suggested, "Maybe we should look for new housing? There are a lot of vacancies now. You can choose anything." Max expressed his opinion. "It would be better to settle down far away from people. Maybe we should find a remote hut in the forest or settle in the mountains. The zombies will hardly get there. The main problem is the connecting rods, right?" Kuznetsov objected. "They are not the only danger. In winter, when it gets to -30, we ourselves will have to wander around the taiga. Imagine what it would be like to survive without electricity and communication. Where are we going to collect so much food for the winter?" Sova shrugged and thought. To support her brother, Lena made her own suggestion. "What if we find a farm? There's a place nearby where you caught the calf. It's outside the city, inhabited. There aren't many infected there." Andrei spoke critically again. "There aren't many now, but when the cannibals destroy the city, they'll come here. It's too close to civilization." Masha retorted. "If you criticize, make a suggestion. If you suggest, do it." Kuznetsov muttered, "Yes, I'm thinking. Alexei looked thoughtfully into the fire and said to Vorobyov, "I thought about it for a long time and came to the conclusion that we need to move to the south. It's warmer there. The soil is fertile. A lot of things grow, and there's also the sea." "Exactly. The coast is much better than here," Lena agreed, chewing a piece of meat. "Sochi or Anapa would be great. We went to Anapa with our class 2 years ago. But here's the problem. The planes aren't flying, the trains aren't running, and we'd have to walk about 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers. The cosmonaut scratched his head. "Still, it's closer than getting to Mars." Max chuckled and slowly threw a stone into the river. "It took us half a year to get there, but we need it faster, preferably in a couple of months. So it's hard to understand what's more convenient." It's mid-July now. While it's warm in Siberia, it's worth crossing the Urals and heading to the sea. Summer lasts longer there. But what about transport? Masha joined the conversation. "Let's try to calculate how long the walk will actually take. The average speed of a person is 5 kilometers per hour. If we walk 6 hours a day, that means 30 kilometers per day. If we have to walk, say, 4,000 kilometers, we divide by 30. She looked up, calculating in her head. The room was silent as everyone tried to visualize the result. Owl even tried to calculate in a column, drawing numbers on the stones with a stick. Everyone was so used to calculators that it was difficult to calculate in their heads. "About 130 days, Lena said first. Well, yes, roughly that, if you round it up. Masha agreed. That's more than 4 months, Kuznetsov said thoughtfully. My homeland is huge. Not a bad test. And that's on the condition that nothing delays our journey. It's almost impossible. Something will definitely happen, Max said cheerfully, nodding. Katya leaned against Alexei and closed her eyes. If we walk 30 kilometers every day, then within a week our legs will definitely start to hurt. What's the problem? There are plenty of cars. We can pick up an abandoned one and go, Lena suggested, looking at her friends. Ivan stood up and crossed his arms over his chest. The problem is that all the filling stations and charging devices are most likely no longer working. Well, let's abandon the car and find another one, Max answered calmly, looking at his sister. And what if there isn't a suitable one? Most of the cars are left in the cities or nearby, and there are plenty of dangerous people there. We need an option that will definitely work. Get in and go, Vorobyov insisted, walking back and forth along the shore.
Everyone fell silent again, pondering the question of transport.
Suddenly, Katya snapped her fingers and cheerfully declared, "Bicycles. They don't need charging. They're faster than walking." Alexei narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, but now Ivan became the critic. With backpacks on your back? That's a good option, but I have another idea. I'm not sure how feasible it is. I haven't tried it, but I've heard it's possible. What's the idea? Everyone asked unanimously. Some cars are already equipped with solar panels. They provide about 10 to 15% of the total energy consumption of the vehicle. We need to increase this share so that the car can charge itself entirely using sunlight alone. But these batteries are built directly into the car's body? There's a film on the roof and hood, Kuznetsov muttered thoughtfully. It is a film, and it has a low efficiency factor. I want to cover the car with sun-absorbing panels, which are usually installed on buses. They are thicker and have improved efficiency, thanks to which the car's batteries will charge faster. How many of these panels will be needed? Masha asked. I don't know exactly, but the more the better. You can cover the whole car. Beauty is not the main thing here. The husband spread his hands. Alexei, holding a branch in his hands, nervously bent it in different directions until it broke. So, we'll have to go into the city and remove these plates from abandoned buses. Yes, something like that, Vorobyov reluctantly agreed. None of the friends wanted to return to Novosibirsk, where hundreds of thousands of zombies ruled, and the prospect of the trip greatly worried them. Why? Lysitsia exclaimed. If I'm not mistaken, it's about half a day's walk from here to the highway, and along it, at the entrance to the city, there are about 5 car dealerships. Maybe we can try to find a suitable car or these panels there. Well, that's an option, Max rejoiced. The astronaut thought. By the way, I remember that one of the car dealerships sold minibuses, so the warehouse should also have plates. This option should definitely be checked. Then shall we leave tomorrow? Lena asked. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's go today. It's still early morning. We don't have to get ready for long, and if everything goes smoothly, we'll definitely be at the car dealership by evening, said Alexei, picking up a stone and throwing it into the river. The stone bounced on the water a few times, like a pancake, and then disappeared under the surface. No one objected. Everyone wanted to implement their plans as soon as possible, especially considering the tempting opportunity to move to a warm climate. The wounds were mostly healed. Nothing prevented them from setting off on their journey. The team began to set up camp and pack their things. Ivan took on a large and heavy 6-person tent, which served as their shelter. He put matches, dry fuel, a radio, and a night vision monocular, which they used for night duty, into his backpack, and attached a case with a hunting knife to his side. Masha had a second radio, a first aid kit, water purification tablets, and a small gas cylinder. Alexei carefully put the professor's suitcase with antivirus, matches, a compass, and the remains of fried veal in the backpack, and attached a camping axe to the back. Katya, in addition to her personal belongings, carried a pot, a pocket saw, matches, and a gas burner cylinder. Lena got ropes, camping dishes, and another pocket saw. Max hung a belt with throwing blades on his belt, put a ferrocerium flint, a gas burner with spare cylinders, fishing gear, and dry fuel in the backpack, and distributed the traumatic and rubber bullets in the side pockets. He carefully wrapped his father's pistol in a t-shirt and hid it in the middle of the backpack. Although there were no more cartridges left, this thing was the only memory of his dad, and Sova especially valued it, not losing hope of finding suitable cartridges. In addition, each had his own sleeping bag, raincoat, spare clothes, hunting knife, and the guys had 1 flask of clean water each. When everything was collected, Lena suggested, "Let's sit for a while before going. My parents always said that," the girl added, a little embarrassed. Alexei supported the idea. "That's right. We can't forget traditions and signs. I hope that we can pass them on to future generations." He squeezed Katya's fingers and winked playfully at her. Having settled down on the rocks, the friends turned their last gaze to the river, which had become their refuge for a while. Here they had healed their wounds and gained new strength. The people remembered how they had enjoyed swimming in the water, how they had heartily grilled veal shashlik, and how they had only miraculously managed to fight off the bandits. Meanwhile, the river calmly and measuredly carried its waters along its old bed, as if nothing had changed. Almost nothing could disturb its power. On the contrary, with the disappearance of people, it breathed more freely. Industries stopped polluting its waters. They became cleaner, and the fish became more numerous. The river had a second wind. As if sensing this, it merrily babbled on the rapids and played with sunbeams on its surface. Chapter 9. Underground Caches. As part of themselves himself, there was tension in the air. It could almost be felt tactilely. The people hiding underground became nervous, withdrawn, and suspicious. The community broke up into several groups. The core was made up of the station workers who had been servicing it before the epidemic, as well as Lev Nikolaevich, with a narrow circle of trusted people. The president understood that there were not many who were truly loyal to him. He was especially worried by the changes noticeable in his first assistant, Alexander Chernov. From an energetic and proactive person, he turned into an indifferent, apathetic, and sometimes irritable man. At rare meetings, Chernov usually remained silent, only shrugged his shoulders, agreeing with everything, and occasionally allowed himself irony towards those present. In a small community, ranks and positions lost their former meaning. Before the epidemic began in a huge country, the difference between the Minister of Defense, who occupied a comfortable place in Moscow, and a soldier standing on the border was huge. Now, in the shelter, everyone lived in full view of each other. At the same time, soldiers had greater physical strength and therefore had a tangible advantage over generals in critical situations. Therefore, the stars on the shoulder straps of commanders noticeably faded in the light of artificial lighting. The president, who had recently managed impressive financial flows and determined the strategic course of the largest state on the planet, was now forced to deal with minor conflicts, approve savings on meat and grain, approve duty and cleaning schedules. In short, there were people doing much more important work than he did, those who treated the sick, cooked food, washed clothes, and ensured the smooth functioning of the equipment in the shelter. But the president remained a symbol of stability and the main authority of this small group. The most useless members of the community were a few ministers with their families and high-ranking military men. They all avoided hard work. However, they had to grumble when it was their turn to be on duty. Because now people were working not for a salary, but for food. The common task was to keep the base clean and provide all the inhabitants of the bunker with breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In order for people to relax and unwind, Lev Nikolaevich came up with the idea of organizing creative evenings in the central hall on Fridays. At these meetings, everyone could share a story from their life, show small theatrical productions, and sing songs accompanied by a guitar, the only musical instrument that was in the shelter. In addition, there was a multimedia center with a huge collection of films, programs, documentaries, and music recordings. In the evenings before going to bed, all members of the community gathered and organized joint viewings of films. The days in the shelter passed exactly like that, one after another. Before going to rest, when everyone went to their personal rooms, Lev Nikolaevich sat down to talk to his son alone. The president asked Pyotr questions about how his day had gone and what he had learned that day.
A kind of school had been organized in the bunker. The youngest were taught reading and arithmetic.
For older children, they taught the basics of physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, and medicine. One of the soldiers gave hand-to-hand combat lessons to anyone who wanted to learn, and Pyotr and Alexei attended these classes with pleasure. After talking with his son, Lev Nikolaevich could not fall asleep for a long time, thinking in his head, why did everything turn out like this? What is humanity's fault? The most developed biological species on Earth disappeared in almost 1 month. People turned into cruel animals, devoid of pity, love, and compassion. They are driven only by hunger and rage. Nature has unleashed the most sophisticated weapon on man, his own nature. It is as if we found ourselves in a large-scale civil war without any ideology. A loved one attacks a loved one. A father kills his children. And close friends forget everything that once connected them. Everyone has to fight for only one thing. For life. For the opportunity to breathe. Move. Wake up in the morning and get food. I hope that one day the planet will be cleansed, and people will be able to come to the surface again, feeling the freedom of breathing. Perhaps this is the Earth's way of getting rid of the image that has become a heavy burden for it, of a capricious child who was used to sitting on his mother's neck and did not want to grow up. He only demanded more and more resources, energy, food, water, comfort, but at the same time did not give anything in return. His way of life poisoned the planet. He grew quickly, but did not have time to develop mentally. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the Earth to feed him and provide him with everything he needed. Then, the ancient mechanisms based on harmony launched an epidemic. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed those who were almost jealous of themselves to the gods, reached an alien planet, and intended to populate it. But the barrier that people could not overcome arose in the most unexpected place. The president could think about such things all night and fell asleep with a heavy head at dawn. Mass epidemics threatening humanity have not been observed for a long time. The viruses that roamed the earth in the early 20s caused more panic than they took lives. The last serious plague pandemic began in the mid-19th century in China, and it affected mainly the inhabitants of Southeast Asia. Then the world was dealt a brutal blow by the Spanish flu. The disease, nicknamed the Spanish flu, raged from 1918 to 1920, sweeping through Europe and affecting the continents of Africa and Asia. The epidemic rolled in waves, reaching America, Australia, and even remote island nations. The plague claimed tens of millions of lives, causing far more deaths than the barbaric First World War that was raging at the same time.
However, the mass spread of the infection did not lead to the extinction of humanity. Over time, the disease began to subside, and people were able to regain their strength after the ordeal. After such a catastrophe, society worked hard to prevent a repeat of such a disaster. It seemed that the situation had settled and was under control when humanity dared to go beyond their planet and reach Mars. But this insidious infection took them by surprise, did not allow them to step into a new stage of development. Now, only small groups of people remained on Earth, scattered across the planet. While some fought for life, others hid in shelters. In his sleep, Alexei Nikolaevich tossed and turned restlessly, tormented by visions of his wife and daughter, their wild gaze, and how he pulled the trigger to free them from their suffering. The president scolded himself many times for not having managed to protect them from the disease. As soon as the first signs of infection appeared, they no longer had a chance to save themselves. The disturbing dreams suddenly woke Alexei. Waking up, he looked around carefully and with a heavy sigh, felt all the hatred for these walls in which he spent every day in despondency and despair. But as a leader, he could not show weakness or give up. It was already past 3 in the morning. Alexei was tossing and turning, unable to find peace. Suddenly, he heard Petya on the next bed start crying again, and then screamed loudly as if he was afraid of something. The father quietly got up, sat on the edge of his son's bed, and put his hand on his forehead. There was no temperature, but the boy was tossing and turning and moaning as if he was in a fever. Then Petya woke up, shuddered, and sighed deeply. "Another nightmare?" Alexei asked softly. The child nodded, covering his head with a pillow, fell silent for a moment, and then sat down on the bed next to his father. "Mom?" he asked. "Yes, that dream again. We're all going to die." His words made it unclear whether he was asking a question or making a statement. Alexei tried to calm his son. "We're safe, so we'll survive. We're lucky. It's much worse for those who stayed on the surface. Believe me, it's real hell there." Pyotr sighed. "Are we going to stay here forever?" Alexei was surprised. "Why do you think that?" The boy whispered, leaning on his father. "I heard people say that no one will get out, that there are no cures, and that we'll all die anyway." Alexei answered sternly. "People often spread rumors that are unknown to them. They are afraid, easily succumb to fears, and fall into gloomy thoughts. If out of 100 people, 99 give up, and one fights to the end, then this one is capable of winning even alone. Then what's the point? To be left all alone?" he asked. "Why just one at once?" Alexei answered. "Someone up there will definitely survive. In time, we will come out into the light, see the blue sky again, dive into the sea, sunbathe on the shore, and start building a new world from scratch." The child fell silent, thinking about his father's words, then said, "Promise me that we will stay together, at least the two of us." Alexei smiled and gently stroked the boy's head. "I hope there will be many more of us. Let's go to bed. Tomorrow, you have math classes in the morning. You need to be alert." Pyotr fell asleep, and Alexei returned to his bed. Closing his eyes, he imagined how he and his son would leave the bunker and meet a world where there was no disease, no death, no violence. With these thoughts, the president quickly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 10. Leader. A tall man with broad shoulders lay motionless in a field under a spreading poplar tree. A low, muffled growl, like snoring, came from his throat. A sudden loud bang broke the silence and brought him out of his stupor. He sat up, looked ahead with dim, clouded eyes, and listened. His vision had become weaker, and now he relied more on his hearing and sense of smell, heightened by the infection.
Before the epidemic, his name was Alexei. He was a little over 30 years old and had previously been a professional track and field athlete. Alexei specialized in javelin throwing and won prizes in international competitions several times. After the infection, thanks to his excellent physical training, he led a large herd of zombies. A group of more than 100 individuals gathered around Alexei, and no one dared to challenge him in the distribution of loot. He mercilessly dealt with his rivals, breaking their necks and smashing their heads. A second bang sounded in the distance, then a third.
Several single shots woke the cannibals. Their body temperature began to rise, preparing their bodies for the hunt. The strong leader stood up and panted angrily. The wind blew his straight black hair, falling on his shoulders like a lion's mane. A hungry, angry grin appeared on his high cheekbones. The new star integrated into the host's DNA and activated the body's hidden reserves. The zombies could go without food for weeks, or even months, gradually falling into a state of rest. The virus saved the body's energy, but when necessary, it abruptly mobilized all its forces. The pack of infected began to revive. Individuals looked around restlessly, trying to determine the source of the sounds. Soon, several zombies separated from the group and headed southeast, followed by the rest. Alexei walked slightly behind the vanguard, not trying to get ahead of them, until the desired prey came into view. The leader was dressed in a bright, sleeveless jacket and gray jeans. His arms were covered with numerous cuts,
And on his left wrist, just below the elbow, a dried wound was visible. The skin around the affected area was covered with small blisters. The wound was festering, but the virus did not allow other infections to penetrate deep into the body. Just a week ago, he was in a small, friendly company of strong people. Alexei's powerful immune system resisted the new star for a long time, until a zombie bit him on the arm during one of the clashes. After some time, the athlete developed a fever, and a day later he asked for help. His friends believed until the very end that Alexei would be able to overcome the virus, but when they realized that he had turned into a cannibal, they locked him in an empty house, not daring to finish him off. Alexei managed to break the glass and escape into the street, paying for it with many cuts.
For several days, he wandered around the area in search of food, until he caught up with a wounded dog which he ate for refreshment. When Alexei encountered a group of infected, he quickly mastered the techniques of collective hunting. Currently, a pack of them, attracted by the sounds of gunfire, moved swiftly across the field. It was a motley and constantly hungry crowd, devouring everything in its path. Men, women, old people and children, uttering hoarse groans and plaintive cries, hobbled in the hope of once again feeling the taste of warm blood. Their army presented a terrifying sight. The new star changed not only the internal composition of the body, but also distorted the appearance of man. Just a few days after infection, the body quickly aged. Even the skin of children and young girls acquired a grayish, dry and flaky appearance with cracks and ulcers. Hair stopped growing and gradually fell out. The eye sockets sank. The eyes were always red and inflamed,
and the pupils were covered with a cloudy, painful film. The nose became sharp, like those of the dead. The lips thinned, exposing diseased gums and teeth. The mouth of these creatures smelled of decaying flesh and rotting meat. Food was not digested for a long time in the stomach of the infected, so the zombies defecated directly into their clothes when they lay, sat, or walked. Because of this, the stench spread for tens of meters, attracting a swarm of annoying flies. Alexei and other cannibals reached a narrow strip of forest that stretched along the highway. At the same time, several people were fighting off an attack by another group of infected on the road. The people were poorly cleared. One man held a pistol in his hands, and the rest were armed with axes and clubs.
But the forces were not on their side. And when the remaining opponents were almost defeated, an advanced squad of new zombies led by Alexei suddenly appeared from behind the trees. Without giving his victims time to recover, the leader unleashed all his insatiable rage on them. The man with the gun aimed at the leader's head, but instead of a shot, a deceptive click was heard. The clip was empty, and a moment later, Alexei knocked his opponent off his feet and began to shower him with blows. The infected quickly surrounded the humans, and they were unable to break through such a mass. Only one of them managed to break through the ranks of zombies and rush to flee, leaving his comrades to be torn apart. Alexei stunned the victim with a powerful punch and was about to sink his teeth into his throat when he suddenly noticed 3 cannibals nearby who had knocked a young girl to the ground. The leader felt something in his head, forgot about his prey, and rushed at his brothers. The zombies showed their teeth, not wanting to share their prey. But they quickly paid for it. Alexei pushed one aside, knocked out the eye of the second, and smashed the third's face on the asphalt. Taking advantage of the cannibal's quarrel, the woman managed to get to her feet. She had only 10 meters left to overcome, and then the road to freedom would open again. But at that moment, the leader grabbed her by the hair, jerked her sharply towards himself, and a moment later, broke her neck. The girl's body immediately went limp, and Mark dragged her deep into the forest, away from her competitors, to enjoy fresh flesh alone. Meanwhile, other zombies tore other people to pieces, arguing over who would be the first to get the most delicious slices. Chapter 11. To run is to survive. The group of friends left the riverbank and went out onto the highway, moving quickly without any particular obstacles. After several hours of travel, most of the road to the car dealerships was already behind them, and the guys decided to take a break. They settled down on the side of the road near an abandoned car, which hid them from prying eyes from the highway. Alexei knocked out the driver's door glass, opened the electric car and tried to start it, but to no avail. By the early 30s of the 21st century, the number of fans of gasoline engines had significantly decreased, as new technologies were rapidly replacing internal combustion engines. However, there were still clubs of enthusiasts whose members preferred exclusively classic cars with manual transmission. In their opinion, the real pleasure of driving was precisely in feeling the car at the moment when you release the clutch, add gas and change gears, while enjoying the loud roar of the engine. An electric motor could not give such emotions, but a significant part of car enthusiasts had long ago switched to electronic cars due to their economy, comfort, and tax breaks. Car manufacturers installed special films into their bodies that absorbed light, but this option greatly increased the price of the car, which is why many buyers refused it. Because charging at stations was relatively inexpensive, not to mention the ability to recharge at home through the power grid. But owners of commercial vehicles willingly equipped their station wagons, buses, and light trucks with solar panels. Despite being several centimeters thick, they converted light into electricity much more efficiently than film. As a result, cars required recharging less often, which reduced downtime, and for many, time was the most valuable resource. The friends quickly ate the cooked meat and drank 2 flasks of water. It was very hot, and the hot asphalt heated the air around them even more. Phew, it's so hot. Where's my bandana? The astronaut breathed a sigh of relief, pulling the backpack towards himself. Katya nodded in agreement and splashed her face with cool water, noting that it was not far from sunstroke. Localized name. Lisitsina and Vorobyova put on light caps. Lena chose a pink Panama hat. Ivan tied a military-style bandana on his head, and Max put on a cap. Katya turned Alexei's baseball cap back, smiling. Now it's much cooler. The owl was a little embarrassed, but nodded, He's more popular now, okay? Andrei took a pair of sunglasses out of the side pocket of his backpack and tried them on, asking, "How do you like my style?" Masha couldn't help but say, "A real fashionista. They cost more than 2 of my salaries in the laboratory. I couldn't even dream of such things before," the scientist admitted.
Ivan, wiping sweat from his forehead, sighed. Well, at least there is a plus in this situation. Now in our expensive glasses we will look like real white people. Everyone smiled, and Katya asked, "What new thing did you take from the latest collection at Mega Mall for your head?" Kuznetsov scratched the back of his head, leafing through the things in his backpack. "It seems like nothing. I completely forgot about this. For that price, these glasses should not only protect your eyes but your head as well," the red-haired friend noted sarcastically. "If you say that again, I'll take your cap away," the scientist muttered discontentedly. But localized_name Lisitsina didn't stop and continued teasing. "Well, yeah, try it. I'll tell Max everything." "Okay, enough messing around, time to get moving. Get your asses up," Vorobyov ordered, squinting and peering at the horizon. "Alexei, in your severe clothes. With that bandana. When you talk like that, you're just an exact copy of Rambo." Andrei noted and tied a spare t-shirt around his head. The cosmonaut grinned, adjusting the straps of his backpack. "You mean the old one with Stallone, or the new one? With what was his name? Forgotten the damn artist. Lautner, I think? I wonder if he's alive," Lena suddenly thought. What the hell difference does it make? Even the American president became a zombie. Probably ours is the same. The main thing is that we are still alive. Kuznetsov spat on the ground, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, and walked forward. The company, talking animatedly, continued on their way. Soon a settlement appeared on the right, a little off the road. People peered warily into the distance, realizing that they could run into infected people close to the settlement. However, it seemed that no one was left here at all. There was not a single soul on the streets. Where did everyone go? Maybe people were evacuated? Owl suggested. Andrei scratched his nose in disbelief. Unlikely. Why would anyone need this village when there was such chaos in Novosibirsk? The locals are either infected and can't leave their houses, or they've already gone somewhere. The friends quickly passed the village without any difficulties. The road was smooth and clearly visible ahead. A few kilometers away there was a hill, beyond which the highway went to the right to the car dealerships. The travelers approached a highway intersection and stopped. In the distance, a vague, blurry mass was visible, but soon everyone realized what was in front of them. On both sides of the road, in the field, the figures of the infected were moving. From a distance, it was difficult to accurately determine the number of zombies in each group. The cannibals that lived in the settlement had split into 2 groups and were now wandering around the area. Alexei stopped and crouched down. The others quickly repeated his actions.
To those on the left, about 1 kilometer, I think. There are fewer infected on the right, but they are located a little further. There is nowhere to hide here. Do you think it will be possible to slip through?
The cosmonaut asked, carefully counting the opponents.
It's definitely not worth fighting them. There are too many of them, too many.
The others answered.
It's hard to get around them. You have to make a really big detour.
Max wiped the dried saliva from his lips.
We'll break away. We'll be faster than everyone else, even with backpacks. Maybe we should wait it out in the village,
Lena suggested hesitantly. The cosmonaut clearly didn't like this idea.
What's the point? Wait for them to disperse. What if the infected stick around here for a week? Or worse, if they turn back towards the houses? then we'll definitely be in trouble. Okay, I'm ready to run.
Lena said obediently. Me too, Masha and Katya confirmed in unison. Then let's go. Alexei straightened up and ran forward easily. The zombies, who were wandering around the field to the left of the road, were closer to the highway and were the first to notice the people. Their senselessly wandering crowd became animated. Several infected moved away from the pack and, increasing their pace, headed towards the highway. Instinct told the others that the prey had already been spotted. Following the collective mood, all the cannibals trudged after the vanguard. With each step, the aggression of the infected increased. Their bodies warmed up. They sped up, and some began to run. "See, bastards," Alexei said with irritation as the swarm of cannibals moved towards them. "They're coming to intercept us. The main thing is to get past those on the right," Max shouted and picked up speed. The people ran with all their might, trying to slip between the two groups of zombies as quickly as possible. When the crowd of infected on the left was left behind, the fugitives were noticed by the cannibals on the other side of the highway. "Forward, forward, faster!" Ivan encouraged his friends, watching with alarm as the gap between them and the second group decreased. Alexei squeezed the sawed-off shotgun, realizing that he couldn't cope with so many enemies alone. The girls fell a little behind, breathing heavily, gathering their last strength. It seemed to them that their backpacks weighed twice as much and pulled harder on their shoulders. The friends could already clearly see the faces of the infected, who were running straight towards them. Despite all the zombies' efforts, the humans managed to slip past them and get ahead. Meanwhile, the infected did not stop chasing. Their groups merged into one, stretching along the highway, resembling a huge snake. The friends gradually got away from their pursuers, but the girl's strength was diminishing with each passing minute, and it was especially hard for Alexei's sister, Lena. Alexei, noticing that his sister was running at the limit of her abilities, slowed down a bit and became the last one. "Ah, Lenka, hold on! Run even through extreme circumstances!" the brother shouted after the girl. Suddenly Masha limped on her injured leg and groaned loudly. Everyone stopped. "What happened?" Ivan asked anxiously. The girl leaned on her husband and said, "My leg hurts a lot, I can't stand it anymore." "Give me the backpack," Vorobyov demanded. "Masha, we have to run, despite the pain." The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded. The people continued running, but the infected were already pressing them from behind. Andrei exchanged a few words with Ivan and slowed down. The scientist approached Max and said loudly, "We need to detain them. We need to eliminate the fastest ones." The guys stopped, preparing for battle. A dozen infected broke away from the general group and ran almost as fast as the people. They were strong and powerful individuals, very dangerous in hand-to-hand combat. They were already wheezing and baring their teeth, anticipating fresh flesh. The main thing is to slow them down. Shoot accurately, Kuznetsov commanded. The teenager fired a traumatic pistol, and a rubber bullet hit the nearest cannibal in the stomach. It lost its balance and fell, hitting and knocking down another one. The next bullet hit the knee, and the third zombie, limping, began to slow down. Alexei let the enemies come closer and started shooting from a sawed-off shotgun. The roar of shots echoed around the area. "Okay, well done. Let's leave faster," Kuznetsov shouted a few seconds later. And the guys hurried to catch up with their own. 4 of the dead were left lying on the asphalt. The other 6 continued to hobble, despite their wounds, but could no longer match the speed of the people. For the fugitives, this was more than enough. Soon the friends got another unexpected break. A huge traffic jam arose ahead. The entire road was blocked by abandoned cars. One night, when the epidemic began and residents were rapidly leaving Novosibirsk, a terrible accident occurred on this section of the road. A passenger electric car, trying to overtake the flow, drove into the oncoming lane and collided head-on with a truck.
The wreckage of the car, along with the driver and passengers, scattered all over the highway. The truck spun and overturned across the road. It hit several other cars, causing a chain reaction. The cars did not have time to brake and collided with each other, completely blocking the passage. A huge traffic jam arose. Drivers tried to go around the congestion on the shoulders, but that night it was raining heavily, which is why many cars went into the ditch and got stuck there. Only a few Jeeps managed to go around the obstacle across the field. Eventually, the road was completely blocked. The traffic jam grew with each passing hour, with vehicles standing still, squeezed in from all sides. Ambulances and road services were unable to reach the victims. Some people abandoned their cars and walked back to the city. However, most decided to wait for help. Among the victims were infected, and soon the first cannibal attack occurred. The virus spread quickly throughout the area. The number of infected people grew steadily, and people ran away in panic in different directions. When Alexei and his friends came to this terrible place, there were no living people there. There were only a few dozen bodies, gradually decomposing in the open air, and hundreds of abandoned cars stood motionless in long rows.
Excellent. This will really slow down the can. They are not very smart. Some of them will try to flank them, of course, but most of them, it seems to me, will go straight through the traffic jam. Andrei rejoiced. Ivan glanced at his pursuers from behind. You shouldn't rely on that too much. The people walked around the traffic jam across the field and soon came out onto the highway on the other side of the pileup of cars. The friends switched to a fast walk so as not to stop and give the girls a chance to rest a little. Every now and then, decomposing corpses were seen on the asphalt, emitting a putrid smell of decay. Several crows noticed the approaching people and lazily flapped their wings to land on the side of the road. All the dead were badly disfigured. Open, gaping wounds were visible through torn clothes.
Scavengers pecked out the eyes of the dead and gnawed at their faces. Fly larvae swarmed through the internal organs, devouring the rotting flesh. This is how nature treated human remains that no one buried. Masha looked up at the sky, where a large flock of crows was soaring. They're flying towards the city. That's right. There's a real banquet for them there now, like in all-inclusive hotels, Katya grimaced. Max watched the birds and asked, Masha, do crows eat zombies? Is this food good for them? If we understand the impact of the virus correctly, anything that contains hemoglobin, proteins, and amino acids is good for them. Simply put, any fresh meat. So crows are also in their diet. Masha answered tiredly, wincing with every step. Localized Lena looked at the retreating flock of shitting crows and said with respect, We still need to catch the crows. They are incredibly cunning. The company started running again. The road at this point curved, disappearing behind a hill. Look, there they are, Localized Owl exclaimed, pointing at the roofs of car dealerships. Localized Cosmonaut encouraged his comrades. Let's speed up. There's just a little bit left and we'll be safe. The proximity of the shelter gave the runners additional energy. The infected, on the contrary, fell further and further behind. Having reached the traffic jam and lost sight of their enemies, many of the infected slowed down and stopped. One of the leaders began to examine the cars in search of food. Some of the cannibals followed him, and only a third of the group, together with other leaders, continued the pursuit along the highway. Approaching the car dealerships, the friends carefully looked around the area. Silence reigned all around. Localized Ivan, reading the signs on the buildings, noticed, We need to find a place where they sell buses that look like minibuses. Localized Andrei pointed to a small building on the left and said, I think there is definitely one there. In front of them was the sales center of a Chinese brand that produced inexpensive electric cars and compact buses. These cars were called CS, or City Street. City Transport, convenient and economical for residents of large cities suffering from constant traffic jams and parking problems. People usually called them simply streets. The main entrance to the car dealership, as expected, was closed, so the group went around the building from the other side. There was very little time left, so Alexei, without further ado, shot at the lock of the service door and pushed it open.
The cosmonaut quickly disappeared into the doorway and coldly said, "It's clear, let's go in." Having hastily barricaded the door from the inside, the fugitives began to inspect their new refuge. The one-story building was divided by a wall into two main parts: a showroom and a workshop. The showroom housed several passenger cars and two passenger minibuses, as well as workstations and managers' offices. The friends looked around carefully, their steps and voices echoing in the empty room. The cars, covered in a thin layer of dust, seemed to be looking at them with their narrow headlights and inviting them to sit down and take a ride. Suddenly, a quiet ringing sound was heard. Everyone turned around. The sound was coming from the workshop. Alexei silently pointed Andrei and Maxim to the door to the service bay and asked the girls to stay put. Vorobyov took aim and signaled Sova to open the door. Silence fell in the workshop. The cosmonaut held his breath and carefully touched the trigger with his finger, preparing to open fire if someone appeared in the doorway. Several seconds passed, but no one attacked. Alexei crossed the threshold, immediately stepped aside, and crouched down to avoid being shot at by his comrades. In front of them was a typical repair bay of a mid-range auto repair shop. 3 car lifts, a vibration stand, and other equipment for diagnostics and repair. The room was lit by several windows located right under the roof. A moment later, the guys heard the source of the noise, or rather, it gave itself away. Slowly and sluggishly, like a living corpse, a man in overalls slowly dragged himself along the wall, moving his legs with difficulty. He caught on the tools scattered on the floor, which quietly jingled as they rolled down the tiles.
Andrei muttered, with a feigned grimace. "Well, it's not even interesting. Just one weakling. Boring." Alexei looked seriously at the emerging threat and replied, "Don't make it worse. It's good that there's only one." The zombie raised his eyes to them. He looked depressing. A fragile and thin body of a teenager emaciated from long hunger and dehydration. Before the infection, he studied at a technical school and worked here for several hours a day. Now, he looked like an old man, hunched over and his feet rustling on the floor with the last of his strength. Large gray eyes stood out on his thin face, looking indifferently at strangers, but with each passing moment, a greedy fire flared up in them. After being infected, Alexei was unable to find a way out and wandered aimlessly around the room, tormented by hunger and thirst. His work uniform hung off his emaciated body like a sack. His hair had turned white. His skin had acquired a leaden hue and was covered in cracks and ulcers. His appearance was withered. His lips had thinned to such an extent that yellowed teeth were visible through them. The infected person emitted a disgusting smell of dirty flesh and filth. The zombie stared at the people. His eyes, darkened and sunken, expressed anger and despair, rage and panic, emptiness and inevitability at the same time. It was the look of a living dead person, yearning for an end to his wanderings and finding peace. The infected froze, narrowing his eyes, moving his lips as if quietly muttering something under his breath. Strange changes were happening in his mind. With great effort, one could assume that Alexei was trying to think. Staring at Max, the cannibal opened his mouth with blackened gums and made a sound similar to a hiss with elements of groans. Vorobyov stepped forward and kicked him in the solar plexus. The cannibal fell to the side and, breathing heavily, leaned on his hands to get up. A second punch to the jaw knocked the zombie unconscious. "Let's finish with him already," said Andre, who watched the carnage with indifference. Meanwhile, Sova walked around the entire workshop, carefully looking around to see if there were any other cannibals nearby. Alexei pressed the zombie firmly to the floor and put his foot right between his shoulder blades. The infected weakly writhed and tried to resist, but he had almost no strength left. Ivan decided not to waste the bullets, put down the sawed-off shotgun, and took out a knife. With his left hand, Vorobyov pulled the infected's head by the hair, and with his right hand, he instantly ran the blade across his throat. A quiet, gurgling sound was heard. Alexei wiped the knife on the dead man's clothes and turned to Andre. "Help! We need to take it out so it doesn't stink." The guys dragged the body out through the back door and away from the building. The friends noticed several infected in the distance, walking quickly straight towards them.
Kuznetsov frowned. "I wonder if these are the ones who were chasing us along the road, or if the locals have wandered in." "It's not written on their foreheads," Ivan replied. "Go back, so as not to be an eyesore." The friends hurried back into the building and locked the exit door. But after a while, they heard a chaotic knock on the service door. Alexei went to the back entrance and said, "The door is strong. It will hold up. They won't break it down." Katya went to the glass from the front side and looked carefully at the street. "The others are catching up. I hope they'll just pass by." Masha, sitting in a chair, examined the bandage on her injured leg and asked, "What if we get surrounded? How are we going to get out?" Sova slightly opened the door of the compact car and looked inside. "We'll hold out here for a couple of days, and then I think they'll leave on their own. They'll run after a dog or something else will attract their attention." The car dealership's facade consisted of huge panoramic windows that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. On the outside, they were covered with advertising banners made of mesh material, allowing light to freely penetrate inside. The rest of the building's surfaces were completely solid, and the entrance doors were covered with a mirror film. Thanks to this, no one could see what was happening inside, and people felt safe, remaining out of sight of strangers. The friends carefully examined their new shelter. A pleasant surprise was a cooler, half filled with crystal-clear drinking water, as well as a machine with a small supply of chocolate bars, cookies, and other snacks. Alexei smashed the glass with the butt of his rifle and pulled out several bags of chips. "It's a pity that cigarettes are not sold here, but these snacks will do as well," he said with a smile. After a snack, the travelers finally settled in for a long-awaited rest. Compared to the tent by the riverbank, the car dealership seemed like a real luxury hotel. Max and Lena settled on 2 compact leather sofas in the showroom, and the couple sat in the cars, leaning the backs of the front seats back. "At least we don't have to be afraid of rain at night now. We have an apartment under the roof," Alexei muttered, yawning tiredly and hugging Katya. Everyone was noticeably more cheerful and encouraged. Even thoughts about people wandering outside the walls and causing fear could not spoil the mood. Despite the difficult day, everyone was glad that so far, everything was happening according to their plan. Evening was approaching. During the whole day of cycling, Alexei Borisovich and Tanya had covered a considerable distance. Dodge was running next to him, his breathing heavy, his claws quietly tapping on the asphalt. The professor was looking for a shelter to avoid spending the night in the open, but there were still no suitable places to be found. There was a fork in the road ahead. A path branched off from the main road towards the village. Kaimovich understood that he could most likely find an abandoned house there, but he drove past, trying not to get close to the inhabited areas. The man pedaled calmly. A light breeze blew over the backs of the travelers, causing no inconvenience during the ride. About 20 minutes later, 2 infected appeared ahead. The zombies walked slowly along the road,
their heads down. Alexei Borisovich stopped and quietly warned Tanya, "Get off, be careful." Looking around, the scientist noticed that there was an open field around. The terrain was clearly visible, but he should not relax. Kaimovich took up the machete, swung it several times, cutting through the air, and headed towards the infected.
In front of them stood a woman of about 40 years old and a teenager, a mother and son, who after the infection continued to stick together and hunt together. The cannibals noticed a potential victim, howled and quickened their pace. "Get him!" the professor shouted, turning to Dodge and pointing his hand towards the opponents. The dog quickly picked up speed and hit the teenager who was walking slightly ahead, like a cannonball. The infected man lost his footing and fell to the asphalt. The dog grabbed his neck and began to shake him violently as if playing with a doll. The mother rushed at Alexei, not to protect her son, but to satisfy her own hunger with the dog's meat. Albert Borisovich arrived just in time. His blade pierced the woman's neck and her head snapped to the side. Blood gushed from the deep wound, and the wounded woman fell to the ground, but she was not going to give up. She tried to get up, even sat up, but her head tilted to the side, held in place only by the muscles on one side. On the other side, the machete cut through the skin, soft tissue, and broke the vertebrae. But the virus somehow still kept the nearly headless body alive. Kaimovich, being a scientist, did not believe in miracles and cut off the head with a second blow. Meanwhile, Alexei's dog continued to punish the teenager, but he did not agree to be a victim for a long time and, having come to his senses after the fall, began to hit the dog with his fists. "Ugh!" the professor ordered, but the dog, in his anger, did not obey. "Alexei, back!" the owner called loudly and tugged the dog by the collar. The dog obediently retreated a few steps, but continued to growl at the enemy. Albert Borisovich finished off the infected one, then stroked and gently rubbed the dog's ears. Approaching the bicycle, the scientist took a bag of dried beef from his backpack, which he had bought at a gas station store, and treated his four-legged friend to a few pieces. "You did a great job, excellent," Tanya praised both the mentor and the boxer at the same time. The professor shrugged and said that fighting had now become a daily necessity, just like going to work used to be. Having cleared the way, the travelers continued on their way. The dog moved a little behind the bike, occasionally stopping and sniffing, hoping to find something edible. Dodge had been a bit spoiled before, but after all the trials and dangers, he had become obedient and understood Alexei almost instantly. In case of danger, the boxer looked at the professor, waiting for a command. The dog began to bark less and act quickly and quietly. If he had to fight, he would rush at the enemy silently, trying to instantly grab his throat. When the owner gave a sign to sit silently, Dodge would silently fall silent even in the presence of zombies that were slowly passing by. About an hour after the encounter with the infected, the people and the dog noticed a small, lonely two-story house by the side of the road. Approaching, Albert Borisovich recognized it as a roadside motel. "Not a bad place to spend the night, if only it wasn't occupied," said the professor, rolling his bicycle up to the entrance. He took out his pistol and tried to open the door. "Is it closed?" the girl asked sadly, shivering in the evening chill. "We'll open it," Albert Borisovich answered decisively, looking around. "So, it's unclear if someone locked themselves in there, or if the door is locked from the outside. If it's the owner of the hotel, maybe he has a gun. If you get inside without permission, he can shoot to kill. But what if there's no gun?" Too many ifs, and I don't really want to check. After thinking for a bit, Kaimovich said loudly, "Hey, is anyone alive? We just need a roof over our heads for one night. I have a child and a dog with me. Open up, we won't cause any trouble. We'll share some stew and cookies." The professor listened. It seemed to him that he heard a light knock on the second floor, and the thought flashed through his mind.
The owner should be looking out the window. Maybe he's already got his sights on us. But all the windows upstairs were securely covered with heavy curtains, and it was impossible to see from the street what was going on inside. The scientist felt uneasy from the silence that had reigned. There was no point in shouting again. He waited a minute, assessing the house, and decided to take a risk. The cozy cafe hall was visible through the large windows of the first floor. Albert Borisovich tried to force the front door open, but it remained closed. After examining the building once more, he took off and wiped his glasses, scratched his beard, and decided to take action. The professor asked Tanya to take Dodge by the collar and step aside, after which he collected several stones from the side of the road and threw them at the first floor window. The clanging sound of broken glass could be heard. Kaimovich carefully entered inside, trying not to cut himself on the sharp shards sticking out of the frame. Alexei Borisovich looked around carefully, then turned his gaze to the door and froze for a moment. It was bolted from the inside. So we're definitely not alone. Someone else is in this house, flashed through his mind. The professor unlatched the bolt and let the girl in with Dodge. "Come on, don't lag behind me even one step," the mentor warned, although Tanya was already following him closely. Alexei Borisovich locked the door and lingered his gaze on the broken window. "With a hole like this, it's a zombie infestation. So we need to plug that gap somehow," he said.
Maybe this table?
The girl suggested, pointing to the furniture in the cafe. Alexei scraped together several tables with great effort, stacked them on top of each other, and made a semblance of a barricade. "Well, it will serve for a while," he exhaled, assessing the defensive structure. "What is this place? Are we alone here?" the girl asked timidly, looking around. "This is a roadside hotel. Various travelers and drivers used to stay here. Someone locked the door from the inside, but no one came out because of the noise. We need to check the rooms and the kitchen. Maybe someone is hiding." "It's better not to risk it and not fall into a trap," Alexei Borisovich answered. Alexei did not immediately understand what surprise had to do with it. For him, this word had always been associated with something pleasant and unexpected, but he did not ask unnecessary questions so as not to distract the mentor. The guests examined the first floor, the cafe hall, the kitchen, the toilet, and one spacious living room hidden from the visitors' eyes. Order reigned everywhere, as if the motel had never closed for a minute. The professor decided to go upstairs, where the living quarters for visitors were located. Kaimovich walked slowly up the stairs, holding a pistol in one hand and a flashlight in the other. The electric light was out, and the dim evening street light barely penetrated inside. The girl and the dog walked a little behind. When they reached the second floor, they saw a long corridor with 5 doors located on the left side. The scientist pulled the handle, and the first door opened, creaking treacherously. Albert Borisovich winced with displeasure and peered inside. The room contained a neatly made double bed, a table, a wardrobe, a couple of bedside tables, 2 chairs, a TV screen, and a rectangular mirror hanging on the wall. Long burgundy curtains tightly covered the window. It seemed as if the room had recently been thoroughly cleaned before the new tenants arrived. The professor stepped over the threshold, followed quietly by Tanya and Dodge. The girl carefully closed the door, holding the boxer by the collar. The scientist went to the window and slightly pulled back the curtain. There was silence outside. The wind almost imperceptibly swayed the branches of the trees growing near the hotel. One thin branch, swaying, slightly touched the glass, making an unpleasant creak. Suddenly, a dull thud was heard in the next room. Kaimovich immediately pointed the barrel of his pistol towards the door, expecting the owners to appear. They stood motionless for a few seconds, but no one showed up. Then Albert Borisovich stepped towards the door, opened it, and went out into the corridor. It was empty, but the sounds of some kind of fuss were heard again in the room next door. The mentor said, "Close yourself and listen carefully." Tanya nodded, hiding her head behind the door, which slammed quietly and the lock clicked into the latch. The professor turned the handle of another door, from behind which a strange creaking sound was coming. The bright light of the flashlight illuminated the room. Kaimovich noticed a figure on the bed and pulled the trigger, but at the last moment he saw that the body was tightly tied to the frame. The scientist swallowed, trying to suppress his excitement, and began to examine everything around him. The room repeated the previous one in furnishings, but on the bed lay a woman of about 50 years old. Her hands and feet were tightly bound with thick ropes fastened to the legs of the bed. The light briefly blinded the infected. She whined and tried to see her prey. Albert Borisovich came a little closer and moved the lantern aside. The infected jerked, trying to bite the man, but the ropes held her in place. "Who tied you up? Did he leave or is he hiding somewhere nearby? Why weren't you destroyed?" the professor muttered, carefully examining the zombie. Kaimovich was in no hurry to leave the room. He noticed blood stains and some trash on the sheets. All of this made him anxious. Once again convinced that the infected woman would not be able to get out of bed, the scientist went out into the corridor. He tried to open the next door, but it was locked. Albert Borisovich began to fiddle with the lock, using a machete. A few minutes later, he found himself inside the room. It felt like the place had been recently vacated. A soft wind was fluttering the curtain through the slightly open window. The bed was neatly made. There were some things in the corner, and a double-barreled hunting shotgun was hanging on the wall. The professor checked the weapon. It was in good working order and loaded. He slung the gun over his shoulder and left the room. The doors to the other rooms, the storage room and the utility room, were open. The scientist examined them, but found nothing suspicious. It seemed even more incomprehensible how the tied-up infected woman had ended up here. Kaimovich hurried back to Tanya and knocked 3 times. "It's me. Open up." There was a click of the lock. The mentor entered and threw the gun on the bed. "So how are things?" the girl asked quietly. "Everything is fine. Our stock has increased a little. It's a pity that there are only 2 cartridges. We couldn't find more. Is there anything suspicious on the street?" Tanya ran her fingernail along the cold metal of the gun. "I didn't notice anyone. Only the wind is blowing very strongly." "We'll stop here for the night," said Alexei Borisovich, unzipping his backpack and taking out snacks. "Today for dinner we have dried meat, chips, and chocolate. We need to save food. We won't touch the canned goods for now. I don't want to make a fire in the evening. Tomorrow morning, we'll light a fire next to the motel. That way it will attract less attention during the day." "What's that noise in the room?" Tanya asked, looking at the wall. "A boogeyman on a chain." "A boogeyman?" The girl was scared. "Yes, but she is not dangerous. There is an infected woman there, chained to the bed." "Why?" "I don't know yet, but whoever tied her up might come back. I have a task for you. Your job is to be on guard. Look out the window and guard the entrance." "Okay." The girl nodded and sat down on the wide windowsill. While the professor was unpacking his backpack, Dodge stood nearby, sniffing and wagging his tail. "Sorry, friend, we're having a modest dinner today, but tomorrow I promise to feed you some stew." The hungry dog didn't pay attention to the words. Licking his lips, he patiently waited for his share. Alexei didn't have time to open the bag of chips when he heard Tanya's excited voice. "Someone's going there!" The sunlight melted the darkness of the night and woke up the infected near the car dealership. The people living there slept until almost noon. The fatigue of the previous day, the feeling of safety, the comfortable sofas and seats in the cars relaxed the friends and plunged them into a calm, carefree state. Alexei dreamed that he was working in his own laboratory. For some reason, Katya was helping him. The scientist was holding a scalpel and performing an operation on a person. The guy was joking, and the girl was laughing cheerfully, as if they were playing instead of a serious procedure. Alexei tried to make out the patient's face, but it remained unclear. He saw the heart beating on the monitor screen, how the breathing movements of the lungs were audible, but the facial features were hidden in the fog. It seemed as if an experienced surgeon first cut and then stitched, but with each passing moment the operation caused him more and more anxiety. He understood that he would not be able to save this person. All efforts were in vain, but he continued to perform his actions. In the end, Alexei woke up, returned to reality, but the feeling of futility of his efforts did not leave him. Alexei was running along the sandy shore of a wild tropical territory in his dream. The picture was so vivid and clear that the boy's exhausted mind could not grasp the line between the dream and the present. Localized_name rejoiced in the bright sunlight, the gentle sea and the sounds of birds chirping merrily on the tree branches. A warm breeze gently blew his red locks. The young man took off his clothes and plunged into the transparent turquoise waves. In the water, which was transparent as glass, the bottom was clearly visible, along which crabs crawled, fish flashed, and impressive turtles slowly swam. Having admired the beauty of the underwater world, Alexei went ashore, but did not find his clothes. Looking back, he noticed on the horizon how a dark cloud in the sky began to emit lightning. A tropical storm was approaching. Then Alexei felt the first gusts of wind. The trees began to sway, and the birds rose into the air. At that moment he realized that these were not tropical birds, but ordinary city crows, which were circling in a black flock over the island with a loud cry. Alexei heard a quiet, barely audible voice, calling him by name. Lisitsina turned around and saw a woman sitting under a palm tree. Her missing things were lying next to the stranger. Katya slowly approached. The woman had her back turned to her, a scarf on her head covering her face. The girl quickly put on her clothes, not wanting to enter into a conversation. The appearance of a strange woman on the island upset Katya. She did not want to share this place with anyone else. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew the scarf off the stranger's head, and Lisitsina screamed and recognized the sinister face of her grandmother. "Come to me," the old woman hissed with difficulty, stretching out her bony hand to her granddaughter. At that moment, a torrential rain began. Large drops hit the old woman's body, running down her face. Gradually, this gloomy image faded, as if dissolving in the rain. Lisitsina remained motionless. Only quiet moans reached her. Then the grandmother's face disappeared, as if absorbed into the sand. Katya woke up. Andrei was not there. He stood by the window with Masha, contemplating the parking lot in front of the car dealership and talking. Ivan was still asleep. Max and Lena were tossing and turning on the sofas. A few minutes later, everyone except the cosmonaut had already gotten up, and Vorobyov continued to fill the showroom with his cheerful snores. "I don't remember him snoring like that by the river," Al remarked, stretching. "There could have been zombies there. But here, apparently, he relaxed in safety," smiled Masha, pouring water from the cooler. "Oh, there are so many of them. They don't leave. They're constantly watching us," Lena said nervously, looking at the cannibals outside the window. Localized name, Kuznetsov, grinned and remarked, "It looks like they've decided to surround us. It's good that there's a large advertisement across the entire facade. At least we can't be seen from the street." Alexei smoothed his disheveled hair slightly and yawned. "We need to look around, figure out what's going on, scout out the place. In short, we need to climb onto the roof." Masha, looking at her sleeping husband, suggested, Let's wait until Vanya wakes up, and then talk. No one said a word. Everyone continued to enjoy their rest. Katya took a flashlight and went to look for a toilet. Masha was braiding Lena's hair, and Alexei and Andrei were thinking about their plans for going outside. Suddenly, there was a sharp screech. Ivan jumped up in the car and hit his head on the ceiling of the body. Everyone quickly approached the door behind which Lysitsina had disappeared. Andrei ran into the toilet. There was a row of locked stalls on the left. On the right, by the wall, stood a pale and frightened Katya. "There's someone's leg there." I went into one stall and saw someone in the next one and immediately went out. "Okay, we'll check. I'll cover." Vorobyov muttered sleepily, pointing the barrel of the sawed-off shotgun at the door. Andrei abruptly opened the door, and the girl's corpse appeared before them. She was sitting on the floor, her legs tucked up. Dried, bloody marks were visible on her hand. A stationary knife lay nearby. Masha said regretfully, "Poor thing, she cut her veins." Andrei added, "It looks like it happened quite recently, because there are almost no signs of decomposition, and there is no smell of a corpse. It seems she managed to stab herself right before we arrived." Alexei frowned and asked incredulously, "How could they have passed by this yesterday? Who looked at the toilets?" Max looked down with a feeling of guilt and admitted, "It was me, but everything seemed clean. I didn't even open every stall. I just checked that there were no cans and calmed down." Alexei shook his head. "This is a mistake on all of our parts. We'll have to endure this body for now. Throwing it out on the street is impossible now. Cannibals are right at the entrance." He moved the corpse slightly with the toe of his sneaker. Andrei went to the next stall, opened the door, and gracefully invited his friend to come in. "But you can sit in the toilet. The dead don't bite, and there's plenty of room." Katya grimaced and said, "Lord, what don't you have to adapt to? Will you at least leave here, or will you continue to watch?" The friends left the toilet, leaving the girl alone. Lysitsina glanced at the dead woman again. She looked a little older than her, was slightly plump and unattractive. Katya sighed, went into the next stall, and habitually slammed the door. Having quickly settled down, the girl clutched her head with her hands, but this did not help her find peace. A few minutes later, when she was about to leave, she suddenly heard some rustling from the neighboring office through the wall. At first, localized name thought that she imagined it, but the sound was repeated again. Alexei was overcome with cold fear. Goosebumps ran down his spine. She caught the noises, was about to scream, but an idea flashed through her head. Maybe this is Andrei playing around? He secretly went to the toilet, snuck in here, touched the corpse, and is now trying to scare me? He's such a mischievous boy this morning. This calmed the girl down for a while, and she said loudly, "Andrei, enough already. This is not funny. Get out of here." Localized name waited a few seconds. There was no answer. A moment later, there was an incomprehensible cough, followed by another strange slapping sound. Alexei was afraid to leave her office. Almost holding her breath, she listened and stared at the crack under the door, through which part of the corridor was visible. Suddenly, a hand appeared on the floor. With clenched blue fingers, it scratched the tiles. A moment later, localized name saw the head of the dead girl who had been lying in the next room just a minute ago. Unable to get up, the revived deceased slowly crawled towards the exit, quietly wheezing and moaning. Her eyes were half closed and her head was turned to the side. Her name was Inga. When the epidemic swept through the city, she returned to the car dealership where she worked as an accountant, hoping to find protection there. The girl had lost her parents, her lover, and her best friend, and she had no idea how to live on. An intern from the service department almost bit her. but Inga managed to hide in the toilet, locking herself in a stall. After some time, her temperature rose, and she realized what was happening to her. After hesitating for a long time, before losing consciousness, Inga decided to open her veins. However, the virus did not allow her to die. The blood quickly coagulated, and the new star sent Inga's body into a state similar to a coma. The virus slowly exhausted her body, not allowing her to come to her senses. The unexpected appearance of people woke up the infected. She came to, feeling unbearable hunger and a sharp pain in her stomach. This was the only source of strength that made her move. The girl could not move her legs and crawled towards the exit. Hearing Katya's voice, she stopped, breathed greedily, and turned her head towards the toilet stall. Lysitsina's nervous system was at its limit. On the one hand, she wanted to scream and call for help. On the other, fear paralyzed her and did not allow her to make a sound. The sight of this living dead terrified Katya. After a long coma-like state, Inga's vision returned weakly. She made out blurry outlines under the door and instinctively reached forward. When a hand with sagging skin appeared from under the door and almost touched her leg, localized name almost lost consciousness from fear. But after a few seconds, horror gave way to rage. All the energy of life flared up in Katya. She coldly swung the door latch open and pushed it with all her might. There was a dull thud. The door hit the infected in the face and she fell back. Katya jumped out of the toilet and kicked her opponent in the temple with all her might. After the first blow, she could no longer stop. Meanwhile, Alexei was sitting on the couch in the showroom. A faint noise was coming from behind the restroom door, and the guy, worried about localize_name, decided to check on her. Carefully opening the door, Kuznetsov saw Katya furiously kicking the motionless body. Localized_name was hitting the back of the head, smashing the deceased's face against the tiles, cursing her at the same time. "Katya, what are you doing? Why did you pull her out?" The girl did not react immediately, continuing to strike by inertia. Then she turned around sharply and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? What kind of concern is this? You left me alone with a zombie. You didn't even make sure she was dead." Localized Name's anger was so strong that it seemed like she would now attack Alexei and do the same to him as she did to the infected. "What? A zombie? She really was dead. I saw cut veins. She wasn't breathing and—" The stunned Alexei timidly tried to justify himself. "She just tried to climb into my cubicle. Can dead people crawl? She was breathing, moving, and about to bite." Lysitsina's voice broke. She burst into tears and then pushed Alexei away, ran outside and slammed the door. Andrei scratched the back of his head, walking up to Inga's body and kicking it with his foot. The infected woman was lying on her back without the slightest movement. After Katya's blows, the infected woman's face turned into something red, blue, and bloody. The guy crouched down and touched her wrist with disgust, trying to check her pulse. The skin seemed a little warmer to him than that of the dead, although the shade was almost the same. Suddenly, Inga's body jerked, groaning, and her legs began to shake violently. Andrei jumped back in surprise and hit his back against the wall of the office. "What a bastard!" the scientist muttered tediously, rubbing the bruised area, not taking his eyes off the zombie. "It turns out they're alive after all. Cool, we know so little about them." Kuznetsov took out a knife and stuck the blade into the infected woman's heart. Having made sure that the corpse had finally stopped moving and would not crawl out anywhere, Andrei left the toilet. On the couch, they were calming Katya down, trying to stop her sobbing. Ivan and Max stood by the window in silence. It was clear to everyone that they also felt guilty. Andrei coughed and approached his friends, occasionally glancing at his girlfriend. Today, the company once again realized that death can come at the most unexpected time and place. Chapter 15. Fresh meat. 3 words spoken in Tanya's quiet voice made Albert Borisovich shudder. A chill ran through his body from fear, but the scientist quickly pulled himself together and went to the window. Infected? Where is he? I don't notice, he asked. No, I think he's normal. He just looked behind the house. There, the girl pointed to the right. A few seconds later, they saw a thin, tall man appearing from around the corner of the hotel, holding a large ladder in his hands. The professor whispered with some surprise, "We didn't notice it. He must have hidden it in the grass in the backyard." Meanwhile, the stranger placed the ladder against the wall next to the window of the third free room. Picking up the bag from the ground, he began to climb up. He was in a hurry and didn't even notice the broken window on the first floor. At that moment, Kaimovich and Tanya noticed 4 infected quickly approaching the motel. The man had almost reached the second floor when one of the zombies began to hit the stairs from below. A scream rushed out. The man tried to keep his balance. While one of the cannibals was knocking on the ladder, the other one was clumsily trying to climb it. This mismatch gave the fugitive a few vital seconds. He climbed a couple more steps and pushed the window sash. Alexei had already run out of his room, leaving the double-barreled shotgun behind, but grabbing a machete and a traumatic pistol. He had not yet decided whether to kill this man or spare him. He could have not wasted ammunition at all and simply pushed the stranger out the window when he climbed inside. Zombies would have been waiting for him there. Kaimovich would probably have done just that, but the woman chained to the bed awakened in him a professional interest in the guest. When the man got into the room, he threw the bag on the floor and looked outside. One of the infected was still trying to climb the stairs after him, but due to poor coordination, he mixed up the sequence of movements of his hands and feet. Despite this, he managed to climb a few steps. The zombie was persistent. The man began shaking the ladder, trying to throw off his pursuer. But suddenly, the ladder slipped out of his hands and crashed into the parking lot, crushing the cannibal. At the moment of the fall, he dislocated his leg and let out a long growl. The man pulled the curtain and sat down on the bed. His breathing was heavy and uneven. He looked to be in his early 50s. His features were long and thin, with a long, thin nose, keen but tired eyes, and a high forehead covered in deep folds. A thick head of gray hair, long uncombed, stuck out from his head. He was almost 2 meters tall and very thin, which made him look like a lamppost. Alexei sat on the bed, holding his head tightly in his long, sinewy hands, with blackened nails. He was trying to catch his breath and calm down after an exhausting run. The room was shrouded in dim semi-darkness, and Albert Borisovich hid behind the closet, preparing for the unexpected. When the stranger began rummaging through his bag, Kaimovich came out from behind cover and pointed the flashlight straight at the man's face. The man screamed from the unexpected light, jumped up, and rushed to the wall where the gun was hanging. "Stop! Don't move! If you move, I'll kill you!" the professor shouted sharply. "What? Ah! Don't shoot!" the man stammered, discovering with horror that the double-barreled shotgun had disappeared. "Lie on your stomach, hands behind your back. What do you have in the bag?" Albert Borisovich said quickly, menacingly shaking his pistol. The lanky one obeyed, stretching out on the floor, but, having recovered from the shock, asked a meaningful question. "Who are you, and why did you come here? This is my home. Now everything is shared. Communism, to each according to his needs, don't you really notice?" Localized Name put the gun to the back of his head and with his other hand began to search his captive. Alexei took a large knife from the stranger, took a bag and walked a few steps to the door. In the bag were 2 chicken carcasses, 8 cans of food, a bag of flour, and several pieces of fresh bloody meat. Localized Name took aim at the captive's head. "So this is your house, you say? You live here alone?" "Yes," the prisoner answered hopelessly. understanding from his interlocutor's behavior that the conversation would most likely be short. "And what is this unusual dog on a chain in the next room?" Alexei asked through clenched teeth. The man shuddered and began to mumble something incoherent. She's sick. What? Don't touch her, please." "Is this your wife?" the scientist suddenly asked, unexpectedly softly and even sympathetically. "Yes, Ksenia Stepanovna. She is infected and dangerous. No different from those people who tried to attack you on the street. Why do you keep her on a chain and continue to feed her? Fresh meat from a bag for her. Do you want to prolong her suffering?" Alexei continued the interrogation. "What if they find a cure?" the owner answered calmly and coolly. Localized Name fell silent, frantically considering his next steps. The stranger, noticing the glimmer of hope, continued speaking. "What do you want? You took my weapon and are in charge of the motel. Do you want to get rid of me? What good will that do? I don't have much food anyway. You can easily stock up on it in the village nearby. I go there almost every day. If I can even catch a pig." "Are there a lot of zombies there?" "Mostly single individuals. I kill 1 or 2 per raid, but today I encountered a crowd and had to retreat. Is there really no one else in the motel, except you and your wife?" Kaimovich asked again. "Yes." The man leaned on his hands and added, "If you allow me, I'll get up. Lying on the floor of your own house without a weapon is not the most pleasant thing to do." The scientist nodded permission, continuing to aim and carefully examining his interlocutor. The innkeeper stood up, brushed off the plaid shirt tucked into his jeans, sat down on the bed, and crossed his legs. In this position, he resembled a psychologist having a deep conversation. "So, what are your plans?" the stranger continued. "Spend the night at your house and then go on my way." "Where are you heading?" "To a place where it's easier to survive," Albert Borisovich answered evasively. "Are you traveling alone?" Kaimovich felt irritated. The prisoner seized the initiative and began asking him questions. "Not alone, but it doesn't matter." "I see you're an educated person. What did you do before the epidemic?" "I am a researcher. I used to work in a scientific laboratory in the city of Tomsk. After the scientific centers were reorganized and merged, I was fired and returned to my hometown. I was paid a decent salary compensation. My wife and I had some savings. And we also took out a loan and opened this hotel." "What exactly did you do in your laboratory?" the professor asked with interest. "I studied bacteria, viruses, and other simple forms of life," the motel owner answered somewhat indifferently. "Well, that's interesting." Albert Borisovich looked closely at his unexpectedly encountered colleague, trying to remember if he had seen him before at any conference. The silence was broken by Tanya, who looked into the room. "They're at the broken window. They want to get inside." At first, Kaimovich got angry, because the girl had not obeyed the order to stay in the room. But then he realized that the reason was justified and did not start arguing. Looking at his new acquaintance, he addressed him informally and calmly said, "Listen, scientist, we have a problem here. If you don't want a bunch of cannibals to appear in your house, come down and help me." The lanky man got up from the bed excitedly. Albert Borisovich let the hotel owner go ahead, and they moved along the corridor to the stairs. "Go to your room, sit quietly, and don't stick your head out," Professor Tanya whispered as he passed the room where Dodge remained. The zombies weren't going to let their prey go so easily, as they managed to escape and hide in the motel. The cannibals waited downstairs for a while, and then attempted to get inside. After walking around the parking lot, the smartest of them noticed a broken window. A few blows and pushes, and the wooden barrier of tables fell to the floor with a crash. The infected put his hands on the frame and began to climb into the window. Despite the shards of glass cutting his hands, the infected climbed over the sill and found himself inside.
3 more cannibals were crowding around the entrance from outside.
Alexei decided not to waste his ammo, made several big leaps towards the enemy, and swung his machete. At the very last moment, the zombie sharply turned his head, and the blade, sliding across the skull, only cut off the cannibal's ear. The infected one rushed at the professor, hit him in the stomach with his head, and knocked the scientist to the ground. The machete fell out of his hands and rolled under the table with a crash. The tall man froze in indecision and watched the fight. Albert Borisovich croaked, "Close the window with the table! Close the hole with the table!" However, Alexei suddenly turned around, quickly headed towards the kitchen, and disappeared into the dark doorway. Localized Name was left alone to confront the zombie, and had already regretted more than 100 times that he had been stingy with his ammo. The cannibal hung over the professor and tried to grab him by the throat, but he held the infected tightly with both hands, not allowing him to get closer. Out of the corner of his eye, the scientist noticed how the second infected climbed into the cafe and tried to quickly throw off the attacker, but was unable to do so. At that moment, a clanking sound of metal came from the kitchen, and a second later, the innkeeper appeared with a meat cleaver. He walked past the coupled localized Name and the zombie, ignoring the professor's precarious position. The tall man cracked the skull of the cannibal trying to climb through the window with one blow, and pushed the lifeless body out into the street. Then he waited for the rest of the infected to approach the opening, and began to strike them with the cleaver. Meanwhile, Albert Borisovich could not cope with his opponent. He understood that if he tried to get the gun, the zombie would certainly manage to bite him. And he really wanted to avoid this because it was unknown what kind of infection could be brought through such a wound. Having destroyed the rest of the cannibals, the tall man turned his attention to his unexpected visitor. Hesitantly, he brought the cleaver down on the infected's head. Blood flew into Alexei's face, and he was finally able to push his opponent aside. The infected turned out to be tenacious, trying to recover, but the motel owner kicked the zombie onto his back, then grabbed a chair and brought it down hard on his head. One of the legs sank into his eye and penetrated his skull. The cannibal's limbs twitched convulsively. For a few seconds, he beat his limbs uncontrollably on the tiled floor, then went silent. Having caught his breath, the professor muttered, "Thank you," and adjusted his glasses. The motel owner extended his bloody hand and introduced himself as Arnold Samuilovich. The professor shook his hand and replied, "Albert Borisovich." The man smiled and said, "Welcome to my home. Make yourself at home here." The professor offered a treat from his stewed meat reserves as a token of gratitude. "No need. I'll have fresh meat broth for dinner tonight," the tall man said, picking up Alexei's machete that was lying on the floor. Chapter 16. Monarchy, the source of order. Lev Nikolaevich called his government for a brief meeting on growing food in the shelter's greenhouses. Suddenly, the tape was interrupted by one of the soldiers, who suddenly burst into the meeting room and announced, "Mr. President, an emergency situation, an escape attempt." Lev Nikolaevich immediately stood up and followed the soldier into the corridor. They approached the airlock, where 2 guards were holding a man lying on the floor, twisting him. Alexei, trying to hide his excitement, asked, "What happened here?" The soldier reported that 2 civilians were trying to enter through the emergency airlock to exit the station. Lev Nikolaevich, examining the traces of blood, asked, "I see one. Where's the second one?" The soldier replied that the second one had died in a fight. High Glorias around into a bending and ordering manager to history and airlock to emergence. He had attacked the guard with a knife. A fight had started, and when the citizen fell, he had landed on his own weapon. The president said quietly, "It has begun. Okay, detain this one. And where's the body?" The soldiers led Alexei to the medical bay, where the body of a man of about 35 years old lay in a small refrigerated chamber. This employee of the bunker's life support system had worked there for many years and had not broken any rules. Lev Nikolaevich turned to Elena Vasilievna Malishkina and asked, "Did the service personnel decide to run away? What could have pushed them to do this?" The woman in charge of the medical section of the shelter had never encountered anything like this before, and simply shrugged her shoulders, shaking her head. "I don't understand what they wanted to achieve. Leaving the shelter is like condemning yourself to death. I think they have mental problems." The president walked thoughtfully into the isolation room and saw the failed escapee sitting on a couch with his hands tied. "As far as I understand, your name is Evgeny?" "Yes, of course it is Evgeny Kalmykov. I remember you. You are an excellent specialist. But why did you try to escape and attack the guards?" The man looked up, his eyes full of fear, and answered in a quiet, trembling voice, "We're going to die here anyway, so at least we want to spend our last days like human beings. Are you unhappy with the conditions you are in? You and your partner, who died under such circumstances, supported the work of this station for a long time. Now we are locked here like rabbits in a cage. I'm tired of this base. I want freedom." "Freedom?" Lev Nikolaevich said thoughtfully. "You say so because you haven't seen what's happening up there. In Moscow, St. Petersburg, in other cities, countries, continents, everywhere. The bunker was put on martial law before the epidemic even reached you. Some argue that there is no epidemic at all, and all this was invented to hide from other problems. We don't have access to the internet. We don't know what's going on in the world." "Fool!" the president interrupted him sharply. After taking a few steps around the cell, he calmed down and continued in his usual, even voice. "Okay, if you want the truth, you can go, but you won't go back. I won't risk infecting everyone in the shelter because of you. No one on the outside can guarantee you food, shelter, or safety. Go. I'll order you to be released." Alexei fell silent, looking sadly at the toes of his boots. The idea of escape came from his dead friend, so now the man did not want to be alone at all. Besides, he had already regretted the decision many times. "What if I don't leave?" the detainee said uncertainly. "You will be punished for the riot, and the commission will determine the measure of restraint." A glimmer of hope flashed in Kalmykov's eyes. "Got it. I want to stay." Before leaving the detention center, Lev Nikolaevich stopped briefly and turned to Kalmykov. "Why did you decide to run in the morning and not at night?" "That was Sonya's plan. He said that the guards were more attentive at night, and it was impossible to catch them by surprise anyway. In the morning, we planned to pass by as random passers-by, counting on the surprise effect in order to neutralize the guards and escape. There is a certain logic to this," the president agreed, left the room with the detainee and headed back to the meeting room. The issue of the failed escape attempt was added to the government's agenda. The leadership decided not to punish Kalmykov, who had survived, too severely, so as not to cause unrest among the people, especially since he was considered a valuable specialist. A week's detention in a detention center and an increased work schedule of duty for 3 months will be enough, suggested Marat Rinatovich Batayev, a former FSB colonel and now the head of the shelter's security service. "The situation is getting more tense every day. I think we need to prepare for new provocations," Malishkina shared her thoughts gloomily. "Yes, I noticed that too. Alexei, someone is clearly setting people against each other here," General Gornilov commented, frowning his thick gray eyebrows. "What's the point anyway? Who benefits from this? For a double portion of pasta and stew? Complete nonsense." The president shook his head in disagreement. Everyone fell silent, hesitant. No one dared to express their opinion anymore. "Okay, let's not panic. An emergency occurred, but no disaster occurred. We just need to conduct explanatory work and increase vigilance. And on the weekend, we'll organize a holiday so that people can distract themselves from gloomy thoughts and relax a little." The fate of the entire community depends on us. We need to hold on tight. Lev Nikolaevich summed up. He left the office and headed to the infirmary to visit the chief engineer of the shelter, who was recovering from a stroke. "How are you feeling today, old man?" The president greeted him warmly. "Elena Vasilievna said that I was getting better, promised that I would soon dance again, and I myself feel better," Zakhar Evgenievich answered with a smile. "Of course, you will also sing and swim in the sea when we get out of here." "What was going on there? There was noise in the corridor." Lev Nikolaevich sighed heavily, but answered with a slight smile. "Well, it's just that a couple of guys got tired of sitting inside and wanted to get some fresh air. Alexei, Mr. President, you should be very careful. In our time, people need strong power and the light of hope. A strong hand will keep them from destroying the order that has already been built, and hope will give them the strength to move forward. Those who have children have nothing to fear. They are ready to endure even harsh stability for the sake of the future of their children. But those who live only for themselves can behave unpredictably." In the midst of the chief engineer's speech, a soldier burst into the medical bay and shouted, "Mr. President, an emergency situation!" The morning had just begun, and this news was already ringing in Lev Nikolaevich's ears for the second time. The day was clearly turning out to be disloyal. "What is it this time? Another escape?" the president asked. "Murder," the soldier replied. For a moment, Alexei froze, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He waved his hand toward Zakhar Yevgenievich, saying goodbye, and nodded to the soldier to show him the way. A crowd of people had gathered in the corridor of the residential block. There was a hum of voices. Someone was sobbing. In one of the rooms, Vladimir Romanovich Gornilov, a general and one of the president's closest advisors, lay on the floor. He was motionless, his gray hair matted with blood. His youngest daughter, Milana, was sobbing on her knees next to him. The girl had just turned 18, and she was sobbing, unable to contain her grief, hunched over her father's body. Not far away, on the bed, the second daughter, Svetlana, was crying, hiding in a pillow. "Who did this?" asked Alexei, feeling his hands begin to shake. "Chernov," Batayev said through clenched teeth. Lev Nikolaevich leaned over the body of his devoted friend and put his hand on Milana's shoulder, but she did not react. The girl cried without stopping, not raising her gaze from her father's chest, who had already stopped breathing. The president stood up and walked out of the room. Several people followed him. He reached the isolation cell, asked the guard to step aside, and opened the door. His former first advisor, Alexander Chernov, was lying on the cot, his hands under his head. "Ah, hello, Mr. President. Long time no see." The prisoner greeted him, smelling of alcohol and being rude. Why, in this single word of Lev Nikolaevich, there were anger, power, dignity, and contempt. Alexander shuddered and sat down, tucking his legs. But in his calculating and cynical mind, there was no longer any fear. The old geezer was smoking the sky in vain, and the daughter was claiming innocence. In general, it all happened by chance. Today, I had no intention of killing him. I just happened to come across him at the wrong time. The president looked at the killer with disgust and said with disappointment, "It's like you've become different. Before the epidemic, you were different. I could rely on you." Before the epidemic. Back then, it was still possible to find meaning in life, build a career, suck up, Alexei. Try to seem like an effective leader and an honest, progressive official, so that in about 15 years you could take your place. But now this whole show is meaningless to me. Anarchy rules the world now. Chernov burst out laughing and suddenly burst out, "Do you still think that you are the president? You are mistaken. You have exactly as much power as our cook and maybe even more. People obey you more out of habit than because of your authority. What can you offer people? Life in this tin can underground?
Dreams that the world will change? Nonsense! You are just an idiot for dragging these ancient ministers here. Although, on the other hand, they have charming daughters, but that is their only virtue. Everything fell apart, and you couldn't change anything. You fucked up the country, and now you can't even cope with this small team. They've already started to scatter like cockroaches. Alexander rejoices, having received the opportunity to express all the accumulated grievances and complaints directly to his former boss.
Even in his school years, he was not afraid to use any methods to achieve his ambitions. He set people up, climbed over people's heads, resorted to dirty tricks, wove intrigues, and used other people's efforts to move forward. His high leadership skills, developed mind, and attractive appearance made him a very dangerous person, because inside he was a cunning and calculating egoist. He easily betrayed his few friends, and also alienated his parents with his excessive self-esteem after he received his first significant position in the Kremlin. Hidden Alexander dreamed of only one thing: to take the main place in the country, to achieve absolute power, to instaurate a quiet dictatorship to satisfy his inner demons, vanity, pride, and greed. However, the epidemic suddenly changed all the plans of the advisor. When he found himself just a step away from his dream. Now, as an official, he lost his power and influence, realizing that in this new world, only force rules. At that moment, the general entered the room to tell his daughters about the morning's attempted escape. Kornilov went berserk, grabbed the attacker, and threw him against the wall. A fight ensued. Alexei punched the general in the face, who fell and hit his temple on the edge of the bed. And now, in his cell, the former advisor does not even try to hide his lack of remorse. On the contrary, he behaves defiantly and insolently. Alexei spat right at the president's feet and mockingly said, "I don't care what you think about me. Your mouse-like fuss has gotten on my nerves. You measure every gram of potato starch for the footprinter instead of living the last days that remain for all of us with maximum efficiency." The president, listening to drunken speeches, could not believe that just recently this man was his right hand and helped to govern the country. Then, when trying to stop the epidemic, Alexander showed fortitude and did not give in to panic. But now, it seems, he has completely broken down. Meanwhile, the former advisor was not going to stop. Realizing that he had nothing left to lose, he decided to anger the leader even more. "It's a pity that your beautiful wife became an empty shell. If she were here, I would have had a good time for the last time too. She was a real woman." Lev Nikolaevich punched Chernov in the teeth with all his might. "You will be shot today," the president shouted furiously and quickly left the cell. Containing his anger, he headed to the main hall, where almost the entire population of the bunker had gathered. "Friends, something terrible has happened today," the leader addressed the assembled group. "For different reasons, we have lost 2 of our comrades. They served their homeland with devotion and just as stubbornly. Our community, protecting and caring for our shelter." A heavy whisper came from the crowd. People were alarmed, frightened, and outraged by the crimes that had occurred. Alexei wanted everyone to understand what discipline meant. We are living in wartime conditions, and this applies to everyone, regardless of previous ranks and titles. In an hour, former advisor Chernov will be executed for the murder of General Kornilov. An oppressive silence fell. The president looked into the eyes of those present. Society demanded decisive action, and he decided not to play at democracy, but to pass sentence himself, without a trial. Lev Nikolaevich was sure that he was right. The murderer must die. People whispered. Some supported him, nodding with approval, while others lowered their eyes in embarrassment, pressing their lips together. After the speech, the president quietly said a few phrases to Colonel Batayev about the upcoming execution. Then, Noticing his son in the crowd, he called Peter, and they went to their room. A few minutes passed, and Lev Nikolaevich was already sitting on the bed, holding his temples. His head was splitting from a painful migraine. The boy, looking at his father, timidly asked, "Are you really going to kill him? Do you have another plan? Do you think he doesn't deserve to die?" Lev Nikolaevich answered in a tired voice. Although the decision had been made, for some reason he was not ready to face its implementation. The president decided to take a break. Half an hour later, Peter stopped bothering his father with questions. He realized that at such moments, it was better to leave him alone with his thoughts. Both lay silently on their beds, when suddenly, shots, screams, and the clatter of footsteps were heard outside the door. "What the?" Lev Nikolaevich managed to mutter when the lock on the door suddenly flew apart, and Chernov appeared on the threshold with a pistol in his hand. Behind him stood 2 soldiers with machine guns, and in the shelter, the shooting did not cease. "Hello, Mr. Ex-President. Revolution or death? It seems you wanted someone to be shot in an hour? Your order will be carried out almost verbatim. Come out!" One of the fighters suddenly burst into the room and grabbed Lev Nikolaevich by the collar. He obediently complied, although he did not fully understand what was happening and why everything had changed so quickly. Chernov ordered that the father and son be put in solitary confinement, and he himself headed to another part of the bunker to suppress the outbreak of rebellion. Chapter 17. Critical Day. The sun rose higher and higher, illuminating the car dealership and the angry faces of the cannibals hanging around nearby. The zombies continued to surround the building where the people were hiding. After breakfast, Katya recovered from the unpleasant incident with the infected, but she was still angry with Alexei. Localized Name was already starting to get tired of this whole situation, so he headed to the service shop. In the morning, this room did not seem as gloomy to him as it had looked the previous evening. Alexei noticed a ladder welded to the wall in the far corner leading to a hatch. A minute later, he was already standing on the roof and looking around carefully. Several dozen infected were moving around the car dealership. A small group of cannibals scattered along the road, but the bulk remained near the building. The infected still remembered that the fugitives were hiding in this place, and were in no hurry to go far. Soon, Max's head appeared from the hatch. "There you are, and we've already lost you." Owl climbed out onto the roof, immediately followed by Ivan, then Masha and Lena. Katya was the last to get up. Not paying attention to Alexei, she went to the very edge of the roof. Alexei approached Localized Name and looked down. "These streets from the salon are not suitable for us. They are too dangerous for such a trip. You know what their cross-country ability is, and their reliability leaves much to be desired." The scientist agreed, stealthily looking at his friend. Ivan continued talking about plans. "We need a good SUV, or better yet, 2. But there is no time for excesses here. We'll go with what we can find. If we hang solar panels everywhere on the car, then in sunny weather they will be able to fully charge the batteries in about a day or 2. So the idea is to drive at night and rest during the day?" Max asked. "Perhaps, yes. In the dark, we will attract less attention. At least, I hope so." Alexei folded his arms across his chest. Andrei pointed to the area near the neighboring car dealership. "There's a good option over there in the parking lot. RGR Tourist. The chassis and electric motor are reliable. My father drove one like that, though in an old body. And this one is a newer model. My father was thinking about buying one just this fall." "RGR? I haven't driven Taiwanese cars, so I can't judge," Ivan said thoughtfully. hoping to find something Japanese or German-made. Kuznetsov grinned and covered his eyes with his hand, hiding them from the sun. In terms of quality, it is not inferior to the Korean ones and is clearly better than your Lada Tesla. Don't remind me. That was quite a surprise. Ivan waved his hand dismissively. They couldn't bring a decent Mercedes. They were stingy. I liked her. We have pleasant memories. Masha giggled playfully. Andrei spat from the roof onto the bald head of a man in a dirty business suit and stepped back from the edge. Total marketing. They promoted themselves so much, like a joint Russian-American production and an alliance of superpowers on Earth and in space. In short, everything turned out symbolic.
I understand that. The company stood on the roof for another 15 minutes, looked around the area, but still could not find a suitable car, and began to discuss how to take the car to the service center. The main thing is that the car is in working order. If the battery is dead, pushing it here is a bad idea. Alexei weighed the risks. Let's take a compact car straight from the showroom and the wires, drive to the destination, and there, if anything, we'll jumpstart this tourist, Kuznetsov suggested. Max pointed his finger at the crowd of zombies near the car dealership. What should we do with them? We don't have enough bullets to shoot them all.
We'll take care of the cans ourselves, Katya suddenly intervened. We'll stand on the opposite side of the roof and shout loudly to attract them.
Yes, shouting and screaming loudly is our thing, Lena added.
Vorobyov frowned. It seemed that this was too dangerous.
We can try, but we don't have a plan B as usual.
Plan B is for weaklings. For us, only Plan A always works, Owl answered defiantly. Spit to avoid jinxing it and knock on the head, Andrei muttered, heading towards the hatch. Masha looked at the sky.
Do you really want to now? Maybe it would be better tonight, when they are fast asleep.
As time has shown, they sleep very lightly. It is also difficult to carry out such an operation in the dark. Besides, any light will immediately attract attention. There are not many cans. If you can distract them, I think everything will work out.
In the worst case, we will hide in the car. The scientist pushed his fashionable sunglasses up his forehead and went to the hatch. The boys followed him, and the girls remained on the roof as bait.
Are you still angry with Alexei?
Masha asked Lisitsa carefully.
Well, almost no. I just got mad because of that incident in the toilet in the morning. That's why I was nervous. What guests?
Lena asked in bewilderment, still too young and not familiar with the entire female arsenal of phrases.
She's on her period.
Masha smiled. The girls laughed quietly and glanced furtively at the huddled zombies. Meanwhile, the guys chose a car to go out in. Alexei got behind the wheel. Andrei sat down next to him, and Max took the seat in the back.
So someone needs to open the gate.
The cosmonaut noted, placing his hand on the steering wheel.
And close them too.
The scientist added, turning slightly to the side.
So I have to stay here?
The teenager frowned.
Alexei looked at Max seriously.
Owl, everyone has their own task. The gates are very heavy. They can only be opened by pulling the chain. The girls can't handle it. There are no options. Okay. The guy nodded gloomily, accepting his senior comrade's decision. The street's batteries were only 20% charged, which would have allowed it to safely drive to Novosibirsk, not to mention the nearest car dealership. Vorobyov threw power cables and several tools onto the back seat. Andrei took sawed-off shotguns, knives, and an axe, just in case they had to fight up close. At Max's command, the girls staged a noise attack on the roof. Masha, Lena, and Katya screamed, squealed, clapped their hands, attracting the attention of the zombies in the depths of the yard to clear the way for the guys. 5 minutes later, Max got off the roof and reported that almost all the infected had already moved towards the girls. Let's go. Open the gates, Vorobyov ordered. Alexei pulled the chain that controlled the service gates. Usually they were left alone, because all the work was done by electric mechanisms. But having a manual opening method was mandatory for fire safety, and it turned out to be necessary right now. The gates slowly rose upwards. Ivan looked ahead attentively, touching the pedal with his foot. As soon as the doors opened high enough, the car moved almost silently from its place. The girls were doing a great job. Katya was so carried away that she even lifted her t-shirt, showing the attackers her bare chest. She was clearly not herself today. The infected gathered at the back entrance, stood, with their faces raised, and stretched their bony hands towards the prey. Some cannibals were punching the wall and scratching the building in impotent rage. The zombies were growling furiously and whining from hunger, responding to the mocking cries of the girls. At the moment when Andrei and Ivan left the garage, Alexei quickly began to close the gate, but the chain got stuck with a loud clang. The door stopped motionless at a height of just over 1 meter from the ground. "Damn, come on, Shin!" the teenager cursed, tugging at the chain with all his might. Above him hung a block in which the damned part was stuck. Meanwhile, the car attracted the attention of a group of cannibals who moved towards the main parking lot. Masha noticed them and quietly said to Lena, "Check how our people are doing." The girl quickly headed to the opposite side of the roof and, leaning down, noticed the half-open gate. "Alexei, are you there? What's going on?" "It's jammed. I can't lower it," the brother answered with a slightly tearful voice. The girl quickly returned to her friends and told them what had happened. For a moment, everyone thought and fell silent. It was at this moment that everything could have gone wrong. The two zombies stopped paying attention to them and headed towards the service shop. "I'll go down and help him. And you continue the performance. Otherwise the spectators will start to run away," said Katya, and hurried to the hatch. Meanwhile, the street safely passed the parking lot, drove onto the highway, and almost reached the neighboring car dealership. The small car turned into the parking lot of the RGR dealership and stopped in front of the SUV that the friends had noticed from the roof. The Jeep was already covered in a thick layer of dust, and a large orange sign with the inscription, "Trade In," was on the windshield. Logically, the keys should be somewhere in the manager's office or however they have it set up there. That is, inside, Vorobyov shouted, getting out of the car. The young men noticed a group of infected moving towards them along the highway. There was very little time left. The friends ran to the main entrance. Alexei pulled the handle, but the door was locked. They had to act decisively and shoot at the lock. The search for the keys took up a little more of their very important time. They had to open 3 offices before they managed to find the treasured plate that opened the car. 3 doors, 3 shots, and the guys hurried outside. Max was still pulling the chain, which was not giving in. The situation had become critical. "If the gates don't close, all our plans will collapse," flashed through the teenager's head. He cursed, prayed, swore, almost cried, got angry, despaired, hoped, and continued to pull the chain. In the midst of it all, the first shot rang out. Alexei and Ivan were breaking into a nearby car dealership. Some of the zombies, distracted by the girls, turned around, and some of them headed towards the noise of the shot. The owl hung on the chain, internally cursing it with all his might. The block through which the chain passed creaked, and the bracket was about to break off. Figures of the infected began to appear in the half-open gates. Max jumped to the ground and retreated a few steps, preparing to defend himself. At that moment, he felt a touch on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Katya, who was holding a short metal tube and holding out a hammer. Having descended the stairs, she had picked them up in advance near the car lift. One of the cannibals bent down and crawled under the gate. Alexei rushed at the enemy, swung his hammer, which, describing a small curve in the air, struck the cannibal in the jaw. He trembled, growled, drenched in blood, but managed to keep his balance. Without giving the zombie a chance to come to his senses, the guy delivered a decisive blow to the forehead. The infected's head fell back sharply. The crack of the cervical vertebrae was heard, and the dead body fell to the floor. At this time, the other two had already entered the service shop. The infected dispersed. One moved towards Katya. The second went towards Max. The teenager threw the blade, and it sank into the zombie's face, cutting his upper lip, but the infected barely winced in pain. He tried to grab the guy, but Alexei dodged and struck him in the knee with a hammer. The enemy's leg bent at an unusual angle. His balance was disturbed. It was a matter of seconds to finish off the cannibal. Meanwhile, Lisitsina was fighting off a woman with a cut-off nose. Judging by the hardened crust, the wound was about a week old, which made the zombie's face look even more terrifying and ferocious. Katya defended herself with a metal pipe and gradually retreated deeper into the workshop. The redhead tried to hide behind a car lift, but her opponent quickly approached and almost knocked the girl off her feet. Katya raised the pipe in horror, and the zombie's eye collided with the piece of iron.
The woman hesitated. Katya immediately kicked her in the crotch and struck her neck with the pipe. The next moment, Alexei's hammer fell on the back of the infected woman's head. "Thank you for coming on time. She was really fast. She almost caught me." Katya thanked her friend. "Yes, keep an eye on the entrance," Alexei replied. Using the pause, they tried to close the gate, but the door remained roughly in place. Masha and Lena's screams were heard from outside. The girls' voices were already breaking. They were trying their best to distract the cannibals' attention. Despite their efforts, several more zombies appeared at the half-closed gate. "My traumatic weapon is in the cabin. Bring it, and I'll hold them off for now," Max shouted, before the enemies burst into the service shop. The first to appear was a tall man with a thick, dark mustache caked with blood. His dress shoes were covered in a thick layer of dust. His gray pants were dirty and his blue shirt was torn in several places. Thin but strong, he moved quickly and confidently. The owl made a powerful swing, trying to break the skull, but the zombie dodged and the hammer hit the collarbone. The mustachioed one waved off the next blow, grabbed the guy in an armful and grabbed him by the shoulder. Two more cannibals made their way under the gate and approached the teenager, and the third suddenly headed towards Katya. Lisitsina found Max's backpack behind the sofa and hurriedly rummaged through it in search of the gun. She dumped all the contents on the floor, but there was no weapon among the things and fishing gear. "Damn it! Where did you hide it?" the redhead muttered angrily, looking around. She noticed the infected man enter the showroom and approach the reception desk where the lost traumatic weapon lay. "Here it is," the girl thought. But access to the weapon was blocked by a strong, stocky man in leather pants and a dark biker t-shirt. His long, dirty hair was tied in a ponytail. His right ear was partially torn off, and there was a huge hematoma under his eye. "Come here, handsome," Katya whispered quietly, retreating to the minibus. When there were only a few steps left to the enemy, she threw a metal tube at him and instantly disappeared behind the car. The infected felt a weak blow, rushed after the victim. But Lisitsina quickly ran around the minibus and, having outwitted the enemy, unhinderedly reached the weapon. The redhead took the safety off the pistol, aimed, and fired. The rubber bullet flew out of the barrel and hit the open, wheezing mouth of the zombie. The cannibal collapsed on the floor, convulsed and spat blood, losing his knocked-out teeth. The girl did not finish him off, but hurried to Alexei's aid. Usadi managed to bite the teenager's shoulder until it bled. But Sova deftly pulled a metal blade from his belt and stabbed his opponent in the stomach several times. Despite the wounds, the cannibal did not loosen his grip. Light signals of pain reaching his brain only made him clench his jaws even tighter. Max screamed at the top of his voice as two more zombies bit into his arm and leg, and he couldn't move. However, a moment later, loud shots rang out. Katya aimed at the enemies almost point blank, trying not to hit the teenager. Lisitsina gently placed her hand on her friend's shoulder.
"You're bleeding. Sorry, I spent a long time looking for the gun."
Max replied, "I'm fine. Of course, it hurts, but the wound doesn't seem to be deep." These creatures have sharp teeth. And that abomination almost bit off my leg. The shots attracted a new crowd of infected. Their silhouettes were already flashing at the entrance. Max took a hammer and ran to the doors. He deftly climbed up the ledges, corners, and beams on the wall to the place where the chain was stuck. Holding on with one hand, Sova sharply hit the block with the hammer. At this time, Katya was shooting back at the cannibals trying to get into the service shop. After the fifth blow, the block that held the chain moved. Sova grabbed the chain and jumped down. Under his weight, the gates closed with a loud roar, and the people were finally able to rest. While Max finished off the wounded, Katya quickly climbed to the roof to help her friends. Alexei and Ivan ran out of the RG Akar Novosibirsk car dealership and opened the SUV. Kuznetsov sighed deeply with disappointment. The battery charge was completely exhausted. "It's a pity. I didn't really hope for a miracle," the cosmonaut muttered. "Let's try to start it, and I'll cover it for now," the scientist replied, noticing the cannibals slowly approaching along the highway. Alexei parked the Chinese compact car next to the Taiwanese and connected the cars with power cables. At that very moment, shots were heard from the car dealership where their comrades remained. "What's going on there?" the cosmonaut exclaimed. "Who the hell knows, maybe Max is shooting from the roof," they answered him. A thick green wall of tall ornamental shrubs stretched out against the end fence. It blocked the view, and the boys could not see what was happening near the city streetcar dealership. "We need to get back urgently. Let's abandon this car, and, if necessary, we'll try to get in here at night." Andrei took aim at the rapidly approaching zombie. "Give us a minute. We won't get to them any faster anyway. The exercises are starting." Time dragged on painfully slowly, but finally the charge level of the RGR tourist car moved from 0. Kuznetsov methodically shot the infected, but suddenly the sawed-off shot gave a blank click. "There are 2% left. We'll make it. Let's go," Alexei announced, disconnecting the power cables. The tourist pulled away and drove onto the highway. Kuznetsov stuck the barrel of his pistol out the window and fired at 3 cannibals trying to block his way. Ivan carefully drove around the rest of the infected on the side of the road and turned into the car dealership's parking lot. The girls on the roof were almost hoarse when the guys returned with the transport. Thanks to their efforts, the SUV drove up to the gates of the service center without any problems. Max heard the signal and carefully pulled the chain. Katya was already standing nearby and guarding the entrance with a traumatic in her hands. When the car was under the canopy, the door this time went down easily and without resistance. "Oh my God! What happened here?" Ivan was surprised, looking at the bodies lying on the floor.
Alexei hugged Katya and carefully looked around the room. "Is everyone alive?"
"Yes, but Max was bitten. He needs to be examined," the red-haired girl answered. "We haven't had time to do that yet." Ivan turned to the gate. "I have no idea how they got here. The chain jammed. The door didn't close all the way," the teenager said guiltily. "And you? Are you hurt?" Alexei gently ran his hand through the girl's light hair. Lisakina hugged him and quietly whispered, "No, forgive me. I was very tense this morning. Now I've calmed down a bit, killed a couple of kanas, and it's easier. We're in luck again. We're so lucky that we can safely go to the casino." Owl took off his t-shirt and let Masha tend to his wounds. Chapter 18. Dinner by Candlelight. "Yes, you've made quite a mess here." The motel owner shook his head reproachfully, looking at the broken window. In one hand, he held a cleaver, and in the other, the professor's machete, which he was in no hurry to give back. "I called the owners, but no one answered. We decided that the building was uninhabited." Kaimovich shrugged. He didn't particularly want to apologize to his former captive. Alexei ran away from these cannibals so fast that he didn't notice the incident right away.
He always keeps a ladder nearby, then takes it up and leaves it in the hallway, but today it accidentally fell. Alexei and his wife used to live on the first floor in a large room, but when it all started, they moved to the second floor. The view is much better there, and it's safer in general. That's reasonable, Albert Borisovich agreed. Besides, we didn't even see the stairs. It's okay. I'll bring the tools now, and we'll quickly patch up the hole. In 20 minutes, the men covered the broken window with tabletops, screwing them tightly with screws. When the work was finished, the whole group moved to the kitchen and began to prepare dinner.
You can turn off the lights. Save the battery, said the innkeeper, lighting a match. I have 6 boxes of candles here. I got them from the local chapel, which has long been abandoned. Faint lights flickered in different corners of the room, filling the kitchen with a soft, warm light. You have it here quite nicely, quite cozy, the professor praised his colleague. It is possible to live, although only for a while, Alexei noted. The stove runs on gas, the cylinder is almost full, and there are 2 new ones in the utility room. Now the consumption is low. The supply of cereals, pasta, salt, sugar, and spices remains from the past. Unfortunately, there is no electricity. The refrigerators do not work, so it is impossible to store meat in reserve. You have to constantly walk around the area and hunt animals. Alexei installed a large tub on the roof to collect rainwater, extended a hose and installed a tap. Sometimes, he goes to the stream, located about 1 kilometer from the house, thus providing himself with water. We also had a house, but then villains appeared and we had to leave, said Kaimovich, recalling his recent past. I was visited by marauders twice, but I managed to drive them away with a gun. The motel owner shared his optimism. The supply of cartridges was very small, only 2, but the number of marauders is decreasing every day. Arnodl Samuilovich was a man who never allowed himself to lose heart. At least outwardly, he always remained calm. In any troubles, he did not show his grief and smiled. It became his defense mechanism. A real storm raged inside, but his face remained calm. He laughed when loneliness and fear literally drove him crazy, especially on dark nights. He joked with his sick wife, who, if not for the ropes, would have taken Alexei apart long ago. He told funny stories and recalled happy moments of their past together. The man hoped that at least a spark of memory would flare up in her, that the diseases of the body and soul would recede. But, having tried all the medicines, the former virologist accepted his fate with a quiet, sad smile. Feeling unbearable loneliness at first, he was afraid of unexpected guests, but soon he was happy, because they became long-awaited interlocutors. The motel owner poured water into a pot and put in a piece of pork. Then he took 2 chickens, cut off their legs, and threw the shank towards Dodge. The dog crunched the bones with pleasure and wagged his tail in gratitude. So, everything is okay with food in the village? Asked Albert Borisovich, sitting down on the edge of the table and looking attentively at the owner. How can I say? You can find something. Usually I go out in the evening, take a hatchet, so as not to make noise when I meet cannibals. Who is this? Tanya asked again. Scientifically, they are called cannibals, explained Kaimovich. The tall man took salt and pepper out of the cabinet.
Exactly, but not quite so. They feed not only on people, but literally on everything that moves. For convenience, I call them anthropophagi, although this is a generalization.
Well, how are things in this village in general? The professor returned to the topic. The new acquaintance tore off a piece of paper towel and wiped his palms.
It varies. Today I was lucky. I found 2 chickens. They were huddled on the top shelf of the henhouse, so they stayed alive until I arrived. Then I noticed a wounded piglet, caught up with it and killed it. I had just started butchering it when about 10 of these phages jumped out from behind the barn. I had to abandon the carcass and only managed to chop off a couple of pieces. It's scary to stand alone against such a crowd, even with an axe. They feel neither pain nor fear. Real animals, although perhaps worse. You can scare an animal, but these don't care at all.
You are a brave man, Albert Borisovich noted with respect.
Well, I don't have any other choice. The lanky man waved his hand. I admit I even thought about moving to the village if it weren't for... He fell silent mid-sentence. Kaimovich understood what the owner was thinking and involuntarily looked up. Tanya was sitting on a chair in the corner, listening attentively to her elders. Arnold Samuilovich took a deep breath, covered his fist with his hand a couple of times to keep from coughing, and immediately smiled. Okay, let it cook for now, and I'll quickly go upstairs. The professor straightened up. Can I come with you? I won't disturb you. The motel owner shrugged without much enthusiasm, but did not object. Alexei touched the tip of the baby's nose with a smile and said, You remain the mistress, because women must be able to cook well in order to find a worthy husband. Make sure the broth does not spill over the edge, otherwise the fire will go out.
If it starts to boil too much and go beyond the pan, just turn down the heat with this lever like this.
Tanya nodded, carefully absorbing the advice on working with a gas stove. Alexei took one candle, and the scientists headed to the second floor. Entering the room, Arnold Samuilovich lit several candles on the shelf and said calmly, I try not to turn on the light at night. Although the curtains are thick, you can still see from the street. Dinner by candlelight, so to speak. I arranged such evenings for her when we first started dating, and then on wedding anniversaries. She loved these moments very much. Looking at his wife, exhausted by illness, and with a painful smell, the man was on the verge of tears. Only the presence of a stranger held him back. When they were alone, he often could not hold back and cried. Then he smiled, but the tears gushed again. This continued day after day, a smile through despair, tears through pain.
The owner of the roadside inn carefully placed the bird's carcass next to his wife's face. Due to her poor eyesight in the dim light, she quickly smelled the food. Turning her head to the side, she began to greedily bite off a piece. The professor calmly looked at what was happening and asked, Do you really hope that she can be cured? Not anymore, said Arnold Samuilovich, smiling sadly. She's been like this for 2 weeks now. Abscesses have appeared all over her body, but the biggest abscess is in her brain, and that's why the demon has settled in her. Then why? Asked Alexei. I can't bring myself to do it, the lanky man sighed, watching his wife bite off a chicken wing. It will somehow be resolved on its own. For now, let everything remain as is. Kaimovich did not feel guilty towards these people, but decided to offer his new acquaintance help as much as he could. Can I help if you want? She won't even feel anything. No need. Kill, a tremor sounded in the colleague's voice. I can handle this myself. Everything has its time. They stood by the bed for some time. Arnold Samuilovich stood motionless. His thoughts were somewhere far away, in the depths of his memory. Okay, I'll go. You probably want to be alone, Albert Borisovich quietly remarked. No. I'm already going crazy from loneliness. I was just thinking. This happens a lot lately. Let's go downstairs. The motel owner put out the candles. When they left the room, they heard a quiet, hungry, and sad whine. Chapter 19. Bad Morning. When the pork was cooked, Arnold Samuilovich poured the broth into plates and added finely chopped meat, sprinkling aromatic spices on top. So, today we have meat stew. It looks quite appetizing. Very tasty, Tanya praised, swallowing spoon after spoon. You are a great cook, Albert Borisovich supported.
The motel owner rubbed his eyes with a tired movement. What am I saying? My Susha. She really is a cook from God. She was... No. Has she been bitten? The professor asked, reaching for the salt shaker. No. It started like a common cold or flu. We stayed together for a long time, unlike many others. I even thought that this infection would pass us by. This disease spread throughout the village like a plague. At first, the chairman organized patrols and 24-hour duty. People armed themselves with everything they had, some with a gun, some with an axe. They tried not to kill the infected, but to tie them up and immediately take them to the police. Our local police officer himself ended up in the isolation ward. He was one of the first to get sick. When there was no more space in the station, the military arrived, took all the infected, and took them to some hospital. Naturally, no one saw these sick people again. Later, people began to disperse in all directions, leaving everything and leaving when they realized that they could not count on help from the authorities. The epidemic has engulfed the entire world. There is nowhere to run. This is still not the worst place. Yes, I was watching the news while the internet was working, said the innkeeper, standing up and putting a small kettle of water on the stove. Let's warm it up now, make some tea. I have some excellent Crimean herbal tea. We have chocolates and cookies. We found them at the gas station, Tanya said, taking the sweets out of her backpack. Great, I'm all out of sweets. Soon the water boiled. Alexei turned off the heat, poured the mixture into the teapot, and thoughtfully said, "And here's what worries me. I'm healthy. You too, and your daughter, thank God, is alive and well. That means we have some immunity against this virus. Therefore, it's possible to develop a vaccine if not everyone is susceptible to infection. Oh, if I were given the opportunity to work in my lab in Tomsk, I would try my best. I'm sure someone tried so hard, if even the best virologists in the world were powerless," Alexei said, scratching Dodge behind the ear and smiling slightly with self-satisfaction. But we're all fine, the tall man persisted. Kaimovich shrugged calmly at this. The professor remembered a recent conversation with Masha in their cottage. The girl had also mentioned immunity. Is this a coincidence, or does the virus really not affect everyone? Alexei wondered, without showing any emotion on his face. When creating the drug Novaya Zvezda, he had conducted only limited experimental studies, so he theoretically admitted the possibility of immunity, although with some doubts. However, this no longer played a special role. There were very few such lucky ones left. Tanya watched her mentor with interest and waited impatiently for him to tell her about the vaccine. She remembered well how the professor gave her an injection and explained about different diseases and methods of treating them. The girl was surprised why Alexei was so silent with this man, although, in her opinion, they had a lot in common. There was a noise outside, like a distant explosion. Dodge yelped and laid his muzzle on his master's lap. "Maybe we should look up?" Kaimovich suggested, tensely. "No, it's far from here. This happens often here, and you can hear the shots." "In the village itself?" Tanya asked. "I don't know for sure. Maybe on the highway, or the military is somewhere nearby, settled in trenches and fighting cannibals." The professor carefully took a sip of hot tea from his mug. "If they are military, then it's fine. But if they are bandits, then it's unpleasant." "Yes, we'll see. It's dangerous to go somewhere with a dog and a child. It's better to look for a quieter place and wait until the situation stabilizes a bit. The infected will die sooner or later. I wonder when all this will die down. And about the place. We had something like that, but now we are homeless," the scientist answered distantly, recalling the country laboratory. "If you want, you can stay at my place. I have some spare rooms. We'll figure out something about the food. And it's more convenient to go out together," the owner of the hotel cordially invited. Tanya looked at her mentor with anticipation, but he only shook his head. "Thank you. You are very kind, Arnold Samuilovich. But we have other intentions.
We want to go far away from here and spend the winter where there are no people. And next year, perhaps, we will return. Such a plan also makes sense. Movement is life. Oh, how I felt. The innkeeper did not finish and frowned in pain. Then he took a blister pack of pills out of his pocket.
The guest watched his actions in silence. The man stood up and poured a mug of cold water. A minute later, when the attack had subsided a little, the tall man whispered, "There are only a couple of pills left."
Okay, I'll take one today, and tomorrow I'll stop by the pharmacy. There should be some more there. Heart?
Albert Borisovich asked politely.
Well, sometimes it hurts. And now it hits almost every evening. And these forays are not good for health. Oh well, we will live, we will not die. Usually I take 2 pills, in the morning and in the evening. But today I will take 1. I will leave the second for tomorrow. I will hold out.
When he saw the name of the medicine on the package, Kaimovich realized the situation was serious. The drug was potent, and the doses the motel owner was taking indicated a progressive disease. After taking the pill, the innkeeper smiled again and began telling stories from his past. For everyone, it was the best dinner they had had in days. A fleeting feeling of happiness swept over everyone present. Even Dodge snored carefree on the floor. "Okay, we have to go. We need to get up early tomorrow to hit the road before dawn," said the professor, getting up from the table.
So, you won't stay?
Well, good night. You know the room, and I'll tidy up here in the meantime.
Arnold Samuilovich reluctantly said goodbye to the guests. The professor and Tanya returned to the room. The scientist took apart the bed, put the girl to bed, and settled down on the floor, spreading a blanket. The dog curled up at the feet of his master. The motel owner, left without anyone to talk to, was a little upset. His usual optimism about life began to give way. Alexei didn't smile once the entire evening.
30 minutes later, he went up to the second floor, looked into his wife's room, wished her good night, as usual, then went to his own room and went to bed.
The scientist felt a tightening in his chest again and decided to take a second pill, but changed his mind at the last moment. He quietly said, No, it will be more necessary in the morning. Otherwise, it will be really hard during the day. You have to be patient, trying to fall asleep faster. A few hours later, he had a severe attack in his sleep. The motel owner was tossing and turning in bed, gasping for breath, and helplessly pressing his hands to his chest. Coming to, he tried to sit up and reach for his shirt to take a pill. But an unexpected blow stopped his heart. Alexei's eyes froze in an unknown horror. Then his eyelids slowly dropped. Alexei died. At dawn, Kaimovich woke up, upset that he had overslept. A hearty, hot dinner and a roof over his head had so relaxed his body. The professor left his room and knocked on his colleague's door. Receiving silence, he knocked again, then took hold of the handle and entered the room. The motel owner was lying on his side with his back to the door. The morning light barely penetrated the thick curtains and his face was not visible. Albert Borisovich lingered on the threshold and quietly said, "Good morning. We are leaving now. Close the door behind us." Arnold Samuilovich remained without a reaction. Kaimovich, perplexed as to how it was possible to sleep so soundly in such difficult times, came close to the bed. The deathly pale face became an unexpected explanation for him. Well, sadness appeared in the scientist's eyes. He spent several minutes in the room with the deceased, pondering his next move. Then he took the gun from the wall and headed into the corridor, carefully closing the door behind him. 2 bullets can save a life. He won't need them now, Albert Borisovich said to himself. He went down to the kitchen, took exactly as much food as would fit in his backpack, and returned to the room. "Get up, lazy bones.
It's time to go. We're already late, a voice said.
Tanya opened her eyes, stretched and yawned.
Where is Uncle Arnold?
He's already left. You need to get ready quickly. You have 3 minutes.
They answered her. The girl pressed her lips together in surprise, but remembered that the motel owner was about to go to the drugstore for medicine and had probably already left the room. She felt a little sad because she wanted to say goodbye to her new acquaintance before leaving this place. Soon the people with the dog went down to the first floor, opened the door, and carefully examined the situation. The bodies of the infected were still lying in the parking lot. The bike was still in its usual place, and the road was clear. Having driven about 1 kilometer from the motel, the travelers encountered 3 zombies. The infected noticed the people and quickly increased speed.
The professor decided not to take risks, stopped the bike, took the gun off his shoulder, allowed the enemies to approach, and fired 2 shots. Alexei released the 3rd walker to his dog Dodge, and then dealt the zombie a fatal blow with a machete. Having cleared the way, the travelers set off again. At this time, the plaintive, hungry whining of the innkeeper's wife could be heard in the roadside inn. The cold body of Arnold Samuilovich lay on the bed in the next room. There was no one else who could bring her food. Chapter 20. The Rebels' Tribunal. Alexander Chernov nervously paced the shelter with a pistol in his hands, giving orders to the soldiers. He understood well that he had to act quickly, while the inhabitants of the bunker were in a state of fear and numbness. In order to gain complete control, it was necessary to neutralize as quickly as possible everyone who could hold a weapon. Shortly before his arrest, the former top aide to the president managed to convince several soldiers of the need for an uprising and enlisted their support. The cunning politician offered the young soldiers power in exchange for loyalty. He instilled in them the idea that the world had changed, and they no longer needed to obey their former commanders, because only those who took care of themselves would survive. Alexander assured his associates that the president cared only about his own interests and his inner circle, and the rest were just expendable material. According to him, the older generation, by consuming the resources of the bunker, was essentially robbing the young because they were of no use. And the youth, having taken matters into their own hands, would be able to hold out until the situation at the top became safe. In addition, Alexander promised the soldiers a carefree life, alcohol, and young girls, the daughters of the very old men he proposed to eliminate. Some soldiers went over to his side and promised to support the coup. The traitors, who had been lucky enough to survive the terrible time of the epidemic in safety, thought that this was not enough. They began to desire entertainment, drunkenness, and pleasures of the flesh. The thought that they were all doomed and no one would be able to get to the surface did not leave the warriors. The soldiers patiently waited for the signal from the new leader to unleash a rebellion at the first opportunity. Immediately after Lev Nikolaevich announced the order to shoot Alexei Chernov and left the cell, the former assistant to the head of state began to act. Fortunately, one of the soldiers loyal to him was in the room. It was through him that Alexander transmitted the order to the others to begin the coup. According to a pre-planned scenario, the troops seized the weapons depot. They killed 3 officers, freed their leader, and locked the rest in detention cells. Together with the leader of the opposition, there were only 6 people, but they acted quickly and in an organized manner. In less than 15 minutes, the shelter was completely under their control. Having achieved his release, Chernov and 2 fighters moved to the head of state's room. After this, the leader of the rebellion ordered everyone to gather in the large hall of the bunker. A few minutes later, Lev Nikolaevich stood at gunpoint where he had recently given a speech about the elimination of the former advisor. The hall was full of people present.
A nervous noise like the hum of a disturbed beehive filled the vaults of the bunker. The bodies of the dead officers were displayed in the center of the room. The surviving men, loyal to the president, trembled with impotent rage. And women with children cried quietly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander began in a voice like the host of a theatrical performance. My comrades and I discussed the situation and decided to shake up the boring, everyday life. Our life is monotonous. We still waste our resources thoughtlessly. There are too many unnecessary people around us. Before, we exploited the planet, now, our little shelter. However, from today on, everything will change. We will build a more honest and harmonious society. These, and these here. He pointed at the people he immediately wanted to get rid of. The soldiers threw about 10 elderly men and several military men into the center of the hall. Chernov's comrades, laughing, roughly kicked the former leaders, urging the exhausted ones on. The unarmed men had no chance to resist and obeyed orders. So I declare, your time is up. You are a burden that must be discarded so that our balloon can rise. Together with you we will fall. Together with you we will fail.
You'll regret it later, bitch!
Growled Batayev, trying to free his hands from the tourniquet.
I can handle this myself, Chernov said, approaching the head of the shelter security service and pulling the trigger. A shot rang out, and the FSB colonel fell to the floor with a bullet in his head. The women screamed, but most froze in stupor, frightened and motionless. Don't kill, I have 4 children, they have no one else, Arsène Gasparian begged. Alexander said with arrogance, looking at the trembling Deputy Prime Minister for Sports and Tourism. You were of little use in the government, and even more so here. And don't worry about the children. We will find a piece of bread for them if they start working properly. The former advisor made a sign to his fighters, who immediately put the men from the list of those executed on their knees and shot them in the back of the head. Lev Nikolaevich silently watched this brutal reprisal. He waited for his turn in cold blood, thinking that Chernov wanted to repay him in some special way, using a different method of execution. Alexander looked around the frightened assembly and enjoyed his power over these people. After all, not long ago, they were considered the elite, and now they stood like a defenseless herd, awaiting their fate. And for our beloved former leader, I have prepared a special test, said the head of the junta, and walked through the center of the hall, stepping over bodies and pools of blood. Chernov approached the president and hit him in the face with his fist. Lev Nikolaevich recoiled, feeling the salty taste of blood in his mouth. The former assistant grabbed him by the hair, came close, and whispered, I owe you one. Turning his back to the president, Chernov continued, I will deprive him of the honor of being shot, along with these honorable men. He waved his hand widely in the direction of the dead. At that moment, one of the women fainted. The former advisor grinned as the children tried to bring her back to consciousness. This death was too easy for him. This coward will be banished from our new community. He will end his days at the top, becoming one of those disgusting cannibals. Maybe he will be lucky, and the zombies will tear him apart. Alexei rushed to his father, but the boy was suddenly grabbed by the collar and pushed against the wall. The muscles on the president's face were distorted with furious anger. We are seeing off our esteemed Lev Nikolaevich on his final journey. Mr. President, I declare your impeachment. You are resigning. Alexander nodded to the soldier, and Lev Nikolaevich felt a strong blow from a rifle butt in his back. His head went dark. He caught his breath. Go to the airlock. Let's go. A hoarse, arrogant voice was heard. The president looked for the last time at the bloody faces of those who remained loyal to him. Their eyes were frozen in proud silence. They died, but retained their dignity, which is the main value for a real man. Lev Nikolaevich said calmly and evenly, Allow me to say goodbye to my son. Chernov, after a short pause, nodded approvingly. Alexei ran up to his father and hugged him tightly around the neck. "I'm with you." Lev Nikolaevich gently stroked the boy's head and quietly said, "You will stay. Don't cry. Be brave and swear." "I swear," Alexei answered, sobbing. "I will come back for you. I don't know how, but I promise that I will. You need to wait for me, survive. I want to be with you," the boy cried through his tears. "The situation there is even more dangerous than here. The virus spares no one. It is much more insidious than a person. You are strong. You will cope." The father warmly patted Alexei on the shoulder, looked disapprovingly at the traitors, and stepped forward. The soldiers led Lev Nikolaevich to the emergency exit, the same one through which 2 engineers had recently tried to escape. The president was taken to the buffer zone and the doors behind him were closed. Ahead, a hermetic gate opened, leading into a narrow tunnel. Lamps dimly glowed along the walls. Lev Nikolaevich went further and noticed a ladder that led to the surface, as if from the depths of a well. Having climbed up, the president turned the mechanism and with difficulty pushed back the heavy hatch. Lev Nikolaevich squinted from the bright sunlight. The president came out of the bunker and slammed the lid behind him. The ruler of a huge country, the fate of millions, was thrown out of the shelter with ridicule and mockery. Now he was left completely alone. Somewhere far underground, among the enemies, his son remained, the only thing Lev Nikolaevich lived for, and which was so unexpectedly taken away from him. What will they do with Peter? Will I see him again? How to free him and protect him from this virus? How to survive and not turn into a mindless zombie? The president sat down on the hatch, disguised as a stone, clutching his head with his hands. Lev Nikolaevich felt his legs tremble, then his whole body. A sudden attack knocked him off his feet. He cried, thinking about his son. Meanwhile, the new owner of the shelter continued to give orders. Chernov ordered Alexei and the children of the dead men to clean up the floor, washing away the blood and brain fluid, and ordered the bodies to be cut up and burned in special waste disposal units. Chapter 21. The Birth of a Monster. Having had a hard time finding a suitable car, the friends began to transform it for the zombie run, as Max called the upcoming adventure. The guys carefully searched the entire warehouse for solar panels and, armed with improvised means, began to work on the SUV. Alexei and Sova installed the batteries on the roof, and Ivan was engaged in wiring and connecting to the batteries. Since there was no welding machine for making a special frame for attaching the plates, they had to make holes directly in the body. The work without electricity progressed slowly. They found one screwdriver in the warehouse, but it quickly ran out of battery after half an hour of use. Despite this, the work did not stop. The Jeep was gradually covered with a shell of light-absorbing plates, and the car began to resemble a space turtle. We also need to think about security in case the cannibals surround the car. We should cover the windows with something so they don't break them, Alexei suggested. There are a few rolls of tinting film lying there. Let's cover the windows with it. It will be much more reliable, suggested Vorobyov, rubbing his aching back. The film is good, but it's not enough.
It's worth making some more protective grills.
Kuznetsov took a thin metal rod and bent it with force, noting, "I think this option will do." "We'll try. We'll have to work hard. But it seems like we have time," Ivan agreed. "There's enough time, but not enough water. And not much food either," Max reminded, securing another solar panel to the hood. "We'll stop by the RGR salon. While we were looking for the keys to the tourists there, I noticed 3 full bottles of water for the cooler in one of the rooms. There was no way to fight with their transportation," Andrei explained, wiping sweat from his forehead. The air conditioners in the service center weren't working, and it was very stuffy in the heat. Ivan took off his t-shirt and threw it aside. And there were 2 snack machines there. I liked this salon better. I should have hidden there right away. As if we had 3 hours to choose. The zombies weren't far behind. Owl chuckled and winced in pain.
Masha appeared in the workshop and approached the teenager.
How is our victim? Let me show you the bite. I don't like something. Let me touch your forehead. Oh, you have a fever. It's just hot here.
Max shook his head.
The wound is getting inflamed. Maybe there's an infection.
The girl said worriedly.
Infected people have mouths full of bacteria and all sorts of nasty things. Because they don't brush their teeth. And what now? We'll be on our way soon.
Owl sighed tensely.
Let's go give myself an injection. I have antibiotics in my medicine cabinet.
Ivan put the pliers and a coil of wires on the trunk.
Owl, there is no point in arguing with the doctor. Because health is the most valuable thing. We will also take a short break. It is already so stuffy here that it resembles a sauna. It is better to work in the evening, when the heat subsides. And what about the light? Are we going to mess around in the dark?
Alexei was surprised, unrolling a roll of tint film.
Don't worry, lab assistant. I'm an engineer. I'll come up with something.
Vorobyov said, lightly pushing his friend in the shoulder, after which the whole company headed to the showroom. The rest of the day the friends rested, occasionally changing on the roof where an observation point was set up. When the sun disappeared behind the horizon and the heat went away, giving way to the cool evening air, the guys returned to the service shop again. The cosmonaut organized lighting from a found battery several meters of wires and bulbs. A warm, cozy atmosphere reigned in the garage. Everyone tried not to waste time and finish the work quickly. The young people made peculiar brackets from metal rods, made holes in the body around the side windows and secured them from the inside. It doesn't look very neat, of course, but I think it's better than nothing, Alexei summed up a few hours later.
You know, we should make a hatch.
Vorobyov exclaimed, slapping his forehead.
We can shoot through it, and, in case of danger, evacuate to the roof. Oh, but now we'll have to remove the batteries? Redo everything? Owl sighed, clutching his head in his hands. But the cosmonaut stood firm. The hatch is really necessary. Yes, we will have to remove some plates, but the remaining ones should be enough. In principle, we did everything with a reserve of lining. The work resumed. Alexei and Max used metal shears to cut out a rectangular fragment from the roof of a Taiwanese SUV, while Ivan cut off a similarly shaped but slightly larger sheet of iron from the roof of a Chinese compact car. After trying the sheet on, the guys made holes along the edges and then used a hand drill to drill several holes around the hatch on the roof of the RGR Tourist. The metal plate inside was attached with bolts, so that if a quick evacuation was needed, it was enough to unscrew 4 nuts to get out onto the roof of the car.
I feel sleepy.
Max muttered tiredly, squatting down by the wall. Alexei nodded. Yeah, time to rest. The girls are probably fast asleep by now. Okay. Since you're so tired, we'll finish tomorrow. Although I was counting on finishing it overnight. Ivan noted with a smile and yawned widely. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, the guys got back to work. And by evening, tired, sweaty, and covered in mud, but pleased with themselves, they had finished all the work on the car. Max studied the resulting device with delight, which had transformed from an ordinary Jeep into something almost cosmic. RGR Tourist acquired metal bars on the windows, was covered with a shell of solar batteries, and was strewn with sharp rods that menacingly stuck out from the thresholds and bumpers. The teenager knocked on the windshield, repeatedly pasted over with protective film, and suggested, "Let's call it Monster?"
Of course, it looks powerful. Even cooler than my Mars rover.
Alexei supported with approval. Phew, all that's left is to charge it. Andre, crunching on chips, walked around the monster turtle.
Let's go take it outside under the warm sun.
Vorobyov kicked the front wheel and glanced at the windows located near the ceiling. It's already late today. I don't want to leave it unattended overnight. Let's charge it tomorrow and hit the road tonight.
There's not enough water. There definitely won't be enough for tomorrow.
Owl reminded. So, in the evening, we'll go to the neighboring store. It's calmer in Cannes after sunset. Besides, I'll find these bottles without any problems, even in the dark. We'll take a quick ride on the street and come back.
It's just a pity there are no cigarettes there. With such a rhythm, I could really quit the bad habit, sighed Kuznetsov, falling into the back seat of the monster. This time, the guy's foray went without incident. Alexei and Andrei brought bottles of water and a whole bag of snacks from the vending machine. How about we take a watch tonight? I have a bad feeling about this. Besides, we now have to maintain protection around the clock. We are too carefree about this, as if we live in our own world, as if this terrible situation around us is not happening. The area is full of not only cans, but also other dangerous types. I'll go first, Kuznetsov suggested with a serious look, looking closely at his comrades. Vorobyov opened the bag of crackers and poured the contents onto a plate. I agree, none of us served in the army, so we have problems with discipline. Then, Andreyuka, you'll be from midnight to 4, I'll be from 4 to 8, and then Max and the girls will be assigned. This time, the scientist's premonition did not fail us.
Fortunately, no one tried to storm their car dealership. No other enemies except for aimlessly wandering zombies appeared during the night. Before handing over the observation post on the roof to Max, Vorobyov noted, "It seems that the cons are scattering. They do not see us and are losing interest in this place. Let's roll the monster out into the sun." Everyone gathered at the gates of the service shop. Ivan sat behind the wheel. Andrei took the shotgun in his hands, ready to clear the road if necessary. The girls stood nearby for support. Sova pulled the chain, opening the exit. Vorobyov pressed the pedal, drove away from the building a little, then launched the recharging program for the tourist processor and ran out of the car. During this time, Andrei managed to knock down a couple of cannibals, stunning them with the butt of his rifle. As the monster left the service shop, Max leaned the barrel against the gate. It was no longer held in the raised position after Owl fixed the block with a hammer. Having completed the task, the guys quickly retreated. Kuznetsov was the last to return to the service. Kicked out the barrel, and the gate slammed shut with a bang. Well, we'll wait until the evening. If our system in RGR works, we'll soon be heading south, said the cosmonaut, pressing himself against the stained glass window and watching the car. Then upstairs? Let's sunbathe together? Katya suggested cheerfully. Alexei said, "You go ahead, and I'll take a little nap here in the shade on the sofa. I'll join you later," and went to bed. The rest went up to the roof to take turns keeping watch, sunbathing, and having a friendly picnic. Chapter 22. The beginning of a long journey. The day dragged on slowly. The sense of a long journey ahead was both exciting and joyful. Each friend wondered about the future. What dangers would they encounter on the road south? How would they live after the collapse of civilization? Would they meet other people, and should they be trusted? When everyone had gotten ready, changed their clothes, and had dinner, they decided to discuss the plan again. Alexei explained, optimistically, "We'll be leaving in half an hour. The navigation system in the tourist is working. I checked. Fortunately, the satellites are still in orbit, so we'll find the shortest route to the south." Katya asked, "What if we get stuck in a traffic jam, like the one we had on the way here?" Andrei threw up his hands. "What will be, will be. The navigator contains a detailed map with secondary and country roads.
It is impossible to foresee everything completely. We will act according to the situation."
Vorobyov added, "Our calculations show that 1 day of charging will be enough for an overnight trip." Lena, tanned after sunbathing, sat in the lotus position and swayed quietly. "I wonder if we'll ever come back here. I liked our city. Everything is familiar here. But what will happen there? I believe that the sea will help you get rid of the sadness about these parts." Lisitsina smiled at her friend. The sun was slowly sinking to the edge of the earth and had already partially disappeared behind the treetops. Its last rays filled the solar panels with energy. The infected split into two groups. The first was still watching for people in the parking lot near the car dealership, and the second went along the highway in search of food. The leaders of the pack decided that prey does not come to motionless zombies, and went hunting. Alexei climbed onto the roof and carefully examined the surroundings, thinking over his next steps. The enemy forces had disintegrated and diminished in number, but they remained quite dangerous. Now the goal was not to destroy the enemy completely, but only to break through his fortifications and escape from the encirclement. Finally, the moment for the decisive throw came. The friends said goodbye briefly and headed for the exit. "Maybe I should get another bottle of water? Just in case," Max asked, taking one last look at the cooler. Andre shook his head. "There's no room. There's not enough room with the backpacks. The car is already full. We've filled the flasks. That'll be enough for now. Then we'll get water from the river or stream." Kuznetsov lifted the gates of the service shop, propped them up with a barrel, and people quickly ran out into the street. The infected did not have time to interfere with them.
The cosmonaut sat behind the wheel, closed the door, and said, "Let's take our seats according to the tickets we bought." Alexei jumped into the navigator's seat next to the driver, and the three girls settled into the back seat, while Max settled into the trunk. He had immediately chosen this place for himself and had laid something soft there in advance. Vorobyov started the monster. The battery charge indicator showed 96%. The batteries are still a little discharged. We didn't have time to fully charge them all day," he noted. "That's enough for us. The slower you go, the further you'll get. Let's go," Kuznetsov spurred his friend on. Alexei stepped on the gas. The electric motors began to hum quietly, but the car did not move. "Damn," the astronaut said, swallowing his saliva, and pressed the pedal harder. The people felt a small jolt, but the SUV did not move.
"What is going on?" Alexei exclaimed, almost on the verge of panic, not understanding the reason for what was happening. "Well, we're not alone here. They're getting closer." Owl's worried voice came from the trunk. The cosmonaut feverishly tried to remember what could have broken in the machine while we were waiting and how to fix it. Maybe the can broke something, but they wouldn't have been smart enough. What if it was an accident? No, it can't be. What if someone disabled the drive? Maybe someone was watching and is deliberately interfering with us. Nonsense. After all, we were on duty on the roof, although we weren't looking at the machine every minute. But what kind of trouble is this right now? So immersed in his thoughts, Alexei didn't even immediately hear his friend's call. "Remove the wheel locks. Let's go faster." Alexei nudged his friend in the shoulder, pointing to the red round button on the panel to the left of the driver's seat. Vorobyov finally realized that the car was on the handbrake. He pressed the button and pressed the gas pedal for the third time. The zombies took advantage of the people's confusion and tightened their circle around the car. About 20 bloodthirsty creatures approached the iron monster that hid the passengers inside. The jeep jerked forward and threw some of the attackers aside. The angry zombies rushed at the SUV. The girls in the back seat screamed and clasped hands. Max aimed at all the windows, preparing to fight back. The bars they had spent so long and hard installing to protect the glass had done their job. The metal, taking the blows, saved the windows from breaking. "Faster! Faster!" Masha shouted. "Oh, Mommy," Lena said quietly. Katya was silent, but her friends felt her whole body shaking. Ivan tried not to panic. The only thing he was afraid of was getting stuck in the crowd. The cosmonaut sharply turned the steering wheel to the right and left, cutting a path through the opponents. The pins sticking out of the monster deeply wounded the legs of the attackers, slowing down the infected. When they managed to break through the encirclement, Vorobyov sharply increased speed. And a few seconds later, the friends were already racing along the highway. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a new difficulty arose. The road was blocked by a group of zombies who left the car dealership parking lot and headed forward. They walked along the highway, stretching from one edge to the other. The cannibals did not immediately notice the approaching electric car behind them and slowly continued on their way. It was not easy to get around the live traffic jam. On one side, the shoulder turned into a deep ravine, which would require driving extremely carefully, and the infected could tip over the car if it tilted.
On the other side, trees grew thickly and the car simply would not fit between them.
To a collision? Andre asked hesitantly, looking at the swaying backs of the cannibals. It's dangerous. They're moving very tightly and could trap us. Even if we break through, we risk damaging the solar panels, Ivan said, sharply adding gas at the same time, and the tourist instantly shot forward. You said it was dangerous, Kuznetsov muttered, pressing himself into the chair and watching as they flew straight towards the crowd of infected. At that moment, the zombies had just reached the charging station. There was a turnoff from the main road, and about 100 meters away, there was an exit back to the highway. Several infected stopped, looked back, noticed the car, and growled angrily. The rest quickly supported them. The zombies saw the SUV flying at them, but did not retreat.
When there were only a few dozen meters left to the group of cannibals, Alexei braked sharply, slowed down, and quickly turned the steering wheel to the right. He managed to turn into a gas station before the cannibals blocked this only escape route. The monster flew out onto an empty asphalt area with many charging posts, drove around the angry crowd of infected, and quickly returned to the main road. Joy reigned in the jeep. The friends had broken through the zombie cordon and were now driving on safe and sound. The city of Novosibirsk, full of infected, was left far behind, and the sunset began to shimmer ahead, painting the sky in warm pink tones. Its blood-red glow was reflected in the rare low clouds, as if reminding the travelers of the upcoming trials. Chapter 23. The Hermit. Vikesa walked barefoot along the dry road, watching the bright red sun sink quickly below the horizon. He sensed the approach of night and instinctively sought a safe place to rest.
Off to the side of the path grew an old acacia tree with thick, twisted branches that created a large, shady dome where a tired creature could find shelter on a hot day. Now only a few birds were chirping in its crowns. When they saw a man, they fell silent in fear and soared upward. Localized _name Wikisa walked slowly through the sun-bleached yellow grass until he finally stopped at the base of an acacia tree. He looked around, took a breath, and sat down tiredly on the ground, preparing for the night. Wikisa was a member of the Samburu tribe, who lived in northern Kenya, where the foothills and desert lands meet. The vast, diverse continent of Africa, with a population of over 1 billion people, united many cultures. Here, ancient tribes coexisted with modern megalopolises, where some people lived in simple huts, while others created magnificent buildings in the cities.
More than 15 centuries ago, the Samburu tribe settled on the Kenyan savannas, and their descendants have been preserving life in secluded corners of the country to this day. They were a proud people who did not recognize the achievements of modern civilization and carefully preserved their usual traditions and way of life, passed down through generations. Simple houses made from scrap materials, a minimum amount of clothing and a modest diet completely satisfied these people. Like many men of his tribe, Wikesa was a cattle breeder. He had recently turned 48 years old and was the happy father of a large family. 4 sons and 2 daughters were the main treasures of his life. His first wife was a modest girl, Abeni, which in the Samburu language means the one who was expected. After the birth of her 4th child, Abeni developed a fever, from which she died. Soon Wikesa married a young woman named Lesedi, which translates as easy.
She gave him twins, a boy, Ganja, which means wildcat, and a girl, Ao, whose name translates as joy. Many of his tribe had several wives, but Alexei was content with just one wife. His name translated as
one born during the harvest, and his family's table was always filled with bread, meat, and clean water. They lived peacefully, in harmony, sharing both joys and misfortunes with their neighbors, until one day, fate turned differently. Even in the most remote corner, hidden from the world, it was not possible to hide from the mysterious new star. Little Ao became one of the first sick in their tribe. At night she bit ganja until she bled. The whole family panicked. No one could calm the girl, as if an evil spirit had awakened in her. Alexei was forced to tie up his daughter, and in the morning a shaman came to them. He carefully examined Ao and sadly shook his head.
He said that the girl was cursed and that the Bokors were to blame for everything.
That's what the shaman called the voodoo sorcerers, whom he feared and despised. Lasidi, wiping away tears, asked if it was possible to save her. The shaman replied that a sacrifice would be needed, and asked for 3 goats to be brought in an hour. It was decided to isolate Io in a separate hut. The secluded house on the outskirts of the village was previously occupied by an old man who passed away a month ago, and no one has been there since then. An hour later, all the inhabitants gathered near this hut, and the shaman began the ritual. He made cuts on the neck of each goat and soaked a bunch of special herbs with their blood. To drive out death, the blood must be alive. As long as the animals were alive, their blood was suitable for this sacred rite.
The priest began to chant softly and sprinkled himself and then everyone present to protect themselves from the dark forces that were sending Bokors to destroy the Samburu people. He then sprinkled the area around the hut so that the evil could not come out. After that, he crossed the threshold and began to fan the bound and possessed Ao with a bunch of herbs. Several times the shaman went outside to soak the herbs with fresh blood. This continued for more than an hour until the goats died. All this time, the infected girl, with a hungry look, did not take her eyes off the shaman, trying to reach human flesh. However, her hands and feet were tightly tied to wooden poles inside the hut. Ao could only be content with drops of goat's blood, which the priest sprinkled on her from head to toe, pronouncing his spells. The girl greedily licked the blood from her lips and bared her teeth in fury in response to the shaman's words. When the ritual was over, the people began to disperse to their own activities.
The priest forbade the family to see Ao until evening and assured them that he would personally look after her. However, by nightfall, several people had unexpectedly fallen ill with fever. Ganju, Ao's twin brother, was writhing painfully on his bed, and Vakisa and Lasidi noticed with horror that he was showing the same symptoms as his sister. During the night, several new attacks occurred, resulting in 2 infected people being torn to death, and the alarm was raised in the village. All the living infected who were caught were locked in the same house where Ao was. The shaman called it the Hut of the Damned, and ordered new victims to be prepared for the ritual: 3 cows, a red rooster, and 5 goats. However, by morning, the priest himself felt the first symptoms of the disease. By midday, he was already lying exhausted and ordered himself to be tied up.
When the shaman turned into a zombie, real panic arose in the village.
People feared that the magic of the Bokor sorcerers would destroy everyone. The elders convened a council and decided to send messengers to neighboring villages. One of those chosen was Vakesa. The nearest settlement was 3 days' walk away, and none of those who went back ever returned. During the 2nd day's march, Vakesa felt that the spirit of death had caught up with him and touched him. By evening, he had developed a fever. His comrades did not get rid of their friend and entrusted his fate to the goddess Nunkai, continuing on their way. In the morning, Vakesa opened his eyes and squinted from the bright rays of the sun. He stood up and looked around. The coals of the fire had long since died out and were only ashes. His bow and spear lay in the thick, thorny thickets, but he did not take up his weapons. A sudden sharp pain pierced his stomach, like the tip of a knife. Vakesa winced and growled, his eyes filled with rage. He inhaled deeply through his nostrils and hurried forward in search of prey. The infected person completely lost all memories of his previous life. The new star entered his DNA and subordinated the human body to its task, to destroy all living things so that the virus could receive fresh blood and flesh. Vakesa did not realize that the elders burned his twins Ganja and Ao alive, along with the shaman and the rest of the infected, hoping to stop the epidemic. That night, his wife, Lasidi, and her 2 older children left the village, but were eaten by the infected from neighboring settlements, who united into a large group and hunted in the area. Over time, only empty buildings remained from the large village, in which emaciated cannibals wandered. A week later, Vakesa encountered the last 2 of his children, who had joined the zombie horde. He did not recognize them. To him, they were just like all the other cannibals. Vakesa himself preferred to keep to himself and avoid large gatherings of his kind. For a time he hunted with 3 of his fellow tribesmen. Barasa, called Born on Saturday, Shitemo, which meant axe, and Udo, which translated as peaceful. But soon he distanced himself from them too. Vakesa, who had lived all his life in a large family, had become a loner. Now he was sitting under an acacia tree, waiting for the night. His face and hands were stained with fresh blood. The day had passed successfully. The infected man had tracked down a wounded antelope calf, caught up with it, and killed it. Vakesa drank the warm blood and feasted on the fresh meat with pleasure, not sharing his prey with anyone. His exhausted body had regained its strength, and the nagging pain in his stomach had temporarily disappeared. As dusk fell, the zombie's senses dulled, his heart rate slowed, and he fell into a stupor. Nova was saving its body's energy so that it could be mobilized instantly when it hunted. With the first rays of the sun, Alexei rose and headed for the river, instinctively feeling that he could find prey there. After a few kilometers, he found a trampled patch of grass strewn with the mutilated remains of cannibals. The infected lay with smashed skulls, torn stomachs, and broken bones. Alexei began to carefully examine this place, but the death of his brothers did not cause him fear or anxiety. He simply caught the strong smell of other creatures and wanted to follow their trail. The infected did not think about what happened here. He was only concerned about the prey that had recently been here. In fact, just a couple of hours ago, a crowd of zombies attacked a herd of elephants with their young at this very spot. Lack of caution and blind desire for flesh destroyed the infected. The fight lasted only a few minutes. Armed with weak teeth and nails, the infected were no match for the giant animals of Africa. The enraged elephants, protecting their offspring, knocked down their enemies with their mighty trunks, threw them up with their massive tusks, and trampled them with their feet, thick as tree trunks. Having crushed the attackers, the elephants proudly trumpeted and continued on their way. The Nova could not infect creatures other than humans and some species of anthropoid apes. Animals had a strong immunity that defeated the virus, and only old or weakened individuals died from fever, as their bodies fought the Nova. Meanwhile, Alexei was going deeper into the thicket, chasing a herd of elephants, and hunger was driving him harder and harder. 15 minutes passed, and the grass around him was growing taller.
Suddenly, a menacing growl was heard from the right. Alexei turned around and saw the gaze of 3 pairs of amber eyes, attentively fixing him.
One lioness was old, and the other 2 were young. All of them did not move, only looked vigilantly. A few seconds later, the leader of the pride emerged from the tall grass. The big lion, guarding his domain, growled and shook his thick golden mane. Previously, the scent of this predator alone was enough to make a lone hunter run without looking back, but now Alexei rushed fearlessly towards the king of beasts. The lion's powerful paw instantly struck the brave man in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground. The zombie groaned in pain, but the virus forced him not to stop. Alexei, bleeding pale pink, struggled to his knees, but then sharp fangs closed on his neck. The lion shook the motionless body for a few seconds, then sniffed the corpse and, emitting an unpleasant roar, stepped aside. The mighty predator returned to his family.
The entire pride was in disarray, not understanding what was happening to the 2-legged creatures and why they were attacking openly and without weapons. In recent days, the lions had already torn apart more than 30 people who dared to approach their domain. Dust slowly covered Vakesa's motionless face. The son of the savannah lay on his back, his head almost torn off. Vultures were already circling above the body, not refusing to eat the rotting prey.
Chapter 24, Step by Step. Albert Borisovich pedaled monotonously. The sun was at its zenith, and today seemed even hotter than yesterday. The air was stuffy, and there was a sense of an approaching storm. Sometimes the professor stopped, wiping the sweat from his forehead and adjusting his glasses. The dog, Dodge, tirelessly running next to him, glanced at his master more and more often, wearily sticking out his tongue. Everyone wanted to eat and rest. Ahead, a turn from the highway was visible.
The second road went between 2 birch groves, climbed a green hill, and disappeared behind it.
"A rest stop?" the mentor asked, looking back at Tanya. The girl nodded in response.
Uh-huh. I've been wanting to eat and go to the toilet for a long time.
War is war, but lunch is on schedule, and everything else, too. The travelers turned onto a dirt road, a light cloud of dust trailing behind the bicycle. Alexei liked a clearing with a fallen birch tree, and he turned off the usual track towards the field. The rustling grass sounded under the wheels. Riding became difficult because of the stones and unevenness. The professor got off the bicycle and helped Tanya jump off. They then set off on foot. Albert Borisovich calmly pedaled, holding the vehicle by the handlebars, and closely examined the surroundings. The girl and the dog walked a little behind. The child urged the dog on with a twig, and Dodge, not reacting to light slaps, ran briskly, happily wagging his tail.
Approaching the broken birch tree, the scientists put the bicycle on the grass and carefully examined the nearby bushes.
"There's no one here. You can go about your business over there. And in the meantime, I'll gather some brushwood in the grove," he said. A few minutes later, Alexei brought a large armful of dry branches, while Tanya managed to tear off some birch bark from a fallen tree. "Wow, you got the kindling ready? Well done. You're a good housewife. Maybe you can light a fire yourself?" the mentor praised the girl. Tanya shrugged and replied, "I'm not sure, I didn't study that." Life constantly teaches something new and constantly brings mistakes. Without experience, there are no real skills, I tell you this as a scientist. The professor knocked together a small hut from branches, put birch bark in the center, took matches, and thought. It's funny, people have invented and discovered a huge number of things, but if you deprive a person of fire, he becomes weak and vulnerable. Scientist Albert Borisovich thoughtfully put a waterproof bag containing matches on the ground. This item was the most reliable way for him to get fire, which he guarded very carefully. "May I?" the girl asked, holding out her hand. "Here you go." the mentor replied, handing her the box. Tanya lit a match. A bright flame flared up for a moment, and suddenly, frightened, she dropped the match. Albert Borisovich frowned, but nodded kindly and said, "Don't be afraid. Try again. When the flame appears, point your palm away from the wind and tilt it slightly, so that the fire rises, feeding on the wood." The girl tried again, but a light breeze extinguished the flame before the bark caught fire. Having lost 2 matches, the professor gave her one last chance. Tanya concentrated, like a sapper deciding which wire to gnaw through. She lit a match almost at the branches and with trembling fingers brought it to the birch bark. A thin smoke appeared. The edge of the bark quickly curled up and immediately flared up. The flame began to jump from branch to branch, greedily engulfing the brushwood. "It worked! It's burning!" the girl exclaimed joyfully, and, pleased with herself, began adding thick branches to the fire. "Don't rush. The fire is still weak. Give it time to flare up. It may not be able to handle such a load. It's like giving a toothless child a piece of fried meat." Kaimovich carefully removed the large sticks. Tanya laughed cheerfully, imagining a baby chewing a steak, but then fell silent and looked around warily. "Won't the smoke attract them?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "I hope not. We won't make a big fire until we get far enough away from the city. It seems to be quieter here," Alexei replied. "Where's Dodge?" The girl turned her head in search of her boxer. Alexei whistled softly. It was a familiar signal that the dog usually knew. A minute later, the dog did not appear. The scientist whistled even louder, and suddenly there was a crunch of branches. The bushes began to move, and Dodge jumped out. "Oh, you sly one, you scared us," said Tanya, lightly tugging her pet's tail. Alexei stroked the dog's head and remarked, "It looks like his face is wet. He probably found some water somewhere. After we rest, we'll take a walk in that direction. We'll need to fill up the flask." Kaimovich got out the chicken he had taken when he left the hotel. He plucked the bird, burned the remaining feathers over the fire, set aside some for Dodge, and cooked the rest on the coals. After eating, the travelers relaxed and enjoyed the peace among the summer birch grove. After dinner, Kaimovich began to feel sleepy, and Tanya amused herself by poking an anthill with a ring of a branch. Dodge, having eaten his share, went off to chase lizards and mice in the grass. "Ah, it's time to go, otherwise my eyes are closing on their own," said Alexei, yawning widely, stretching and shaking his head to cheer himself up. Having extinguished the last embers of the fire and collected their things, the people and the dog walked through the grove and came out onto a spacious field. A small forest was visible ahead. The highway remained on the right, but it was not visible due to the density of the trees. Alexei turned to the dog. "Dodge, where did you find water here?" Tanya looked around, trying to understand his find. But the dog did not pay attention to the question, listening attentively and examining the grass with his senses. "Yes, there is not water at every step here," the mentor quietly noted. "Maybe we missed a stream somewhere along the way. Okay, let's move on to the forest ahead." At that moment the sun came out from behind the clouds and began to bake strongly. Kaimovich slowly moved the bicycle forward, from time to time wiping sweat and driving away annoying insects. The bicycle rolled with difficulty through the tall grass, its spokes rustling. Suddenly the professor stopped. "It's strange," he said quietly. Tanya looked closely at her mentor and asked with interest, "What happened?" "Look, the grass here is flattened and burnt out, but there it is green, juicy, and almost knee-high." Albert Borisovich explained his bewilderment. The girl looked closely and saw that she could indeed clearly see the boundary where the grass cover had changed. It was on this large area that they were now. What does this mean? Is it bad? The child asked quietly, almost in a whisper. It's hard to say whether I like it here or not, but I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Let's try to figure out what it was. Maybe someone's camp?
Although the location was not very well chosen, it would have been better to settle in the forest, because it is very close here. Did the crowd of infected trample the grass? If so, there should have been traces of their departure somewhere. They couldn't have taken off. Alexei put his bike down and began to move along the edge of the burnt-out area, in search of a path along which either people or cannibals could have left. Lost in thought, the scientist forgot himself for a moment and began talking to himself. Maybe we should leave here. Return to the road, suggested Tanya. There is little water here. I think there might be a stream in that forest. The mentor answered uncertainly. It will be hard for you with a bike in the forest. It is easier and faster to walk on asphalt. If we see a bridge, it means there is a river or a stream nearby, and we can stock up on water, the girl insisted. How old are you? Asked Albert Borisovich, scratching his beard. 7, soon 8. I was going to go to 2nd grade in the fall. I would have transferred you straight to the 5th. You're smart. Okay, let it be a field and a forest. Go back, he decided and turned back. Half an hour later, Alexei and Tanya were already racing along the smooth road. Every hour they took a short break. During the breaks, Chaimovich simply stretched out at the edge of the road, stretching his tired legs. He wanted to take off his boots, which were a size too small, but caution held him back. Tanya sat nearby in a child seat and played the role of observer, holding Dodge by the collar so that he would not run away at the wrong moment. It became obvious that there were about 3 hours left until sunset. Albert Borisovich said tiredly, pressing hard on the pedals to overcome another climb. After the next rest, we will look for a suitable place to spend the night. Tanya asked how long they had to go. He answered that it would be about 20 minutes, then they would take another break. The girl asked in bewilderment when they would arrive at their new destination. The professor estimated that it would happen in 3 or 4 weeks. Maybe earlier or later, but they would definitely get there by autumn. The little girl exclaimed in surprise that it was too long. The mentor explained that it was an approximate time with a reserve, because a lot could change. If they could find a suitable place closer, they would definitely think about it. The main thing on the road was to stay away from people. The light had not yet faded, but it was already felt that evening was approaching. Novosibirsk was left behind, and small settlements were encountered along the way. Seeing residential buildings, Chaimovich began to pedal faster, trying to get past populated areas. However, it was so quiet around, as if everything was empty, and not even a single zombie was encountered. A little less than 2 hours had passed since the travelers left the last village, and only fields and forests stretched ahead. The professor slowed down and said, "Okay, time to make a stop. We'll camp behind those trees and look for water." The group, along with the dog, turned off the road, crossed a young birch grove, and found a ravine with a lone curved aspen growing in it. It was there that Alexei hid his bike so as not to drag it across all the off-road terrain. The scientist noted, "That's it. I think no one will notice our transport. The place is noticeable. Tomorrow we will easily find it." The wanderers went deeper into the forest and unexpectedly came to the shore of a small lake. "Excellent! Here is both a spring and a bath in one bottle. The water seems clean, but it is better to boil it. First, let's arrange a place to spend the night," said the professor. Tanya was beside herself with joy and even started dancing. "Great!
I want to swim so much."
The people set up camp and made a fire. Alexei gave the girl soap and sent her with Dodge to the lake for water procedures. While the little girl and the dog splashed in the water, the professor collected fragrant herbs for evening tea. After Tanya had drunk some water and warmed up from her swim, she stood by the fire, squinting against its heat.
I'm going to go bathe now and wash our things, and then we'll cook dinner. You and Dodge don't move away from the fire for a step. If anyone shows up, run to me right away," she said. Alexei took his undried clothes, weapons, and pot and headed to the lake. He quickly undressed and dove into the water with his head. Then he soaped his body with a bunch of grass, using it as a washcloth. However, he couldn't splash around for long because he had to do the laundry. Left alone, the scientist suddenly felt that he began to perceive Tanya as more than just a stranger.
A strong familial bond developed between them, which seemed like a real fatherly feeling.
Memories of the day he killed her parents, his doubts about taking her with him, came to his mind. It seemed like all this happened in another life. Alexei became so attached to the girl that the thought of her absence made him feel deep sadness. He dreamed of taking her to an amusement park, buying cotton candy, visiting the circus, a water park, helping her with her homework, doing everything that caring fathers do. But instead, they had to learn to survive in the forest and fight zombies. As Alexei lost himself in his thoughts, he felt numb. It became clear to him that this child had changed him radically, and this alarmed the professor. Suddenly, an old wound began to ache in the back of his head. The pain began to pulsate and radiate to his head.
Alexei felt today that he had probably been under the scorching sun for too long, and he was even a little angry with himself for such sentimental thoughts. He filled the pot with water, gathered his wet things into an armful, and hung them on the branches next to the fire. "And I also chopped some wood," the girl said proudly, noticing her mentor. "I asked you not to go far," Albert Borisovich muttered discontentedly. "I'm very close, Dodge and I," the little girl answered with sadness and incomprehension. "With Dodge, what a protector we have." "Okay, let's get to cooking." The abrupt transition to grumbling spoiled the professor's mood. Soon the macaroni began to boil in the pot. The mentor tasted it, drained the water, and added a can of stew. Then he sprinkled the dish with salt and spices. The wanderers dined peacefully, and Kaimovich's mood gradually began to improve. The well-chosen place for the camp turned out to be very practical. The fire was lit next to a fallen birch tree, broken at the very base by a hurricane. After the fire had almost burned out, the professor moved the coals close to the fallen tree. Then he made a bedding of grass and branches right on the warm ground for the night. The trunk began to slowly smolder from the heat, so the scientist threw in a few more branches. "Lie down here. The log will burn all night. It's warmer next to it," he explained his idea to Tanya. "There's a long way ahead, and during that time, you'll master an express course in survival in the wild. In the new world, this skill is of great importance, perhaps even decisive, and I'll teach you grammar and mathematics as well as at school." The girl lay down on the mat, turning her back to the smoldering birch. She asked to take a gray plush rabbit out of the backpack and hugged it tightly. This modest toy has now become one of the most precious things for the little girl, reminding her of home, mom, and dad. Alexei covered the girl with a blanket that he took from the hotel, and he himself settled down next to her, listening to the sounds of the night. Not far from the lake, the splash of fish could be heard, crickets chirped in the grass, and silhouettes of bats flew in the sky from time to time. Tanya quickly fell asleep and snored quietly. Albert Borisovich put his backpack under his head and snored quietly. Dodge curled up at his master's feet. Above the heads of the travelers, the cold, snow-white stars twinkled ever brighter, and, as if imitating them, red lights blinked on the bark of the smoldering birch tree. Chapter 25. Outcast, Freedom, Death. As soon as Lev Nikolaevich regained consciousness, he began to frantically formulate a plan of action. The ground part of the shelter was disguised as a center for observing space bodies, or, in other words, an observatory. The complex consisted of a tower with a telescope and several utility buildings. In addition, the center's territory contained helicopter pads and hangars where the equipment was currently located. The base was surrounded by a high fence, and the territory was guarded by a 3D scanning system. The hatch, through which the president exited, was part of an emergency exit system and led outside the facility in the event of a missile attack on the complex or the capture of the observatory by the enemy. Alexei carefully examined the high fence, realizing that he wouldn't be able to get past it, and even if he could, the security equipment would immediately transmit a signal to the underground command post. What good would that do? Hardly any good. The words of his friend, Chinese leader Tao Hong, who often said, "Patience, only patience. Time favors those who know how to wait," came to mind. So Alexei decided to stay near the hatch and hid among the bushes. By midday, the sky was covered with thick clouds, and a light rain began.
By evening, dark clouds hung over the fugitive, and at night a vicious thunderstorm broke out. For several hours in a row, rain and gusts of wind fell without respite. There was nowhere to hide, and Alexei, unable to change anything, waited out the bad weather, shivering from the cold. Unable to sleep, he was soaked and frozen that with the onset of dawn his strength left him, and he sank into unconsciousness. With the dawn, the sky cleared, and not a trace remained of the night's thunderstorm. Alexei opened his eyes, stood up and began to wring out his clothes. His new blue polo shirt was stained with earth and grass. His light gray trousers were covered in dirty spots, and his light leather moccasins were soaked with moisture and made a squelching sound with every step. When the clothes dried, Alexei put them on and noted with irony that he now looked like a homeless person who found a bag of worn-out clothes from an expensive boutique, although the president honestly admitted that now he was little different from a tramp. The temperature rose quickly, and soon the outcast warmed up and even perked up a little. He went to the hatch and easily opened it. So they didn't even try to close the exit behind me. Strange. Are they provoking me to come back? Well, I'll check. Alexei went down the stairs into the underground tunnel and reached the gates leading to the buffer zone. They were locked, impossible to open with bare hands. The president turned back, climbed to the surface, and thought. His hopes for a counter-revolution were fading with each passing hour. He understood that the junta would shoot everyone in the shelter before giving up power. Nothing flows under a lying stone. I need to find weapons and allies. Then I'll come back for my son, Alexei muttered, and began to walk along the fence. He had to go around almost the entire perimeter to find the access road to the observatory.
Trusting fate, Alexei walked along the asphalt away from the shelter. The Space Object Tracking Center, under which the government bunker was located in the foothills of the Caucasus. A good road was built to it, but almost no one drove along it, because the surrounding area was sparsely populated. Alexei walked past the empty guard post at the entrance to the observatory without stopping. The sun's rays rose higher and higher, and with each hour it became warmer and harder to walk. Suddenly, Lev Nikolaevich felt a sharp spasm in his stomach. He had not eaten for more than a day, but because of constant stress yesterday, he had not even felt hungry. About 30 minutes passed when the man noticed an abandoned vineyard off the road. The grass was twining around the old vines that lay on the ground. The president picked a few greenish berries, but their taste was unpleasant and only increased his hunger. An hour later, Lev Nikolaevich saw orchards where apricot trees were shedding overripe fruit that no one had picked. He rushed towards the fruit, feeling that he had never tasted anything more delicious in his life. Fortune is beginning to smile upon me. The land here is fertile. We will definitely not die of hunger, the outcast thought. Alexei sat down to rest, leaning against the trunk of an apricot tree. The idyllic landscape fooled the mind. At such moments, it seemed that the epidemic, exile, loss of loved ones were just a bad dream. The world looked beautiful, nature was fragrant, and a light breeze cooled from the daytime heat. Alexei Nikolai tried to work out some kind of plan of action. He had a poor understanding of the area and remembered that the closest significant city was Sochi.
True, the word closest was used very conditionally here, because the government shelter was built far from human eyes and away from large settlements, although not quite in the middle of nowhere. Alexei was sure of only one thing. If the road led down, then sooner or later it would lead to the sea, and there might be people, food supplies, and the opportunity to get help. At the same time, remembering the crowds of infected who filled the streets of Moscow, he understood that it was dangerous to pass by large cities. Emerging from the shadow of the apricot tree, Alexei moved forward without a clear plan. After a few hours, he came to a crossroads. The narrow road he was walking on connected to a wider highway. "Where should I turn here?" the man thought wearily, looking first to the right and then to the left. "What difference does it make? I'll go right." Alexei hadn't covered such distances on foot for a long time. His back ached, his legs were buzzing, and he understood that he had only just begun the journey, and the hardest part was still ahead. Such thoughts made it even harder. The main road ran between a high cliff on the right and a steep rise on the left. Below there was a dense forest through which nothing could be seen. Alexei looked warily at the huge stones visible on the cliff, which, according to his feelings, could break off and fall down at any moment. Soon his doubts were confirmed. Half the road lay before him, covered in mud and rocks. The night storm had not bypassed these places, causing a small landslide. Alexei easily overcame this obstacle and noticed a long climb. The highway crawled up through the pass, disappearing behind a ledge of rock. Lev Nikolaevich felt his legs becoming heavy with every step. His shirt was soaked through with sweat and stuck to his body. His mouth was dry, and thirst tormented him more than hunger had a few hours ago. Fortunately, a crevice soon appeared ahead, at the bottom of which a small stream was babbling. The president made his way down to the water with difficulty, injuring his hands and hitting his knee on a rock. Having drunk and refreshed himself, he felt his strength returning. After several hours, the exile finally crossed the pass. The terrain became more even, and he noticed an unusual glowing spot on the road ahead. Alexei walked faster and soon saw a minibus or a small truck. Coming closer, the man saw an old Ford, a mobile home used by families or large groups to go on trips to the countryside. The driver's door was slightly open, and there was no one inside. He didn't see any keys either, but there were blood stains on the seats and windows. The president tried to imagine what had happened there. The driver was probably attacked, but the body is missing. Where could he have disappeared to? Alexei Nikolaevich walked around the van and noticed the door to the living area. Traces of dried blood were visible on the handle. The door was not locked, and the president cautiously peered into the room. The first smell he noticed was something foul and putrid. On the left was the kitchen, and on the right was a bunk bed. 3 motionless creatures lay on it, a woman on the lower tier and 2 children on the upper tier. When the door creaked, the people woke up, and the president heard quiet grumbling and light, plaintive sounds, similar to whining from hunger. The man was about to run away but noticed that the infected were tightly tied with thick ropes. They could not move and only glared angrily at the stranger. Then Alexei Nikolaevich climbed into the van and began to examine the kitchen space. He found several knives and chose the largest one. At least some kind of weapon, so not without means, the exile thought happily, tightly clutching the cold metal knife in his hand. At this time, the sun was sinking toward the horizon, and the camper seemed a wonderful place to spend the night. But the president did not want to sleep next to 3 infected. He hesitated. He could simply kill these infected and dump them on the side of the road. But on the other hand, if the driver, the father of this family, was alive and returned. Simple apologies would not do. Ultimately, I only need shelter for one night. A small cabin will do, Lev Nikolaevich thought and opened the miniature refrigerator. Inside, he found a real treasure for a hungry wanderer. 2 dry-cured sausages, the freshest tomatoes, greens, cheese, mineral water, and a bottle of red wine from Spain. The refrigerator was powered by an autonomous energy source designed for 7 days of continuous operation, so the products were pleasantly cooled. The president took 1 sausage, cut off some cheese, grabbed some vegetables and a bottle of sparkling water. After that, he played with the bottle of wine in his hands and thoughtfully bit his lower lip. To drink or not to drink? That is the question. No, I'll leave the wine for a more appropriate time. Now my head must remain clear, he decided. Taking a knife, food, and water, Alexei got out of the van. Walking around the car, he noticed that the license plates on the camper were Moscow. Lev Nikolaevich looked around and saw nothing suspicious. He climbed into the cabin, locked the doors, and was finally able to relax. Having settled into the passenger seat, the president cut sausage, cheese, and vegetables, laid them out on the dashboard, and began to eat. Having bitten off a piece of sausage, he thought, took a deep breath, and left the car. A couple of minutes later, Lev Nikolaevich was already washing down his dinner with wine from a bottle. After all, I need to relieve the tension, he convinced himself, justifying this momentary weakness. After a hearty dinner, Alexei took off his moccasins and settled comfortably on the seats. Thinking about his son, he tried to formulate a plan to enter the shelter. However, the president realized that all efforts could be in vain if he caught an infection. Suddenly, he felt a sore throat and coughed into his fist. He ran his hand over his forehead and inhaled deeply. At the moment, there were no signs of illness. Lev Nikolaevich looked through the windshield at the darkening sky, and without noticing it, dozed off. Suddenly, he was awakened by some knocking. It seemed that the night had gone and morning had come, but it was still evening outside, and he slept for a little more than an hour. The exile heard several more blows and knocks on the body. "Who's there? Is the owner of the car on the road again? What should I do?" Carefully raising himself, Alexei looked out the window, but quickly stepped back. The mobile home was surrounded by zombies. Damn it! Where did they come from? Fear seized him, and his arms and legs literally began to tremble. Lev Nikolaevich tried to remain calm and did not move anywhere. Suddenly, a dry, bony hand knocked on the driver's door glass and slowly lowered itself, leaving a dirty mark. The camper van found itself in the path of a large herd of infected. Over 100 creatures were combing the lands in search of food. At dawn, the beasts surrounded a group of 7 people in the forest. One of the sentries dozed off, and the zombies attacked, leaving no chance for salvation. These bloodthirsty creatures were strengthened by food, and they moved on in search of new victims. By evening, the cannibals came out onto the road and noticed a trailer. The mobile home attracted their attention. It was almost dark, and the infected did not see a person inside, but they tried to break into the cabin, instinctively sensing prey. The exile curled up into a ball, with great difficulty distinguishing the faces and silhouettes of the cannibals in the windows. The gloom saved him. The cannibals' vision dulled, and they did not recognize the victim. About half an hour passed. The zombies did not move away. With the onset of night, they stopped and sank into a doze. When the noise around him died down, Lev Nikolaevich barely got up to look around. 3 cannibals, with their eyes closed, stood right next to the driver's door. The infected were dozing, swaying slightly in time with their breathing. "It's strange, like horses sleeping, no other way," the president muttered quietly, realizing that he had started talking to himself. Several more zombies lay on the asphalt, a little behind. Dozens of infected lay in front of the hood, as if blocking the car's path, and a group of cannibals was also on duty near the passenger door. The president realized that he was surrounded and would be in full view at dawn. He tried to turn around and accidentally bumped his elbow into the steering wheel. A short, sharp horn blared. The sudden sound broke the silence, woke up the infected, and added gray hair to Lev Nikolaevich. The man fell face down on the chair, cursing himself for his clumsiness. The infected growled a little, but did not understand what had happened, and fell into a stupor again. Now they definitely won't leave here. Sooner or later they'll break the windows, or they'll just wait for me to get out, exhausted by hunger and thirst. During the day, the cabin will be unbearably hot. Alexei barely breathed, trying to find a way to get out of this trap. But on this dark night, not a single bright thought entered his mind. Chapter 26. The Path of Horrors. Masha ran with all her might. The girl was breathing heavily. Tears were streaming from her eyes, but she couldn't stop under any circumstances. Without looking where she was going, she turned off the highway, crossed a clearing, rushed into the forest and hid behind the trees. Now she was alone, because a crowd of zombies blocked her path to her comrades. Vorobyova stood for a minute to catch her breath, looked out from her hiding place and saw the dark figures of the infected who continued to pursue her. Oh my God, they're all covered in blood. I know whose blood it is. They managed to catch up with them. Vanya is gone. Katya, Andrei, Lena, they're all dead. No, I can't believe it. Masha started to tremble. Her legs gave out, became like cotton wool. The cannibals were inexorably approaching. It's time to run, forward and not look at anything, no matter where. The only important thing is to get away. But how can I live on without him? No, let them tear me to pieces. Vanya, Vanechka. Terrible thoughts swarmed in the girl's head, but the instinct of self-preservation made her move. She turned sharply and rushed through the forest. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in front of her. The infected teenager moved very quickly and deftly. Masha screamed. It was Max. But how did he get infected so quickly? It's only been a few hours, and he should have immunity. What's going on? The girl carefully examined the guy. His clothes were torn and stained with blood. Large pieces of flesh hung from his shoulder and neck, and a deep-cut wound stretched from his nose to his chin. The owl bared his yellow teeth. A predatory smile flashed across his distorted face. Like a real wolf, he rushed forward. Masha closed her eyes, ducked down and saw the young man fly over her and crash into a tree trunk. Max groaned quietly, turning into a childish cry. The owl lay lifeless on the ground with a broken neck, his body convulsing, foreshadowing an imminent death. Casting aside her fear, the girl leaned over her former comrade, but her compassion quickly turned to rage. She realized that it was Max who was to blame for the death of her husband and the rest of her friends. Masha's memory lacked details, but she was sure it all happened because of Max. Evil overwhelmed her, and she furiously kicked the guy on the head. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her, and Vorobyova felt a touch to her hair. A thought flashed through her head. That's it. The end. They found me. Masha screamed and, waving her arms, hit Katya in the face. Hey, Be quiet! Oh my God! What's wrong with you? Lysitsina grabbed her eye, where a scratch from her fingernail remained. Huh? What? Where am I? Max? Masha muttered, trying to come to her senses. Well, I'm here, came a sleepy, disgruntled voice from the trunk. You're kicking and scratching. Did you have a nightmare? Katya whispered. Kicking? That's right, it was me. I pushed Max. Vorobyova finally came to her senses and realized that she was in the car with her friends. I slept well.
And what did I get in trouble for?
The guy's voice sounded surprised, although he was still a little sleepy.
Oh, it was a total nightmare. I dreamed that you were becoming a zombie. God, it was real horror.
The girl felt a shiver and rubbed her face with her hands. Alexei and Ivan were quietly laughing up ahead. Max chuckled slightly and fell silent. Lena was sleeping so soundly that no amount of fuss woke her up.
In my dream, you were kicking Max, but in reality, you were kicking me,
Katya said, smiling in the darkness.
I dozed off and suddenly felt one push being replaced by another, then a third, stronger and stronger. I think there will be bruises.
I'm sorry, Katyusha. It was a terrible nightmare. Masha hugged her friend and kissed her on the cheek. I think I've never dreamed anything more terrible. Did I appear in your dream? Ivan asked, looking carefully at the road. The girl thought for a few seconds and, sighing, answered,
I was, but you were eaten.
And I ran away.
Brutal. Zombies, even in dreams?
Andrei muttered, yawning.
Where can I hide from them?
On a desert island, came a voice from the trunk. Masha looked at the tinted side window and asked,
Have we been on the road for a long time? The night is almost over. It will soon be light. It is now about 4:30 in the morning. The car's system has calculated that the most advantageous speed for saving energy is 80 kilometers per hour. We are driving slowly, of course, but it is at such moments that maintaining a calm pace brings the most results. Rest a little more. In a couple of hours we will stop for a rest, and then I will be able to get a good night's sleep.
Alexei stared at the road, carefully driving around the holes that appeared on the way. Masha took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves once and for all. All her friends were close by and safe. Now she was even a little afraid to fall asleep. Andrei was dozing, with his eyes half open. Max was already snoring quietly in the trunk. Lena was snoring a little to the side. Katya rubbed her injured leg and, shaking herself on the seat, settled herself more comfortably. Novosibirsk was left far behind. Gloomy fields and forests flashed past the windows. The travelers moved through the vast expanses of Siberia to the west. The monster SUV carried people further and further from their familiar home, from those who remained there and whom they lost in this terrible epidemic. The wheels rustled barely audibly on the gray road. Masha was plunging into a new dream, carrying her into the morning. Chapter 27. Paradise Lake. The SUV, covered in solar panels, rolled alone along the highway. The guys hadn't encountered a single car the entire night. The empty highway excited Ivan. He wanted to press the pedal to the metal, but Vorobyov strictly followed the orders of the onboard computer, maintaining the best speed. Several times the headlights snatched the silhouettes of night owls flying past from the darkness. Once the cosmonaut managed to avoid a hedgehog running across the road at the very last moment.
That was all the life that was encountered on the way. There were no infected people either, and this brought peace to people. Soon the first rays of the sun illuminated the rear window of the monster. Somewhere far away, dawn was already looming. Alexei kept glancing at the battery charge level. There were less than 8% left on the display. It was time to look for a place to rest during the day. Vorobyov did not want to leave the tourist on the side of the road and carefully looked for shelter. Eventually, an inconspicuous exit appeared in front of him. The cosmonaut slowed down. He made out the outline of a track that led from the highway through the field towards the forest.
Alexei turned the wheel to the right, drove a few meters on the asphalt. Then the car carefully moved along the dirt road. It felt like no one had driven here for a long time. The tall grass that grew right in the middle of the track touched the bottom of the car, waking Andre. Why did I doze off? A rest stop? The scientist drawled, yawning. Yeah, the batteries are almost dead. We'll park the car in a field, away from the highway, and we'll wait out the day in the forest. Good. Wow, such fresh air. Andre opened the window and took a deep breath. Yes, you can immediately feel that we've gotten out of town. Katya purred from behind him. The path climbed with a slight upward slope. Having reached a birch grove, the friends noticed a beautiful lake behind the trees. The winding curves of the shore gave the water unusual shapes, and the dark surface created a mysterious atmosphere. Alexei said happily, "Wow, a lake in the middle of the forest?
What a great place we found!"
The monster stopped. Ivan and Andre carefully looked around the area, which seemed deserted, so there shouldn't have been any infected nearby. The cosmonaut switched the RGR system to recharging mode and turned off the machine. "Well, let's go for a walk. Who's going swimming with me?" Max shouted cheerfully as he climbed out of the luggage compartment. "That's it. We're unlikely to find a hotel with a hot tub for the next few days." The friends got out of the car, went deep into a small forest and approached the water. A light, refreshing wind blew from the lake. The coolness of the morning caused goosebumps on the skin, and the desire to dive subsided a little. Kuznetsov said, shivering from the cold, "We need to check the area, find out if there is anyone here, alive or dead." The owl suggested, "Let's go around together. The rest of us can stay here for now." Vorobyov agreed, and Andre and Max took their weapons and went on reconnaissance. They walked around the perimeter of the lake and returned after a while, reporting that the area was clear. Lena, stroking her growling tummy, said, "Maybe it's time to have a snack?" "Sure. I'll bring our dry rations now," Alexei said, and headed towards the tourist. A few minutes later, he returned with a backpack completely filled with chips, salted nuts, and crackers. The company thoroughly emptied the vending machine in the car dealership and temporarily replenished their food supplies. The group ate a leisurely breakfast and then began to discuss plans for the coming day. "Well, when it gets warmer, shall we go swimming?" asked Masha, carefully putting the empty snack packages into one bag. "You go ahead, but don't wake me up. I'm about to pass out," Vorobyov muttered, taking his sleeping bag out of his backpack and settling down to rest under a tree. Alexei chewed a cracker and washed it down with water from his flask. "I'll take the first shift and sleep in the evening. It's my turn to be on duty today." Katya stood up and stretched. "In the meantime, we'll sunbathe. I feel like when we get to the south, we'll be as dark as mulattoes." "Guys, overall, this isn't such a bad zombie apocalypse. We eat chips, sunbathe by the lake, travel." Max chuckled, looking around. "Yes, they almost killed us by the river. The girls were almost raped. Then the cannibals could have attacked us a couple of times. And now you can't go to the toilet without a knife or a weapon. But overall, yes, it's just such a vacation," Alexei laughed. "And that's not counting those we lost. Lena sighed. Amidst the casual conversation of his friends, Alexei fell asleep and woke up after midday. By this time, everyone had managed to feel hungry and were thinking about where to have a snack. They decided to leave the snacks for later and go in search of gifts of nature. Alexei cut a long, flexible branch and began to tie the fishing tackle to it.
Lena watched her brother with curiosity. "Why did you have a short fishing rod on the river and now a long one?" "The short one is a twitch. It's more convenient to fish with it in a flowing river, waist-deep in water, when you stir up the mud with your feet, and the fish swims up by itself. But here, the water is stagnant, dark. You need bottom gear, a completely different fishing technique," Alexei explained to his sister. "I see. Can you make such a fishing rod for me?" "No problem. It's good that I got the gear from the store, but if anything, you can do without it. A nut will do instead of a sinker. The float can be cut out of wood or made from crow feathers. And the hook, for example, from your earrings." The fisherman continued the lesson. Lena shook her head.
"I won't give up the earrings. My mom and dad gave them to me for my 10th birthday.
"Exactly," the guy thought. "I miss them too." At that moment, Alexei raised himself up on his elbow and looked at Masha. "Is everything okay? How long did I sleep?"
"Yes, everything is fine,"
the girl answered softly.
"It's almost 1 o'clock now. The sun is high."
"Where are Andrei and Katya?"
"We went mushroom picking, and Alexei and Lena are getting ready to go fishing."
"The mushrooms," the cosmonaut said thoughtfully. "Have they been gone for a long time?" "About 30 to 40 minutes, probably." "They made a sawed-off shotgun and took the radio," Vorobyeva said, squinting from the sun. "I remembered a joke. An ordinary guy can pick 5 kilograms of blueberries in the forest in 1 hour. An average girl can pick 3 kilograms. But this does not mean that if they go together, they will pick 8 kilograms of berries."
Masha laughed and narrowed her eyes mischievously.
"Don't be jealous. Let them pick their blueberries, as long as they don't meet anyone infected." "I'm not jealous. I just want to look for mushrooms too, huh?" the cosmonaut said with a wink. "Well, let's have a look in the evening before leaving." Masha finished the phrase with a long kiss. Having made fishing rods, Sova started looking for bait. He picked up stones near the shore and dug in the ground with a stick, looking for worms and larvae. After that, he turned over a rotten log and happily grabbed the prey with his fingers. A few seconds later, the guy quietly approached Lena and scared her with a fat earthworm. The sister screamed, jumped to the side, and stuck her tongue out at Max. "How are you going to fish if you're afraid of worms?" the teenager laughed. "I don't know, but can we do without them?" "No, hold on. We need to put it on the hook. Like this." He speared the bait. "Ugh. Okay.
"Let me try."
Lena took the wriggling worm with disgust, but coped with the task quickly enough. In general, it's not difficult. It's a matter of habit. "Well done. I'll teach you how to cast a fishing rod now," Owl praised his sister. At this time, Alexei and Katya appeared from behind the thick trees. They walked side by side, talking cheerfully and carefreely holding hands. "So how was the mushroom hunt?" Ivan asked with a smile. Alexei proudly held out the bag, showing that they hadn't come empty-handed. There were several birch boletes, russulas, and a couple of porcini mushrooms in it. Katya, with a slight blush on her cheeks, added that such a catch would definitely make soup. Lena noted with gusto that mushroom soup was wonderful, but usually they also added meat and potatoes. Max immediately shouted that he couldn't promise potatoes, but they could catch some fish. About an hour later, the mushrooms were already boiling in the pot, and the girls took over cleaning the fish.
Alexander carefully poured out the dark water from the mushrooms, poured in fresh water, and put everything back on the fire.
Masha put the fish in the pot and everyone began to wait with curiosity for the result. They ate the resulting dish with pleasure. A month ago, such a soup would have disgusted them. But now, hungry and having learned to appreciate even the little things, they were happy with any food. In addition, the fresh air contributed to a good appetite. Ivan muttered, gnawing on the boiled crucian carp, that the taste was unusual. Max blew on the hot spoon with a smile and humorously declared that it was a mushroom fish soup that could even be patented. Masha agreed that the taste was very exotic, especially considering that they had long dreamed of soup and lately had been eating mostly dry food. Andrei gloomily noted that the main thing was that they had food, that they were eating, and not the other way around. Katya gently nudged him, asking why he was so gloomy.
Alexei answered animatedly. Me? No, everything is fine, normal.
Lysitsina glanced at Alexei and said, "Well, you have a grumpy character. You'll be a troublemaker, old man." "If I live long enough, then yes," he answered dryly. After lunch, the whole team settled down to rest in the cool of the trees. The day was clear and sunny. The ship, Monster, was slowly charging with energy. Everyone was waiting for the evening to come, when the heat would subside, and it would be possible to set off. Then Owl, looking at the lake, suggested, "Let's go for a swim." Ivan quickly supported the company, emphasizing that now the water is the most pleasant thing. The friends headed for the water. Soon, a ringing laugh was heard, and splashes flew everywhere. At first, no one noticed that Lena was not among them. At this time, a girl to the side, covered by the branches of a white willow, carefully washed a pot and plates.
Katya, looking around, asked worriedly,
"Where's Lenka?" Masha answered anxiously, "It seems she was walking with us." Andrei pointed with his hand. "There she is, look, on the shore." Lysitsina waved to her younger friend. "Len, why are you here? Let's go swimming." The girl from the shore quietly answered, "No, I don't want to. While I wash the dishes, I'm not helping much as it is." Masha insisted, "Len, stop. Then we'll wash everything together. And now we'll rest." "It's all right. I'll come later," she said calmly, rinsing the pot. Meanwhile, Max swam to the middle of the lake and dove, trying to reach the bottom. As soon as his head appeared on the surface, Ivan appeared next to him. He quietly asked, "What's wrong with Lena? Is she offended or something?" "No. She swims rather poorly. In the pool it's still okay and where the bottom is visible. But here the water is muddy. She's afraid of it. Panic sets in right away."
"It's clear. We need to help her overcome this fear, because there are a lot of people around who are afraid. You need to know how to swim. You never know what might happen." A sudden gust of wind broke a dry branch near a tree on the shore, and it fell into the water next to Lena, with a dull sound. The girl dropped the dishes in surprise. "Damn, why am I so fearful?" Lena thought, looking enviously at her brother, who was calmly floating on his back.
Chapter 28. The Living Land. After swimming, the friends went out into the sun to warm up. The wind gently swayed the leaves, the lake rippled slightly, and a woodpecker somewhere far away was diligently knocking, filling the surrounding silence with sounds. All nature seemed to be resting, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The best days of the short Siberian summer were coming. Alexei yawned widely and stretched out comfortably on the grass. "That's it. I'm going to bed. I need to recharge to drive at night."
Katya sat down next to him and turned on her side.
"I didn't get enough sleep in the car either. It's uncomfortable and cramped there." "Yes, I kicked too," Masha smiled, remembering the nightmare and the cheerful awakening. Yes, I'm keeping quiet about that. Lysitsina added with her eyes closed. To be honest, I'd like to take a nap too. There's nothing to do anyway, Vorobyov said, playing with the branch in his teeth. Max, how are you? Maybe you can stand guard for a couple of hours, and then I'll take over? Easy, the guy answered. Let me be on duty, Lena suddenly suggested. I had a good rest in the car. I don't want to sleep now. You rest, and I'll stand by. Wow, you're so active today. A real golden child, Masha praised her friend. I'm not a child at all, the girl frowned. Okay, thank you, dear. We appreciate you very much, Vorobyova said softly. After about 30 minutes, everyone fell asleep peacefully. Some were breathing softly, others were snoring loudly, sometimes chasing away annoying insects. Lena leaned against the tree trunk and sat for a while. Then she stood up and decided to take a walk to look around. And although it was quiet around, no one disturbed the peace of the company in this secluded place. The friends stopped in an unfamiliar area, not suspecting that a few kilometers beyond the lake there was a small village. Before the pandemic, its population was several dozen people. This village was distinguished by the fact that its residents called themselves Zemlyani. About 10 years ago, there was an abandoned village here. There had been no electricity or running water for a long time, and the local authorities could not bring themselves to demolish the dilapidated houses. There was only one old dirt road, covered with grass, leading to the village. One day a young man walked along it, chose one of the empty houses, and settled here. His name was Evgeny Vitalyevich Lopukov. He had previously worked successfully in the banking sector, and then opened his own investment fund. The business was profitable for several years, but then another financial bubble burst on the market. The fund ceased to exist, and Lopukov disappeared, taking the rest of the investors' funds with him. For about a year, his whereabouts were unknown, until they were first discovered in the Urals. Then his tracks led to the Far East, and after a while, to Siberia. During this time, Evgeny Vitalyevich turned into a different person. He was disappointed with the modern world and social norms, so he decided to retire into solitude. Fortunately, he had enough money not to work for many years. However, after a few months, loneliness began to weigh on him, and a girl named Liza appeared in the village. Born nearby, she went to St. Petersburg at the age of 18 with the intention of entering a theater institute, but failed the exams and got a job in one of the strip clubs. Gradually, intimate services were added to dancing, and Liza sank deeper and deeper into despair. She was afraid of her parents and hid the truth, claiming that she was studying and everything was fine. Soon, the family died in a car accident. The girl managed to escape from a difficult situation and returned to her native village. There, by the lake, she met Lopukov, who shared his philosophy with her. Together, Alexei and localized name created a sect called Living Land. After a few years, their community grew to 10 people. Their religious views included rejecting most of the modern benefits of civilization. They farmed and raised livestock and worshipped the sun and the spirits of nature. Alexei used his own money to buy a large plot of land, built several new, neat houses on the edge of the village, and surrounded the settlement with a high fence. The community's houses had no televisions, no phones, no internet, not even electricity. Residents rose with the first rays of the sun and went to bed shortly after sunset. Yevgeny Vitalyevich contacted the head of the district administration and through him settled all issues with local authorities and the police. No one interfered in the life of the community, and the sectarians lived peacefully, in their own rhythm. Getting into their community was far from easy. Alexei collected data on everyone who wanted to join the sect through the local police officer. New members were checked by the security service and had to endure a probationary period. After 6 months, A person could decide whether to stay in the Brotherhood forever or leave the settlement.
To become a full-fledged member, the candidate sold all his property and gave the proceeds to the needs of the sect, that is, into the hands of Yevgeny Vitalyevich. Over a 10-year period, the Living Land group had grown considerably and now numbered over 50 people. The community could not fully provide for itself, so Alexei Lopakov or his closest associates would periodically go to the mainland for supplies. One of them was Igorek, who had returned from a city engulfed by an epidemic. One day later, 5 infected people appeared in the settlement, and 2 days later, almost all the members of the sect turned into zombies and went hunting under the leadership of Yevgeny Vitalyevich. Their first victims were the residents of the neighboring village, where Lisa, Alexei's faithful companion, was born, whom he killed at night. The cannibals attacked suddenly, some of the residents fled, and those who remained were eaten alive. When the infected had destroyed all the cattle in the village, and there was not a single living person left, Alexei led his group further. One day, the zombies reached a lake, but they felt the water and walked around it, trying to stay away from the shore. The water made them anxious. Suddenly, the cannibals noticed smoke and smelled a fire. Something inside told them about possible prey. The zombies greedily inhaled the air with their pointed nostrils. Cloudy pupils darted nervously in their sunken gray eye sockets, and the whites seemed reddened due to burst blood vessels. They licked their cracked blue lips with their brown tongues, and a fetid smell of decaying flesh came from their open mouths. Localized Name had to walk ahead of the entire group. Now he is almost unrecognizable. During the bloody massacre in the village, his ear was cut off, and the skin on his cheek was cut off. His left arm was broken in 2 places, and a piece of glass was sticking out of his leg. Despite the terrible wounds, he still remained the undisputed and undisputed leader. Alexei took a step forward, and suddenly the entire gang of cannibals, as if on cue, began to move. Chapter 29. Strawberry Field. Max woke up from a branch poking him hard in the side. The boy turned over to his other side, tried to fall asleep again, but after a couple of minutes he realized that he couldn't rest now. He sat up, looked around, noticed that his friends were still asleep, and his sister had settled down a little to the side on the grass and was thoughtfully looking at the sky. "So, how's your service going, Sentry?" asked Owl, plopping down on the ground next to Lena. "Quiet. You'll wake everyone up," the girl answered dryly. "I'm calm, but why aren't you sleeping?" "I slept well and got bored," the boy admitted, yawning. They lay there for a while, talked about family, their children, and the past. Then Max stood up and checked his belt with throwing knives. "It's time to practice. I'll move away so that you won't be afraid of the noise. Don't lose sight of me." He chose an old, dry tree, drew an oval in the shape of a target on the bark, walked 5 steps away, and began throwing knives regularly. Every few minutes, he increased the distance to the target, moving further and further away from the tree. After Alexei disappeared into the forest, Lena sat for about 10 more minutes and decided to stretch a little. Suddenly, she noticed several bright red berries among the grass. "Wow, strawberries!" the girl exclaimed happily, feeling the sweet taste on her tongue. She hurried to the camp for a plate and began to collect the fragrant berry. Soon, Lena discovered a whole clearing covered with strawberries. "This is what I'll surprise the guys with. They never even dreamed of such a treat," she thought happily, feeling that she could make her contribution and do something nice for her friends. Lena knew that she was the weakest in their company and considered herself a burden, although no one ever said it directly. Nevertheless, these thoughts often tormented the girl. A sudden scream broke the peace. Lena jumped up, and a moment later a new scream was heard from the camp. The girl dropped the plate of berries, and ripe strawberries scattered across the green grass. She rushed to run to her friends, hoping that this was just someone playing a game.
The zombies suddenly attacked the sleeping people. Andrei woke up from Katya's screams and immediately felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Another monster grabbed his leg. Memories of that terrible night on the professor's site washed over the scientist like a wave. Then, they were miraculously not eaten alive. At first, the brain refused to perceive what was happening, and Kuznetsov thought that this was an extremely realistic dream. But unbearable pain brought him back to reality. With his free hand, Alexei felt for the gun, aimed at the cannibal gnawing at his leg, and, gathering his last strength, pulled the trigger. The infected man was thrown to the side, rolled over, and fell onto the grass with a bullet through his head. The second cannibal let go of the shoulder and lunged at the face. But Andrei automatically grabbed the gun with both hands and held it out in front of him, repelling the attack. The infected man fell on him with all his weight, barely separating Kuznetsov's face and the zombie's stinking teeth by just a few centimeters. Andrei couldn't help but consider all the horrors of the transformation that the new star had bestowed upon its bearer. Nausea rose in his throat, and he abruptly pushed the enemy onto his side, then laid him on his back and didn't let him get up. He stuck the barrel in his mouth, knocked out his teeth, and fired. The cannibal's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, and foul-smelling brown mucus ran out of his skull. Everything happened lightning fast, but to Andrei it seemed as if in slow motion. Katya's scream cuts his ears. The girl desperately tries to break free from the fight with the zombie, who has grabbed her arm just below the elbow in a deadly grip. Kuznetsov hit the infected man on the back of the head with the butt of his rifle, but he doesn't even react. "Help, beep!" Lisitsina moaned, sobbing in pain. Alexei didn't want to shoot in the head, fearing to hurt Katya. He pressed the butt against the cannibal's liver area and pulled the trigger. Localized _name jerked violently, a broken sob escaping from his mouth, but he did not stop tormenting his victim. The second shot destroyed the zombie's chest. He loosened his jaws and lifelessly buried his face in the grass. The fox, biting her lip, cried, pressing her bloody hand to her stomach. Alexei got a few precious seconds to look around. More and more figures flashed between the trees, infected like a pack of wild animals, surrounding the people. At this time, the Vorobyovs were fighting off 3 other infected. A strong, stocky man weighing more than 100 kilograms had pinned the cosmonaut down with his body. The cannibal tried to grab the guy by the neck, and Ivan, lying on his back, grabbed the enemy's head with his hands, not letting him get close to his throat. Vorobyov tried to throw the enemy off himself and roll over onto his side, but he remained motionless like a heavy log. The cosmonaut's knife was stuck in the birch tree, under which they spent the night, but he couldn't reach it. All that was left was to hold the infected man in a strangling grip as long as he had the strength. But Ivan knew that it would not last long. Masha was attacked by 2 infected. The girl fought off the old woman with her legs and simultaneously dug her nails into the face of the teenager who pounced on her from above. Overcoming her disgust, she stuck her finger into the zombie's right eye and felt blood dripping from it with some kind of mucus. At this time, the old woman grabbed his thigh, but her rotten teeth and weak jaw could not pierce the skin. Alexei Vorobyev's situation was very difficult. At the most critical moment, Max came to their aid. He suddenly jumped on the large enemy from behind and began to cut him with a throwing knife. But the blade turned out to be too small to seriously damage such a huge cannibal. "Hit him in the neck! Hit him in the neck!" whispered Alexei Ivan, trapped under the cannibal's body. Sova plunged the knife just below the chin, and gurgling sounds were heard from the infected's mouth. Suddenly, the zombie pushed back sharply. The cosmonaut could not hold him back, and he hit Sova with a powerful back of the head right on the nose. Max's head spun, and he fell helplessly on his back. The cannibal with the damaged throat grabbed the guy as if wanting to take revenge before death. Alexei, taking advantage of the pause, snatched a knife from the tree and kicked his opponent in the head with all his might. He fell on his back, and Vorobyov forcefully thrust the blade into his throat. While the boys were fighting the thug, Lena hurried to help Masha. She grabbed a flaming brand from the fire and hit the infected woman right in the face. There was a hissing sound and the smell of burnt meat. The zombie roared and knocked the stick out of the girl's hands. Lena, left alone with the teenager, managed to push him away and get to her feet. The one-eyed zombie with a wounded face opened his mouth and let out a long cry before attacking again. But before he could take a step, blood and brains spurted out of his head. Andrei killed the old woman with his second shot and immediately shouted, "These creatures are everywhere! Into the lake!
Quickly!"
The friends looked at Kuznetsov in bewilderment. They had not expected to find salvation in the pond, but the path to the monster was blocked, and the forest around was teeming with cannibals. No one had any other plans, and any delay could lead to death, so they all rushed into the water together, trying not to look back. Ivan, Masha, and Katya quickly swam to the depths. Lena went under, up to her neck, while Max and Andrei covered their retreat. "Swim to the other shore! Swim!" Kuznetsov shouted to the girl, who seemed to have stopped dead in her tracks. "I can't! I can't!" Lena whispered, afraid of choking. "Swim, I told you," Andrei shouted angrily. But the girl only closed her eyes, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. "She can't handle it. I know her. I'll stay. I have knives," Max said, standing waist-deep in water. To everyone's surprise, the zombies did not dare to go further and stopped on the shore. The new star sent conflicting signals to their brains. The Martian virus made them catch prey, and the rabies virus scared them with water. The cannibals stood at the edge of the lake, torn apart by hunger and fear of water. 3 infected overcame their fear and entered the water up to their knees. But Andrei immediately knocked them down on the spot. "That's it. I'm empty. There are no more bullets, only in the car," he said. "We won't be able to get to it," Max replied, counting the approaching enemies. Fortunately, the rest of the infected remained on dry land, glowing with hostile eyes. "Let's retreat to Lenka. We'll consult." Kuznetsov slowly began to back away. The owl waved his hand to the others, beckoning them to swim closer. And within a few seconds he was next to his sister. Chapter 30. On the Water. All the friends gathered together, standing chest-deep in water. Dozens of pairs of hungry eyes watched them from the shore. Alexei put the unloaded gun on his shoulder and asked, "What do we have left with the weapons? I'm out of bullets." "All I have is this, a sawed-off shotgun from the monster," Ivan replied, showing a hunting knife. "I have a belt with throwing blades," Max added. No one else had a weapon. Kuznetsov looked around carefully and said tensely, "Excellent. Almost empty-handed against a herd of cannibals. Not a pleasant prospect, guys. How did it happen that they caught us by surprise? Who was on guard?" Lena said guiltily, "didn't hear anyone, not a single sound. I was sitting under a tree, then I got up to stretch, walked away a bit and noticed strawberries, then more. I returned to the camp, took a plate to collect for everyone. Then I found a clearing with them. There was a lot of them, and then I heard screams." The girl finished her story, breaking into sobs. "Strawberries? What the hell, strawberries?" Alexei exclaimed angrily. "There really was no one there, not a soul." Max stood up for his sister. "I woke up, we talked, then I took the knives and went away to throw them at the tree." "So, you two weren't sleeping? You left the camp and we were almost eaten? Are you completely crazy?" Ivan shouted so loudly that even the zombies on the shore perked up. The teenagers were silent, feeling guilty. Masha decided to change the course of the conversation. "Okay, what happened happened. The main thing now is that everyone is alive and well." "Not everyone is healthy," Katya whispered painfully, plunging her bitten hand deeper into the cold water.
I'm sorry. I really wanted to help, Lena said and immediately burst into tears. Stop it, otherwise you'll attract everyone to you with your tears, Kuznetsov muttered with displeasure. Masha looked at him sternly. Let's think about how to get out of here. If the water slows them down, then we have a chance.
Yes, by the way, it's interesting. I didn't expect that they were so afraid of water, Vorobyov noted, looking at the crowd of infected on the shore. I think it has to do with the same thing as why people vaccinated against rabies did not get infected. If the professor created a mutated virus, then rabies is probably the key to solving the vaccine. Andrei expressed his thoughts. Masha lingered her gaze on the cannibals who were standing right by the water. If we had more time in the lab, we could find a cure. But others didn't have time. The best scientists in the world were looking for a solution, and they had more time. Lysitsina shrugged. Kuznetsov shook his head in denial. They didn't understand what they were up against, what kind of material was in front of them. And Borisi and I had been studying this Martian monster from the very beginning. The Red Star made the test subjects go crazy in the labs and attacked others.
But that virus didn't spread that quickly. And here its improved version showed its power. So if we're in the water, we're safe? Asked Al. Alexei shuffled his feet, feeling a cold spring breaking through beneath him. He replied, Not a fact. The three of them who are now hanging by the shore with their faces in the water attacked us. If it weren't for the sawed-off shotgun, it's not clear how it would have ended. It seems to me that hunger will sooner or later overcome hydrophobia, and then we'll have real problems. I can swim across the lake, distract them, and in the meantime you can get out and run to the car, Ivan suggested. I don't like your plan. The chances are too low that you'll join us later, Alexei said, skeptically. They're spread out all over the lake. It's unknown how many more there are on the opposite shore. Perhaps there's a whole herd approaching. Then we definitely need to act faster, Katya said quietly and smacked her nose. I have an idea. Ivan, give me the chip from the monster. I'll try to perform one maneuver, Kuznetsov asked. The astronaut frowned and replied, So, I won't succeed, but you will? No. Since it's my responsibility, I'll try to break through, Max firmly stated. Then I'll start, the scientist said, smiling. If I get eaten, Alexei will try second. After he gets eaten, it's your turn, Owl. And then the girls will distribute among each other.
Very funny.
Lysitsina answered reservedly, pressing her lips together.
Give me the keys already. Time is running out. And take the sawed-off shotgun. It's just in the way.
Andrei handed the cosmonaut the gun and took the chip for access to the monster from him. Kuznetsov swam slowly along the shore, keeping a close eye on the zombies. Several of them moved away from the crowd and followed the man. The scientist chose a convenient place on the shore, went into the water up to his waist, and felt that the bottom here was not so muddy. Meanwhile, 4 of his pursuers were already standing opposite him on the steep bank, rising several meters above the water. The cannibals looked at him, not hurrying to go down. Alexei picked up several large stones from the bottom, approached, and began throwing them at the cannibals. One received a stone in the knee, the second was hit in the ribs, the third got a scratch on the shoulder. Kuznetsov took aim at the 4th and threw the boulder with all his might. The stone hit the infected man's head just above the eye, and a trickle of blood flowed from the wound. This enraged the zombies, but they still did not dare to go to the water. The young man continued to throw stones at them, and eventually one of them broke loose and jumped down. The infected hesitated for a moment, but overcame his fear and entered the water. The second man followed, but he slipped and tumbled head over heels. The infected man flapped his arms awkwardly and landed with a broken neck.
Less than 1, Kuznetsov rejoiced. The first cannibal was already knee-deep in the lake. Alexei let him get closer and threw a stone almost right at him. The stone hit him in the chest, and the cannibal fell on his back. The scientist raised a large boulder above his head and brought it down hard on the enemy's skull. There. -2. Meanwhile, the other 2 zombies began to enter the water. Alexei waited until they went deeper, then quickly ran across the shallows to the side, went around the enemies and began to climb the slope. Having passed the rise, he disappeared into the forest, hoping to get close to the monster unnoticed. But he had barely gone 20 steps when shadows appeared between the trees ahead. Not all the zombies had gathered near the lake. Some of the survivors were combing the forest and noticed a man. Alexei froze in indecision. The rescue SUV with weapons was very close, but at the last moment the scientist realized that he had too little strength. The passage to the car was blocked. Alexei turned around 180 degrees and rushed back to the water without looking back. The cannibals, beaten by stones and soaking wet, whom Alexei had managed to deceive just a minute ago, were slowly moving towards him along the slope. The scientist pushed off the edge of the cliff, made a powerful leap and jumped over the infected. Almost twisting his legs, the guy landed in shallow water. Ignoring the pain, Kuznetsov, raising a storm of splashes, rushed forward and dove headlong, trying to get underwater as quickly as possible. Friends, watching Alexei's dexterous actions, admired what a person is capable of in extreme conditions. They rejoiced at his decisive breakthrough, but regretfully saw how he had to retreat. Everyone was so engrossed in what was happening that they missed the moment when several more infected on their side overcame their fear and entered the water. Hunger overcame the fear of water, and the 4 cannibals began to approach the group.
Hey, look, they're coming here!
Lena shouted, noticing the approaching danger.
Oh, shit! Our protective field has malfunctioned.
Ivan worried, preparing for a confrontation. The owl already clutched 2 blades in his hands and said, "It's good that not all at once."
We can't fight waist-deep in water. Let's go! We won't let them get close to the girls.
The cosmonaut said to Max and handed the sawed-off shotgun to Masha.
Here, I feel more comfortable with a knife.
The boys rose waist-deep from the water and began to prepare for battle. The zombies moved slowly at first, as if reluctantly, taking each step with disgust, but the closer they came to the people, the more confident and abrupt their movements became. Max threw the first knife and struck the nearest cannibal in the liver area. The second blade hit just above the heart, but that didn't stop the enemy. The teenager grabbed the handle tightly and rushed at the cannibal. Sova was about to cut his throat right away, but the infected dodged, and the knife only grazed his throat. The zombie grabbed the boy with both hands, after which they fell into the water together. Meanwhile, Ivan kicked the second infected, knocking him onto his back. The cannibal dove headfirst into the water, gasping for breath and flapping his arms wildly in an attempt to swim up. The cosmonaut quickly approached the third enemy, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, jerked him toward himself, and plunged the knife straight into his heart. The fourth infected stepped aside a little, went around the fighter, and began to rapidly approach the girls. It was Yevgeny Vitalyevich Lopukov, the head of the Living Land sect, who had led his herd to this lake. Due to previous wounds, his movements had slowed down, and he had fallen behind the main detachment that had attacked the people in the forest. But now hunger had given him strength, and although he was limping slightly, he was rapidly heading towards Masha, Katya, and Lena. "Lena, come on! Swim, swim, you can do it! He's very close!" Lizitsina said quietly, looking at Lopukov's bloodthirsty face. "Swim," was all the girl could whisper. Alexei took a step forward, covering his girlfriend's, grabbed the sawed-off shotgun by its cold metal barrel, and, like a club, hit the cannibal in the face with all his might. The butt broke his lower jaw and knocked his nose to the side. For a moment, Lopukov lost his bearings, stumbled, raised his head trying to focus his gaze, but then received another strong blow. The creature, once known as Yevgeny Vitalyevich, fell into the lake with a fractured skull. However, his heart was still beating. Lopukov took a few ragged breaths, but instead of air, He sucked in water and began to be pulled to the bottom. At this time, Ivan dealt with the second zombie, and Max was still underwater, unable to defeat the enemy. The infected grabbed the teenager's hair and did not allow him to fly to the surface. Where they were struggling, the water was stained with blood. Several air bubbles appeared, and the cannibal emerged. The infected turned face up, holding tightly to his eye, from which a throwing knife was sticking out. A moment later, a splash was heard. An owl, thirsty for air, emerged from the water. Having killed all the infected, the friends prepared for the next fight, but the remaining zombies chose a wait-and-see tactic. At that moment, Andrei, who had returned from an unsuccessful reconnaissance mission, swam up to them. New ones attacked? Horrible. They stopped being afraid of water from hunger. Alexei answered tiredly, "If there were more of them, we wouldn't be talking to you now. It's hard to fight them in the water. You lose the advantage of speed. Here, your sawed-off rifle. It was the one that helped us so much." Masha handed Kuznetsov the weapon with which he had dealt the fatal blow to Lopakova. Katya stood next to Andrei, and her teeth were chattering, as if from frost or fear. "How are you? We noticed you got out, and then suddenly jumped back in again. And then these fell," she asked. "Yeah, I almost sprained my leg. I landed awkwardly." The scientist winced in pain. "I thought they were all on the shore. But it turned out there was still a crowd wandering around in the forest. Maybe new ones are coming. I don't know. In short, you can't go there empty-handed." "Do you have a backup plan?" Max sighed. Vorobyov looked to the west. "It's getting dark. That's good. They can't see as well at night. They might fall asleep or go numb, or whatever else happens to them. In general, you need to leave in the dark, because in the morning these creatures will come here in droves to swim because of hunger." The company spent several additional hours in the lake. People and infected watched each other closely. Zombies no longer tried to enter the water, and people did not dare to leave the reservoir. The coastal zone turned into an insurmountable border between them. From being constantly in the water, cramps began to seize. The body began to shake. Clouds ran across the evening sky. Bubbles from falling drops glistened on the water surface. Light rain gradually intensified into a torrential rain. Great. Now there's water above and below. "I think I'll soon grow gills and a tail like a mermaid." Katya tried to joke with difficulty. "A mermaid is not so scary. The main thing is that it is not a kikimora," Kuznetsov noted with a smile. "Now I'll take the knife from Max and cut something off for you," Lisitsina said sharply. Ivan interrupted the conversation and pointed towards the forest. "Quiet. The rain will help us. It will drown out any sounds. Let's move." The company began to move cautiously along the shore. The zombies could not see objects well in the dark and soon lost sight of their targets. The friends had already noted a convenient place to exit. The slope here was gentle and the bushes were thick. As they approached the land, they noticed the figures of two cannibals. One stood hunched over, slowly turning his head, while the other sat on the ground, seemingly falling asleep. The men quietly emerged from the water, and a minute later, two bodies with cut throats lay on the shore. Having emerged from the lake, they carefully made their way through the trees. The sound of the rain created a monotonous background that hid any steps. Finally, the forest ended, and the dark silhouette of the monster loomed before them. The group quickened their pace. The water flowed in streams, and the cold penetrated to the bones. Fortunately, the rain began to subside and soon stopped as suddenly as it had begun. The refugees even decided to quickly change into dry clothes so that the SUV's interior wouldn't turn into a swamp. Fortunately, there was not a single infected person in sight. A few minutes later, the RGR tourist was already slowly moving along the softened dirt road towards the highway. The car was taking the company further and further away from the ill-fated lake, which, at the beginning of the hike, seemed so quiet and cozy. Fuck. About an hour later, a voice came from the front passenger seat where Ivan was sitting. "What now?" Alexei asked anxiously, holding the steering wheel tightly. "Damn!
We forgot my backpack there, the boilers. Oh my God," the cosmonaut said with annoyance, wincing. "I didn't even think about it when we got to the car," Masha added. "I wouldn't go back to that forest even if there were 10 kilograms of gold there," said Katya, scratching her bandaged hand. Ivan turned back and noticed. "There are so many important things left there. It's not like they're lying on the road." "Guys, just don't go back, okay?" Max interrupted from the trunk, his voice trembling. "What fell is already lost. We'll buy some boilers somewhere and what else was there? A backpack, a tent, a sleeping bag, a night vision monocular. There are plenty of snacks, matches, and all sorts of little things there. And clothes, too. I have some of your clothes. We can neglect the tent for now, because the car is nearby. It's a shame about the rest, but..." Masha sighed and fell silent. "The main thing is health and safety," Kuznetsov summed up. "It's good that the gun was left in the car. Otherwise we would have been down one barrel," Vorobyov, covering his face with his hands, slid down the seat. The car moved without stopping all night. At dawn, the zombies woke up, but did not find their victims in the lake. The cannibals looked around and listened carefully, but the fugitives disappeared without a trace. Over time, the infected lost interest in this place and moved on with gloomy steps. And over the lake again, the tapping of a woodpecker and the singing of birds were heard.